So welcome to Tokyo, welcome to the Wireless Global Congress Asia Pacific. So I'm Thiago Rodrigues, I'm the CEO and President for the Wireless Broadband Alliance. I'm very proud to be here for this event here in Tokyo. The collaboration with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government started when I visited Tokyo 1 year ago. And the idea of doing a joint event came up on those meetings 1 year ago in January 2025. And has been a wonderful journey to see Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Wireless Broadband Alliance teams working together to make this event a reality today. And being here on the Tokyo Innovation Base, one location to enhance innovation, creativity, and be able to drive technology forward. So really pleased to be here with all of you. And for those of you that are here today, hope you enjoy the day and you learn and you can connect and create good opportunities for all of us. I want to start by thanking to all our sponsors that make this event possible. So AirTies, Bongo Wireless, Cisco, Intel, American Bandwidth, HRF, Brown, Extreme Networks, H1 Radio, HPE, Iron Wi-Fi, and Morse Micro. Thank you for supporting and make this event a reality. I wanted to spend a few minutes to give all of you just a quick overview of the status of Wi-Fi in the world, how this industry is evolving, but as well some of the key trends that are happening on our industry around Wi-Fi. I'm going to use one piece of research that the Alliance always does every year. So it's called the WBI Industry Report. So this study is available on our website, so wballiance.com, so you can download it if you are interested. And our goal with this research is to provide every year a snapshot of the Wi-Fi industry, the major trends that we see coming in the industry. And as you can imagine, topics like Wi-Fi 7, Open Roaming, Wi-Fi Allo are key elements of the report. And even we have a case study that was developed by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and with WBA about the Open Roaming deployment in Tokyo. So sharing some of the key trends. So as you can imagine, Wi-Fi momentum is here. Wi-Fi 7 as a technology is growing quite fast. The adoption and all the numbers that we have access from our research, it shows that Wi-Fi 7 will overpass Wi-Fi 6 equipment by 2027, and we expect by the end of 2026 to have almost 120 million devices and equipment from Wi-Fi 7. As well, another key topic is 6 GHz spectrum, so to provide more spectrum for the Wi-Fi. We are going to have today that topic on the agenda. And definitely the number of devices using the 6 GHz spectrum is estimated to reach over 2.5 billion by 2030. Then another hot topic is Wi-Fi 8. As we all know, Wi-Fi as a technology is only progressing. So Wi-Fi 8 is already being standardized. Very recently at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, US, several prototypes of Wi-Fi 8 equipment was presented. So Wi-Fi 8 is becoming a reality, and we should expect more news along the year and next year as well. And then, as you can imagine, Open Roaming Passpoint continues to be a very relevant topic for the Alliance, and we see that as a strong trend for the industry with more and more adoption. And Tokyo is a good example of that, a city that embraces Open Roaming to provide a better connectivity to their citizens and their visitors. Some statistics just for you to be aware. I don't want to be very detailed on these here, but when we ask about The willingness to invest in Wi-Fi, so you can see that there is a strong confidence to continue to invest in Wi-Fi, more than 82% of the responses. And as well, 86% of the responses very supportive of having more spectrum for Wi-Fi, in particular on the 6 gigahertz band. And for example, Japan is one of the countries that already opened up the 6 gigahertz band for unlicensed use, including Wi-Fi. Another interesting statistic is about the deployment of open roaming and passpoint. So people that responded to the survey, more than 91% already deployed or is planning to deploy this year. So a strong trend as well on the interest for this type of technologies. Other critical trends that we see. So as you can imagine, in today's world, we need to talk about AI. So AI is making as well a huge impact on Wi-Fi technology and the Wi-Fi infrastructure in terms of optimization, performance management. There is significant improvements over there. And of course, it's super relevant, the amount of data that AI can manage for the Wi-Fi networks, but as well to have the capacity to process all that information. Then topics like using Wi-Fi for IoT services, Wi-Fi sensing, the innovative services like Wi-Fi Halo are coming. The number of chipsets estimation is more than double in the next 5 years, so it shows a very strong trend on adopting these technologies. Then I want to make 2 points about broadband connectivity. So fiber, as we all know, has been a key element to provide broadband connectivity around the world. So it continues to grow. All the research that we have access to, we show that fiber continues to be a strong demand. But we see as well satellite services and even fixed wireless access services, especially on the satellite with the new LEO constellations of satellites. Like the most popular example is the Starlink company providing connectivity through satellite. Has been in a very strong trend, and we expect the number of connections using these technologies will continue to grow drastically. And as we all know, for all these technologies, the last mile is critical for Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi will provide the access to the different devices when we deploy these type of technologies. Some more statistics. We ask as well on the survey, what are the services and applications that will drive more traffic growth? The responses on top 4, so smart home IoT, AI, industrial IoT, and Wi-Fi calling, top 4 services and applications to drive traffic growth. And then we ask about what are the most relevant services for guest and public Wi-Fi. And you can see smart cities, seamless experience, offload for mobile operators, and the tracking of movement of flows of devices and people and different equipments. Just to share with you some of the key takeaways that I would like that you keep from my short presentation, but as well you use it throughout the day to discuss the following session. So definitely Wi-Fi 7. Adoption is growing, is becoming the de facto Wi-Fi standard available for connectivity. The confidence on Wi-Fi continues to be very high. So all the research shows that the demand for Wi-Fi continues to grow. Open roaming growth, definitely we see that trend. All the statistics that we have access shows that there is a strong demand for it. We see not only municipalities, but we see retailers, we see airports, we see convention centers, we see shopping malls, all very interested in how can improve the Wi-Fi experience for their users and for their visitors. And then topics that I discussed, so AI-driven optimization, IoT, Wi-Fi sensing, Wi-Fi Halo, 6 GHz, all key topics in the industry for 2026. And large majority of these topics will be discussed throughout the day on this event. My last slide, as you can imagine, needs to be about open roaming. So we are here because of the collaboration with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. Tokyo has been one of the leaders in embracing open roaming as a technology to provide connectivity over their public Wi-Fi network. You are going to have a presentation from the Vice Governor of Tokyo Metropolitan Government to detail more all the aspects of the deployment that they have. I hope that all of you are using open roaming here today. If you are not using, there are QR codes throughout the venue. Just scan the QR code and get your identity on your phone, and then you can start benefiting from having open roaming on your devices, both smartphones, laptops, tablets, any type of device that you may have. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Hope that you can have a great day, you can learn something, you can meet new people, because here on this Innovation Hub is part of as well of connecting people and create opportunities for everyone. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda. So we have a very interesting agenda today. So next speaker, it's Dr. Derek Patterson, the chairman of WBA, but as well CTO for the Boingo Wireless. He's going to talk about the future of converged wireless technologies. After Derek, we'll have the presentation from John Lancaster-Lennox, Executive Vice President for AirTies. He's going to talk about one survey that was developed by AirTies for the Japanese market on residential broadband. After John Lennox, we'll have the presentation from the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, presenting the case study of Tokyo. After that, we are going to have the ceremony of signature of the Memorandum of Understanding between Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Wireless Broadband Alliance. So we'll have a moment to perform that ceremony. And after that, we have a presentation from Dr. Nejati Jampolad from the board of WPI, representing Intel, to talk about Wi-Fi and AI. And the last presentation of the morning is going to be from Dr. Mark Grayson, member of the board of WBA as well, and representing Cisco, to talk about how to provide emergency services over Wi-Fi and mission-critical activities. So with this, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Derek Patterson, to come on stage and deliver the next presentation. Welcome, Derek.
All right, I got the mic working, so that's a good first step. Hey everyone, great to see you in Japan, and thank you for hosting us. I got here Friday, and I love Japan. Every time I get a chance to come here, I try to get here. It's beautiful, it's clean, and you have connectivity, which is awesome, right? No matter where you're at, you've got great connectivity. I was actually driving yesterday. I took the day, and I went up to Mount Fuji, and I was able to use my phone the whole way up, drive in and back with connectivity, and watch the football games, the American football games. So I was like, well, great connectivity. So happy to be here, especially when connectivity is so important. As Tiago said, I've been with Boingo for 15 years. I can't believe it, that I've been CTO with Boingo for 15 years, and I've been part of the WBA for almost about the same amount of time. And recently became the chairman. And my focus for these 15 years that I've been with the WBA, and pretty much all the time since I left the military in '96, has been on connectivity and trying to figure out how we end up making sure that the world is connected. And seeing what's happening in Tokyo with focusing in on that is so important to me. And it's kind of nice to see, because we're actually getting there, and the WBA is a big part of that, and I get to be a part of that, which is exciting for me. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about Wi-Fi, I'm going to talk about connectivity, and I'm going to kind of lay the stage probably for some of the future speakers as well. One of the key things with connectivity is you can't go through the turnstiles or you can't do anything without this connectivity, and so you need to have it wherever you're at all the time. And Wi-Fi fills a very important role in doing that. But Boingo is celebrating 25 years. I actually have my 25-year socks on. So Boingo's been on a long journey of Wi-Fi. The stock trader for Boingo used to be on the SEC, the stock exchange in the U.S., was Wi-Fi. That was our stock ticker. We're no longer publicly traded. We're private like a lot of companies. But it was Wi-Fi. When I got to Boingo, and I realized Wi-Fi didn't work as well as cellular. And that was really the key problem that I sought to try to solve, was why is Wi-Fi so hard to work? What's going on? This is when I got introduced to PassPoint 15 years ago, and I said, okay, Boingo's going to go all in on this idea of PassPoint and now open roaming to really bring this connectivity forward. And the WBA's made it happen because now we have the critical infrastructure around the world that's connected by this. Most our locations throughout the world are using PassPoint or PassPoint's enabled on them, whether it's an airport, stadium, or a military base, they're all there. In fact, a good example of this open roaming and how we enabled this connectivity was when the challenges started happening in Guam and the military service members of the United States needed to go to Guam, we ended up putting in the Wi-Fi network at Guam with open roaming enabled. So when the military service members got to Guam, they automatically connected. And they were ready to perform their mission, whatever that was, to protect the area. But the key thing is that seamless connectivity that we established, we beat the furniture. It was very funny. I ended up having a meeting with the Major General who was responsible for Guam, and he goes, hey, are you guys going to get this in time for us to be able to have people get connected when they arrive? And so we ended up having to be tricky with the backhaul. We used, satellites, multiple different satellites, Starlinks kind of pushed together to give us the backhaul. And then we enabled the PassPoint. And so when they showed up, we beat the furniture. And he was very impressed. He goes, you guys actually beat the connectivity, beat the furniture. Furniture's on a boat trying to get here still, and you already have the connectivity up. And that architecture for that PassPoint is secure. Everybody has a profile, so that's important. And then they were able to use it as soon as they got on ground and take advantage of it. So that's really, when you think about things like that you're doing that are just needs to be done overnight. I mean, they were like, okay, we need to do something overnight. PassPoint enabled that, and open roaming enabled that pretty much overnight. And that's one of the key benefits of open roaming and bit is that it's so easy to deploy. It's shocking to me sometimes when we look at these numbers and we go, not everywhere is doing it. So I really want to give credit to APAC for their momentum that they're driving to get this done and the adoption that they're driving. So it's so important for us to sit there and realize that we don't have as many of these deployments. You figure this has been available since 2012. And not all the Wi-Fi people who deploy Wi-Fi are pushing this forward like what we see happening here in Tokyo. It's impressive. I landed, I got here, I connected. I have multiple different profiles on my device. I have an EduRoam profile because I teach. I got the profile when I landed for the Tokyo metropolitan area, and it worked. And one of the key things when you think about the connectivity and what we're doing here is this local government that you're representing today recognized the importance of connectivity and made it happen. And that to me is one of the reasons why, again, we're here. It's why we're all here. It's why I'm here. It's why the WBA is here, is to push this wide-scale convergence where you're always connected. I got some stats, too, to share, and I'm sure you've got better stats than I do, so I got some of these stats. But the key thing is that 68% of organizations in the APAC area, from what I read, 32%, I think it was, and have already deployed. open roaming, and 38% have it in their roadmaps. And so you're going to have 68% of them producing this. That, congratulations, I just want to say to KDDI and we too, and the government for doing that. I'm excited. I think you set the stage for cities across the globe to participate and do something. I can imagine the security by having a profile that's associated and all the other things that come with that, are so important. And I think that that's key for city governments. And I'm hoping that we get to take advantage as the chairman of the WBA. I'm hoping we get to take advantage of having you come and speak at many conferences throughout the world. And let's get the rest of the world to really focus in on this great connectivity that you've done here. I wouldn't be talking the way I am if I don't talk about convergence. A lot of times when we deploy networks, we're still deploying them separately. So our profiles, our identities are separate from our cellular to our Wi-Fi networks. Our networks are separate. They don't work together. They don't hand off calls. There's quality of experience issues as you're bouncing between different networks. Those are some of the things that we're trying to fix and work on in the WBA. I think we all want to continue to work on that because full connection requires all these different types of connections to be integrated. And I know I get in some conversations later, Dean and I always have some fun talking about the idea of convergence and divergence and how we end up doing that. But I'm a big proponent of the convergence aspect of this and focusing in on how do we make these networks work together. We know that there's going to be, like I said, I have multiple different profiles that use open roaming. We know most people are going to have multiple different profiles. They have different ways they log into email and their home and everything else. There's all these different identities that we carry with us. So we understand that, but there has to be an integration of these identities, and that's some of the work that we're doing in the WBA as well, right, is how we're going to end up solving some of those. Because a truly connected world requires a converged network connected world, and that's what we're focused on here in the WBA to make sure that we can make that happen. And I believe open roaming is a key point of that, part of that. I sit on the board of also the Private Network Alliance, OnGo Alliance, and they struggle because each of their networks are silos. And if you think about it, that's the way Wi-Fi networks used to be. Wi-Fi networks used to always be silos. Open roaming opens that up so there no longer are. We need to do the same thing with private networks, and then of course with carrier networks we need to have the same thing. Roaming is why the WBA started for Wi-Fi, but it's more important than roaming. It's that convergence that we need to have across all of them. So my idea of how we get there, and many of you have seen this before, is we focus on building smart networks. And what a smart network is first, security is a key component of any network, right? It needs to be secure, right? So you need to have that. Next thing you need to focus on is that multi-platform enablement. So it's got to not just work for a single device, it's got to work across multiple devices, multiple OSs, and then across multiple identities as well, because each identity is unique and it has to be able to move across those different networks. And I think open roaming can end up working for cellular, private cellular, and Wi-Fi all together. It's one standard that we talk about today with Wi-Fi, but in the future I think it's the standard we're going to end up having go across all these different technologies. Analytics driven is a key component of that network, because as one network, you leave one network, you go to another network, you need to end up having the analytics to make sure that you can adjust for those different aspects. And then you need to respond to changes in network. You know, one network goes down, you want to take advantage of the network. There's different tiering in different locations. There's different security profiles. There's different billing profiles or marketing profiles that you need to use. So you need to focus in on how you're going to adapt to those different networks and the quality of experience that's required for those different packets that are going across those networks. And then last, you need to tier your services. One of the key components of networks now is prioritization. How do we prioritize traffic for important activities that are going on? Some of those activities might be emergency related or security related. Some of those activities might be financial related. And we have to be able to recognize that different packets have different priorities across these networks and be able to adapt for them. And that's what tiering is about. All of these are part of that QoE and part of the things that we're doing in the WBA that I feel really drives us for the future. So my big call out then is just, hey, thanks for being here. It's great to be here for myself. We really have an opportunity to partnership together. What we're seeing, with the partnership here with Tokyo and the city of Tokyo, I think is great. We've got a long way to go, but we're getting there, and it's really exciting. So partnering together in this changing world of connectivity and expanded connectivity, I think is key. So let's go ahead and build that path together. Please, if you're not a member of the WBA, we're always looking for new members. Find Steve, find me, find Tiago. And if you have an idea that you want to be a part of, we're a member-driven organization, so we're focused on what you're focused on. So you can end up introducing a project that you're interested in doing, and it can be become part of what we do in the WBA. And it's nice to be inside of an innovation center where you're thinking about these innovative ideas, and bring them to the WBA. We'd love to have you be a part of that. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I will go ahead and, do I turn it over back to you? All right. Thank you, everyone. You want to ask questions?
Oh, we have a quiet audience today.
Oh, Dean, come on, Dean.
I have one question, Derek.
Yeah.
Based on your experience on Boeing being one of the pioneers to deploy open roaming in the world,
Yeah.
most like you guys were the first one to have a commercial public network, what you believe is stopping more entities to deploy pass-point open roaming across the world?
Yeah, I think that they're thinking that they lose control. I think that that's, to me, has always been the challenge that I have every time I go to a city or a location. They're concerned about the control aspects, and that control might be a monetization one. It might be a security one. It's a bunch of different factors, but it usually boils down, in my mind, to control. And when you end up realizing that sometimes when you give up a little control, you end up getting more control. When we first deployed PassPoint back in 2012 or 13, I always lose track, I ended up pushing it across all these networks. At an airport, when we started off in 2000, we started deploying networks. China, Japan, global. We had a global footprint of airports back then that we were deploying because there was a PCMCIA card, and the vision back then was, let's create a roaming agreements all across the globe and have people connected. So that was in 2000. We were charging $49.95 a month for somebody to be able to use a laptop, slide in a card, and be able to connect when they travel across the globe. And that was our business, right? Back in 2000 to pretty much 2011. We had to change that business because things started changing. Everybody wanted connectivity. They didn't want to have to pay $50 to it. The airport should provide it. And I remember we were like, oh my goodness, if we do that, we're going to lose $50 per subscriber. And it was like all of our revenue. We ended up doing that, and what I noticed in 2011, just to kind of give an example, when I came in and I started looking at it as the new CTO, 3 to 5% of the people who went through an airport connected. 3 to 5%. That was the amount of people that I was able to actually touch and be a part of my system. When we deployed PassPoint in 2014, it went up to 70%. Because all of a sudden we had a relationship with carriers and different providers. 70% of the connections I now had an access to. And we introduced new things like advertising to make up for some of those revenue items. But you had to change. Now, when you go to an airport, and I know everybody knows this for airports, not all we do anymore, but when you go to an airport, 90% of the connections in an airport are from a carrier. All right, let that sink in. We used to get 2 to 3%, now we're up to 90%. And when we service the airport and you see the amount of people that are connected to our network, and again, our networks, the Wi-Fi network now, the DAS network, and the private network, everybody who walks through an airport, billions of people a year are now connected to our networks. And we have an ability to be able to help the network to make sure safety, security, and all those things are covered. So to me, that's the key thing is you got to recognize that, yeah, you might lose something that you're used to, but you end up gaining so much more because now they're connected and it changes the way you model your business and model the security and everything else.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. Oh, there is another question.
Yeah, I know.
Stuart.
Yeah. Sure.
Do I have the mic? Yeah. I think what you said about the concern of venues about losing control is true and has largely been overcome. I mean, I think your experience has been that they see the benefit. But I think we're still in a situation where there's a lot of resistance among the identity providers who matter. That is, mobile network operators, and we've overcome some of those barriers in the United States, but outside the United States, it's very rare for a mobile network operator to support Passpoint for their subscribers. How would you answer Tiago's question from the perspective of operators, and can you give us as optimistic an outlook as you have for the venues?
Yeah, you know, it's so funny. When were we in China? 2013, 2014?
Yeah, around that.
Around that. We had a round table, and it was all the operators in China, and you know, the board was a lot of operators back then. And I asked them the same question. I go, what do you guys want to own? Do you want to own the identity? Do you want to own the network? What do you want to own? And when you talk to, what's interesting is a lot of different carriers say, I want to own the network. And you go, well, you're not deploying all your spectrum, so do you really want to own the network, or do you want somebody to own it? And you gave away in the U.S. all of your towers, so do you really want to own the network, or do you want to own the subscriber, right? And I went through this, and I went around the room and asked of all the different carriers. What's interesting is it really depends on the carrier, because I see some carriers who recognize what they really want to own is the identity, right? And then I see other carriers who are really trying to push to own the network. I don't think they know. And I think that they're so used to just deploying networks and hoping something happens that they don't think through it strategically. And I think that that's part of the challenge, to really get a concrete answer on that. What do I think that they should own? Personally, I think that if they got off their tails, they'd end up owning the security of the network, which means parts of the identity. And I think that that would be a good thing for them to own. But, you know, that's my own belief. So, Stuart, I don't have the answer, but my opinion is each operator is trying to own 4 things when they should be focused on 1 or 2, and they're not. And I think that that's the issue.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. Okay, thank you, Derek. Moving to the next speaker. So John Ellen Castellanex, Executive Vice President and General Manager for Asia Pacific at AirTies, and we'll talk about their research on residential broadband. So John, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. So firstly, just a little bit about myself. As already said, John Ellen Castellanex. I've been in the mobile telecoms industry now for over 30 years. The first 10 years was working around Europe, helping operators build and operate their networks. And for the last 20 years, it's been around Asia, doing exactly the same. So I've been helping many ISPs and CSPs across the world spend billions of dollars on network infrastructure. And I realized that when I'd finished my career within Nokia, I realized that actually most people spend about 10 to 14 hours of their day at home on their home Wi-Fi network. And all of those billions of dollars stop at the front door, and their real experience is about what happens in their home. And that was something that really struck me, and it was something that, by joining Airties, I could sort of start and address around Asia. We did a survey last year in the UK and the US of approximately 1,000 homes in each country. And some of the results were really quite interesting. And we presented them basically at Network X in around the October timeframe. When I was there, I thought it was so interesting that I asked if we could do the same here in Japan. And we actually carried that out over the sort of end of December period. It's quite a useful time to get people in Japan at home. It's the one time when people do spend time at home. So we really got a great response from the people we asked. It's a nationwide study. We went across many of the different prefectures. We didn't want to just focus here in Tokyo. So as I said, just over 1,000 properties were surveyed. So as of today, we have a very interesting situation. Of the houses surveyed in Japan, over 73% said that they really look at video streaming as a top priority. And I think the other one that's really interesting to call out here is the Wi-Fi calling at 56%, particularly having heard the presentation before. I think it's really important. So what they're really looking at then is quality of service for all of these different profiles and so on that they're doing. And they're very interested in making sure that they have a really strong connection with great speed and the ability for them to potentially select and prioritize their own use case. It's something that we in Airties believe very strongly in. Even in Japan, where people think many of the properties are very small, that might be true in Tokyo, it's not true across all of Japan, and also many of the properties in Tokyo are extremely well built, earthquake proof and so on. Reinforced concrete is not Wi-Fi's friend. So interestingly, there is actually quite a large demand for extenders also within the homes, and that was fairly evenly spread across the survey and across all parts of Japan. This is where it gets interesting. 51% of people had issues in their Wi-Fi network every month. Now, I live in Akasaka, and I also experience the same. So this is not a freak result. I was expecting it to be somewhere around this sort of area. So Wi-Fi in the home is still an area that needs some considerable investment. And interestingly, only 21% of people are very satisfied with the Wi-Fi experience that they're having so far. Now again, I think it's important to think of this in terms of Japanese. If you look at a Japanese food review, Japanese people find it very hard to give a 5-star rating. If you look at a restaurant and it's a 3.5 or a 3.7, it's probably an absolutely fantastic restaurant. So this slightly low score is sort of understood, but nevertheless, there are also many silent sufferers in Japan. Again, most cultures, British culture and Japanese culture, are actually quite similar. We don't really like to talk much or comment about the issues that we're having. We tend to stay quiet. We don't tend to complain. I've been having 1 or 2 issues per month in my home. I haven't complained yet. But it takes time. And I think it's really important for all the ISPs to realize just how people are using and thinking about their networks in their home and how that will affect their possibility of churning or moving. So the top 3 connectivity issues that we had: device disconnection, freezing, and loss of connectivity within the home. Obviously, connectors and so on can address those. Quite a low number. 8% of subscribers churned in the past year. But 8%, each churning customer potentially costs between $500 and $1,000 to find that new customer. Cost of acquisition in Japan is about the same as around the world, and depending on which operator you're with and how you calculate it, it's somewhere in the range of $500 to $1,000. And that's quite a large percentage, particularly when you think of the population of Japan. Interestingly, compared to the UK and US, UK was 18%, US was 21%. So still quite a low number, but obviously these people are probably fairly determined to churn. Among the various Japanese consumers, in the last year, more than half actually pay about the same or slightly more after they've changed provider. So most people aren't super concerned about the cost of their home connectivity. Nobody wants it to go significantly up, but nobody's necessarily looking for it to go significantly down. And therefore, the reason primarily that they're churning is, one, they either move house and they have to move away from the operator they're on, or two, they're looking for a better experience. So what do we do about that in the future? Luckily for most ISPs, and this is a very useful statistic, most consumers, 81%, believe it's a big hassle to switch. Many people that have got various connected devices in their home don't know that they can easily update their SSID, keep the password the same, and basically keep their network in their home the same and keep all their devices happy. Most people think that it's a complete reset, a complete upset. But as people get more savvy, and trust me, consumers are getting much more savvy because connectivity is becoming much more important, as we'll talk about today, they will consider that this hassle gets less and less. So at the moment, 8% are considering churning and 81% think it's too much of a hassle to churn, which is very useful for ISPs, but still the cost of churn and so on is very high. 24% are considering changing. So 8% actually are churning, but 24% are seriously considering churning. Now that's a lot lower than the US and the UK. They were around 30 to 37%, but still a very high risk of churn. It's really important to think about Wi-Fi as a quality product within the home. Interestingly, in Japan, a lot of customers, and I'll come on to this a little bit in a minute, but a lot of customers have their broadband itself, the connection, delivered by NTT. They then have an ISP provide the service, and then they're asked to go to Big Camera or Rakuten Ichiban or Amazon and select their own router for their own home. So when they have an issue, they're not quite sure who they should call. And this is the vast majority of customers here in Japan. There are a number of providers, I won't name names, but there are a number of providers, some of the smaller ones that are growing fast, who are providing a full end-to-end solution with a customized Wi-Fi box, a fully customized solution, and, oh, you like this term, one throat to choke. If the customer has a problem, they know where to go. And those are growing fast. And I think it's very important that we think about exactly what the device and what the connectivity experience really can be and how it can be delivered better and also served well by the operator. Pretty obvious statistic, but 61% of very dissatisfied consumers are 5 times more likely to churn than satisfied customers. And as I said, you know, here there are some fairly tricky problems that people are wrestling with. A number of questions we then asked were about what sort of service would you potentially like to receive from your ISP. And as I said earlier, 65% are now saying they would actually like to get a full service package from their provider. Now, I'm sure to many people in this room who actually make CPU devices, that's music to your ears. That's a huge amount of potential additional devices that are needed. But it is a key point, because a device that is provided by the ISP is fully tested and integrated by the ISP and is much more likely to give a better service out the box, but also is much easier to then provide managed Wi-Fi and additional value-added services on top of that device. And as such, can give guaranteed coverage, guaranteed connectivity, and various useful use cases for the customer. Interestingly, this is quite an interesting statistic, about 75% of customers either want to have control over their network and be able to manually switch and prioritize how they're using it. Say, for example, in the daytime, they want Teams or Zoom to have top priority, and then in the evening, they want Netflix or Rakuten TV or whatever to have top priority. And a similar number are also interested in it potentially being done by AI. We obviously offer both solutions, but the point being that the ability for you as an end user to truly control and customize your own network is becoming more and more important for the end users themselves. So we talked a little about tomorrow, but what is it that AirTies really do? So obviously, one of the first things we started doing was truly measuring that connectivity experience. We used to call it Wi-Fi Index 1.0, then 1.5. Now we call it truly connectivity experience, because we are no longer just studying the quality of the Wi-Fi in the home, but we're studying the quality of the entire connection all the way back to the POP or to the ISP. So it's both the experience of the Wi-Fi, the experience of the individual applications that you're using, plus the experience of the overall network that's providing that connectivity. Obviously, all three of those elements are important to your actual experience. You can be very happy connected to a Wi-Fi network that has an extremely poor connection out, and you would have a reasonably good Wi-Fi experience. But now we measure all the elements that mean that situation cannot arise. What we then do is, based on that feedback, we act. There are numerous automated processes that we have, spectrum switching, channel switching, all sorts of various AI-driven and algorithm-driven actions that we do to ensure that experience improves. Normally, when somebody turns AirTies software on a 10 or 20,000 install base, they will see 4 to 5 points of Wi-Fi index experience improve over the first 15 days. Obviously, once those first 15 days have happened, those continual improvements happen, but the differences are much more incremental. Also, it gives recommendations of things that you have to physically potentially do in your home. That you need to install an extender, where to put your extender, that your box is possibly not in the most optimum location, that you might want to consider that having your box on top of the microwave is not necessarily the best place to put it, etc., etc., etc. And the system, through either our app or the customer app, can actually tell the end user these are the things they need to do. One of the issues I was talking about this morning with one of our customers in Australia is some people have decided that they want 2.4 to be on one SSID and 5 gigahertz to be on another SSID. Seems like a good idea, keep some separation, understand what you're doing. Clearly these are higher end users, but it's about 4 or 5% of the customers in their network. But what that means is there's no ability to steer between the networks. And it actually has had a 5% reduction in the quality of the experience that customer's having. Because sometimes what you're doing on 2.4 really should be on 5. And our AI allows not only the connectivity experience itself, the Wi-Fi strength and so on, but also the activity that you're doing, whether it's a long streaming or some sort of activity, that also helps and manages the switch. And as such, those actions are really important, and we're discussing with them now that we can send something to the customer through the app that you have this problem, and then send them very simple instructions of how they can then change their SSID to a unified one and be able to re-enable some of the services that they've accidentally or deliberately disengaged themselves. So finally, AirTies empowers smooth, smart, and secure connectivity. As I said at the start, all ISPs spend billions of dollars a year making their networks absolutely fabulous. And many of them are. I mean, some of the networks in Japan are possibly some of the best, to be honest. Having worked around Southeast Asia and then for the last 7 years been here in Tokyo, the network quality here is incredible. But still, every night, most people go home at some point, and for the time that you're at home, you are almost guaranteed to be on your Wi-Fi network. And you need to have that seamless, beautiful experience at home as you do when you're out. And I think one of the discussions that will be had today, and many people will bring it up, and it came up will come up in the panel discussion later, and I think it's something to think about. Wi-Fi and mobile are completely complementary. There shouldn't be competition between the two. It's not a, you want to be on mobile, you want to be on Wi-Fi. You need both, we need both, everyone needs all the various options that exist. And I think the better we work together and the better we make the experience for all end users, the more profitable and the better society that we will have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Very interesting insights from the survey. Any question from anyone to John on the residential broadband? Yeah, once more, quiet audience. John, could you elaborate more on the challenges that your survey come up specifically from the Japanese market? So is those challenges very focused on latency issues or coverage issues? You mentioned some of them, but if you could elaborate a little bit more that you believe are very specific to Japan.
Absolutely. Again, surprisingly, coverage within the home and the need for extenders was quite surprising. I thought that was almost a non-event. But then when you dig into the details, I remember a few years ago actually having a conversation with both JCOM and Sony when I was with Nokia previously. They commented that most termination points in a house in Japan are in the shoe cabinet at the front door. Now, firstly, it's in the shoe cabinet. So the best place to put your Wi-Fi network is obviously right at the front door and inside a shoe cabinet. I think we'll all agree that is probably not the best place to put your main or major Wi-Fi point, but that is the main termination point that most people have. So operators now are deciding, do we put an ONU that's just an ONU, put that in the shoe cupboard, and then put a wire, cable, something to the device further in the house and give a better experience, or do we start and provide more extenders? So I think that's an interesting one and something very, very, very important, I think, for Tokyo. And also the rest of Japan. And also I think latency is becoming more and more critical. Yeah. It didn't come out as a major issue, but some of the comments that people were making around quality and things definitely indicated it was around latency. We tried to make the questions as simple and sensible as possible, so we didn't ask questions about latency. We didn't use terms like ISP or CSP. We tried to keep it sort of overarchingly simple. But on the whole, there was definitely a sort of underlying message on latency coming through.
Yeah.
So, no, that's all right. I can laugh.
Yeah, Sama.
So, one of the key things that you said in your presentation was there's two primary concerns people have in their home. One is video streaming,
Yep.
which I assume they're using their TVs mostly,
Yep.
because the apps are all on the TVs now, and then Wi-Fi calling, which is mobile. usually your mobile device, I'd assume. So my question is, when you guys are planning all this out, you got a deal, are you focused in primarily on TVs and phone and the data for those? Or are you trying to look at computers, TVs, phones, watches, IoT devices, all those different things that people are connecting?
So as part of our offering, actually, we just launched a device identification module. And we're looking at that for multiple reasons. Firstly, it looks at absolutely everything in the home. And it's about 85 to 90% accurate on everything that's in the home, including Apple devices, floating MAC addresses, and all those things. So firstly, you can understand what the person has in their home, how many devices, what sort of value of a home they are, and you can potentially then utilize that information for marketing or utilize that information for prioritization. So we look at all those things. Televisions, interestingly, we haven't yet got real data from inside homes yet in Japan, but in France and in other countries where we're starting to see the data coming in, it's surprising how many older televisions people have still, and how many are connecting dongles and so on. So Fire Sticks and various things to make television smarter, or Apple TVs and so on added to make television smarter. Obviously, we can see all of those also through DI.
Yeah.
And Wi-Fi calling, interestingly, here in Japan, people love Line. They don't particularly like WhatsApp, but they also are starting to use a little bit Viber. Rakuten Miki actually owns Viber, and there's a big push for people to use these over-the-top players for calling, and it's becoming more and more prevalent. So we're not just looking at Wi-Fi calling from the operator perspective, but also from these over-the-top players, because I think that's becoming a bigger and bigger market, and Line here in Japan is absolutely enormous.
Yeah, one final question, just 30 seconds from Dean.
Hi there. Are you seeing any differences between MDUs in Japan and single-family homes? Does that difference look the same here as versus US and other markets?
Well, thank you for the question, because we just launched actually our MDU solution. We have both a pro solution for small business and an MDU solution. We certainly see quite a lot of interest from the different service providers and partners here in Japan around Pro and MDU. We haven't deployed it yet, but certainly there's a decent interest. One of the use cases that people sort of forget for MDU is actually old people's homes and so on. And I thought to myself when I was told that, I was like, well, that's a bit strange. Old people don't use technology. Well, my mother is 80 this year, and if you took her iPad away from her, there would be a real problem. So she is the next generation that's sadly going to be going into old people's homes, hopefully not for a very long time, but connectivity in the old people's home is going to become a really important part. So MDU, and sadly, let's face it, particularly in Europe, old people's homes are quite happy to charge people for absolutely everything. So the idea of having an MDU solution where you can upsell and charge a little bit extra over and above the £1,500 per week minimum charge for these places, always an opportunity to make more money. And again, you know, older people are getting smarter and smarter, particularly technology-wise. So,
Thank you, John.
thank you.
Wonderful applause. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda. So next speaker, Mr. Miyaka Saka from Tokyo Metropolitan Government to talk about open roaming as part of the Connected Tokyo program. Thank you.
Okay. Let me begin by sharing my vision for enhancing Tokyo's communication infrastructures. A vital role of government is to build urban infrastructure. The history of government services is a history of building the most advanced infrastructure of the era. water supply, roads, railways, electricity, gas. These are some of the many urban infrastructure systems that have been developed in the past by Tokyo as well. So what is the new infrastructure that needs to be built in the 21st century? For me, the answer is the mobile internet. When I became vice governor in 2019, the very first vision I raised was the creation of a wireless network that connects everyone and everything, the Tokyo Data Highway. What we aim to achieve upon this Tokyo Data Highway is a smart Tokyo, a city where digital technology enhances the quality of life for all of residents, making Tokyo the most convenient city in the world. We aim to build a Tokyo where anyone can always stay connected, no matter what. To do this, we are mobilizing various approaches such as Wi-Fi, 5G, satellites, and submarine cables to best serve each location and situation. We are especially focusing on developing Wi-Fi as a communication technology that can be used by everyone for free. Wi-Fi is a universal standard that is highly compatible with the provision of government services. And open roaming is a global standard enabling safe and seamless Wi-Fi roaming. It is already widely used by our residents and visitors. Tokyo Metropolitan Government must lead by example in building the Wi-Fi network. In preparation for disasters and to meet inbound tourism needs, we are installing systems in facility we own. By March, we plan to have open roaming-enabled Wi-Fi installed in about 1,100 of our facilities. I imagine some of you are already connected today via open roaming. It's provided here at Tokyo Innovation Base. We are also assisting Wi-Fi installation in facilities run by municipal governments, which play an even more direct role in supporting the daily lives of residents. We are advancing installation in facilities in local communities as well to expand the environment for reliable communications even during disasters. The scope of our effort is not only limited to public facilities. We are also making use of public phone booths across the city. We signed an agreement with a major telecom operator to create 1,500 open roaming-enabled Wi-Fi spots over the next 3 years. Last month, the first Wi-Fi installation under this agreement was completed. Like with these phone booths, we will continue using ingenuity to strategically advance the deployment of Wi-Fi where people naturally gather. In fiscal year 2023, we began installing Wi-Fi in 4 Tokyo-owned facilities on a trial basis. Over the following 2 years, we steadily expanded the scope of installation to over 1,000 facilities by April 2025. Increasing Wi-Fi availability has led to dramatic growth in usage. 2 years ago, the number of monthly connections was around 210,000. Recent months have seen over 20 million monthly connections, a more than 100-fold increase since early 2024. To further enhance our open roaming measures, collaboration with the WBA is essential. Let me talk about the relationship we have built so far. The WBA's industrial report have featured and shared with the world our Wi-Fi initiatives ever since we first launched them. In January last year, Mr. Tiago Rodriguez, CEO of the WBA, visited my office. When we met, I personally asked him to hold the Wireless Global Congress here at TIB. And today, I'm very glad that my request has become a reality. Tokyo also participated in the Congress in Paris last October. It was a valuable opportunity to share knowledge with other attendees and elevate our initiative together. Today, shortly after my speech, the WBA and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government will sign an MOU. Let me highlight its key points. First, we will promote the deployment of Wi-Fi in stores and other private sector facilities in Tokyo. Second, we will promote the utilization of an open roaming-enabled Wi-Fi environment and enhance international outreach by highlighting our achievements. And third, we will promote the development of new technologies through joint demonstration projects and other initiatives. Moving forward, Tokyo and the WBA will take on various challenges together. The cooperation of all of you, the WBA, member companies, universities, and startups is very essential. Together, let's work to accelerate the global adoption of open roaming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we'll move to the signing ceremony for the MOU, and I will hand over the management of the ceremony to Tokyo Metropolitan Government.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. We are now beginning the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between Tokyo Metropolitan Government and Wireless Broadband Alliance. Now, I would like to introduce today's attendees. First, from the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Governor Yuriko Koike. Vice Governor Manabu Miyasaka. Director General, Digital Service Bureau, Katsumi Takano. Next, from the Wireless Broadband Alliance, President and CEO, Mr. Tiago Rodriguez. Chairman, Mr. Drake Peterson. CTO, Mr. Bruno Thomas. And my name is Seiji Obara from the Digital Service Bureau. I shall serve as the moderator. Next, I will explain the outline of this agreement. This MOU defines the framework of cooperation between the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Wireless Broadband Alliance, an international industry organization in the field of wireless communications. There are 3 initiatives for collaboration. First, to promote Wi-Fi deployment in private facilities within Tokyo, we will encourage WBA member companies and others to introduce open roaming Wi-Fi in stores and facilities across the city. Second, to strengthen international outreach through the use of open roaming Wi-Fi. This includes promoting the use of Wi-Fi connection data for disaster preparedness, as well as disseminating the joint initiatives of TMG and WBA domestically and internationally through events such as this Congress. Third, to promote new technology development through joint demonstrations. Leveraging WBA's expertise and Tokyo's field environment, we aim to implement new Wi-Fi standards originating from Tokyo. That concludes with the initial overview. Now we will proceed to the signing of the MOU. Governor Yuriko Koike and Wireless Broadband Alliance President and CEO Mr. Tiago Rodriguez, we kindly ask you to sign the MOU. Our staff will bring the documents to you shortly. So please wait a moment. Please sign the MOU. Please hold one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to have Governor Yuriko Koike deliver her remarks on today's event. Governor Koike, please proceed with your remarks.
Good morning. I'm Yuriko Koike, Governor of Tokyo. And hello, everyone, and welcome to Tokyo. I'm delighted that the Wireless Global Congress, a forum for sharing the world's latest trends in Wi-Fi, is being held here in Tokyo. And telecommunication networks are essential infrastructure that support convenience, comfort, and safety in our daily lives. And that's why a communication environment that allows safe connections anytime and anywhere not only make a city more appealing to residents and visitors, but also offers vital reassurance during times of disaster. The Wireless Broadband Alliance, which unites telecom operators and tech companies worldwide, is a major driver of innovation in wireless technologies. And this makes the signing of our MOU today especially meaningful. Tokyo is currently working to expand open roaming-enabled Wi-Fi to over 3,000 locations across the city, including public phone booths. I have high expectations that this MOU will lead to further enhancement to our Wi-Fi initiatives and the deployment of new technologies. And let us work together to create a pioneering communication technologies and innovative applications and spread a positive future shaping momentum from Tokyo to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to have CEO Tiago Rodriguez deliver his remarks on today's event. Mr. Tiago, please proceed to your remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Governor Koike, Vice Governor Miyasaka, Director General of the Bureau of Digital Services, Takano, WBA Chairman Derek Patterson, WBA CTO Bruno Thomas, all distinguished representatives of the Wireless Broadband Alliance members, partners, colleagues, friends of the WBA, thank you for joining us today and be part of this event. It's a great honor to be here representing the Wireless Broadband Alliance on this signing memorandum of understanding between Wireless Broadband Alliance and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, an important step towards enhancing Wi-Fi connectivity across Tokyo using open roaming. Today's signature is more than a ceremony. It's a shared commitment to make Wi-Fi in Tokyo seamless, secure, and easily available in all the moments when is most needed. Through this MOU, we'll work together in 3 practical ways. First, accelerating open roaming adoption throughout Tokyo with the members of WBA and private sector companies. Making sure that that connectivity will make residents, visitors more convenient and as well provide connectivity in situations of an emergency for these residents and tourists. Second, we want to amplify Tokyo leadership by sharing this achievement and this case study of deploying open roaming as part of their connectivity strategy. Third, we will advance innovation through joint demonstrations, applying new Wi-Fi capabilities and emerging technologies, combining the Wireless Broadband Alliance expertise to the excellent environment that is available in the city of Tokyo. Open roaming is expanding rapidly worldwide, from cities to retail shops to transportation hubs, healthcare institution, education campus. Tokyo's innovation and leadership place at the forefront of this transformation. I first met Tokyo Metropolitan Government 1 year ago. It was precise on the 31st of January 2025, where Mr. Miyasaka, we discussed the idea to create this event. And I want to congratulate Tokyo Metropolitan Government, all the team that was involved in this event to make that commitment a reality. On behalf of the Wireless Broadband Alliance, I want to thank you, Governor Koike, Vice Governor Miyasaka, Director General Takano, for your vision and leadership on accelerating open roaming. We look forward to build an impactful collaboration to deliver real value through this partnership. Thank you very much for this opportunity to sign this collaboration agreement. Thank you. Yeah. Open roaming.
Okay, thank you. This concludes the photo session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Okay, so after this fantastic ceremony of signing the MOU with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, I want to proceed with the agenda for the program of the Congress. So next speaker is Dr. Najati Zampolar, Board Director of the Wireless Broadband Alliance, representing Intel, and he's going to present us the importance of Wi-Fi and AI in today's era. Najati, welcome.
Thank you, Tiago. This is one?
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. I think he's on.
Is it on? Okay. All right, folks. Let's go to the next slide, please. I will. So to begin with, basically, I used to come to these meetings, and typically I'm engineer, and I would just bring these really dry slides, nothing fancy, nothing great. Now this time I said, since I'm going to be talking about AI, I'm going to use the AI and do the magic for me. Instead of coming over here and watching the people from marketing and business side coming with the fancy slide, I said, I'll put together this fancy slide for once. So this is pretty much the topic on the AI, and I put the AI in use, and we'll see how it goes. Now, a little bit about myself. I'm pretty much an engineering guy. I do engineering work primarily in Wi-Fi Alliance, WBA, and as well as internally and IEEE, where I participate and lead the work. Now, I'd like to start with a little bit personal experiences that I have lived through in the in the journey of the Wi-Fi. Basically, when I look at the journey, I was actually working on the Ethernet driver for Intel Ethernet NIC that would go to the laptops and the desktops, and we would just connect to the networks. And I was writing the drivers, and we would just basically always connect it and tether it to the networks and the desktops and the wall. Ethernet was great. We would have 10100 at that time in connection, 100 megabit per second. There was nothing to beat it. Now one day, Intel guys came to me from there. Oh, we are going to get into this Wi-Fi. I said, what is that? Well, we are going to get the wireless connection over here on the laptops. Hence, my journey started back in 2003, where Intel decided to basically put these Wi-Fi NICs into the laptops, and then we said, okay, let's go with the wireless. So the whole idea was basically cut the wire and set the people free, and remove the limitation from many things that we would do. Right now, we can just go to the airport, connect the Wi-Fi's, go to cafe and go to other places, connect the internet and everything else. That was just amazing experience back in 2003 when we started testing, and that was just something fascinating. I immediately dropped my Ethernet stuff and switched to Wi-Fi. Since then, I've been working on Wi-Fi. Now, since then, basically, we have gone through so many phases in terms of what Wi-Fi has gone. We have removed we cut the wire, we removed the limitation. Wi-Fi also has been removing the limitation in this journey year after year, generation after generation. This is just really amazing experiences that we all have been going through. Now, from the earliest phase that we started, I think when I started, it was about 11 megabit per second with the 11B, and then we moved to 11G. We had about 54 megabit per second, and then 11, and we had, I think, 300 or so megabit per second. Moved to gigabit with the 11AC Wi-Fi 5, and then we moved to 11AX and 6E, Wi-Fi 6E and beyond. With the Wi-Fi 7 now, we have the multi-gig throughput. This is just amazing in terms of where we came from 2 megabit per second to right now we can easily achieve 4 gigabit per second. That means we have achieved 2,000 times throughput in such a short time, and it just keeps going. Now it is also, still keeps going. We have right now Wi-Fi 8 in progress. We have Wi-Fi 9 coming, and then we are also starting talking about the next generation of the Wi-Fi beyond, and beyond 11A and Wi-Fi 9. So the journey is amazing, very interesting, and very exciting. But when we look at the new journey with the AI and Wi-Fi, we are looking at. See, I told you, just plug the microphone on me. I don't know how you hold this thing. Anyway, with the AI and Wi-Fi, we are looking at really another interesting set of journey that is yet to come, which I will touch on some of these over here. Now, going from here, basically, with the success of the Wi-Fi, basically what happened is that we just open up all the opportunities with connecting everything and everywhere in a paradigm. All the devices, all the applications, everything is, just keeps coming one after another one, including IoT, including everything, generation after generation. This is basically the success of the Wi-Fi again. Now we have more than 80% of the traffic, mobile traffic goes through Wi-Fi. We have spectrum, we have all the great work already taking place and all of them in place. Now the AI is coming into the pipeline in terms of what it can do, what are the opportunities and challenges. Now, a little bit further context over here to you is that why I picked up this topic is that we have this generation of Wi-Fi project within WBA with Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, where I have chaired the work item over there for many years, worked with the operators and other players in this space, and actually tested the capabilities of Wi-Fi generations year after year, showcased and demonstrated all those greatness of the Wi-Fi in different actual deployment scenarios. That is one side. The other side is that I also, we started this work within WBA, which we called AI ML for Wi-Fi. We have been working on that one for about 2 years, and I have been leading that work within WBA. Recently, just a few weeks ago, we have completed the report on this AI, AI ML for Wi-Fi, and it is available for the WBA members for now. It looks at the work over there in terms of the coverage from client to cloud, everything in the Wi-Fi stack over there, touches, looks at over there, again, both business aspect and opportunities and as well as the challenges, and looks at the assessment in the industry and what are the challenges and other things that we would need to do. So that is a great work that we have achieved through the collaboration of many people within WBA, and it is available. If you are a WBA member, you can just grab it. And then the other one, that I have been leading is the work item in the Wi-Fi Alliance, which we called QS management, release 1, release 2, release 3, release 4 now. Release 4, pretty much, we are looking at the item over there, which we called dynamic analytics reporting, that is just being launched. It is also feeding into this AI/ML paradigm in terms of how Wi-Fi can help AI/ML in this perspective. All in all, basically, given my engagement in multiple places, multiple projects over the year, I said maybe I share a few words over here with the folks coming over here to the meeting. Now, let's go to the next one. Now, with the first one in the frontier, first age was era was basically improving the throughput from 2 gigabit to 4 gigabit per second, and then we just looked at the densification of the Wi-Fi and took care of the challenges in terms of the congestion, interferences, and everything else. And in that scenario, again, Wi-Fi evolved, and we have produced the solution and capabilities. Now, to me, this is the third era of Wi-Fi in terms of the new frontier. New frontier, basically, looking at the, all the things that we have over here. AI is, as well as the other application, what I call the emerging breed of application that requires really low latency, high throughput, and high reliability kind of thing is in the pipeline that we have to basically get ready, including the case with the AR, VR, XR, and there's HNBs, and AGVs, the smart devices, healthcare, and automation, and robotics, and everything else. These are pretty much extremely latency-sensitive applications that we have to deal with. So the name of the game right now is really the predictability, determinism, to be able to meet the demands of this application, so that we, we provide solution. It is no longer only throughput only. It is the new paradigm is, the determinism, or at least bounded latency that we can provide and bring high reliability. Pretty much, if you look at the Wi-Fi 8, and that the by name over there is ultra high reliable to UHR, that is going to address some of those areas in terms of within the new application that we need to have in the pipeline. Now, let me go to the next one. So with this basically, we also have the case where we have AI is coming to the game. Now, what is AI bringing to Wi-Fi is that, one, the nature of the traffic is going to change. Basically, typically or traditionally what we had is that we would have 10% uplink traffic and 90% downlink traffic. Now with the AI/ML applications and AI/ML scenarios, all the engagements and exchanges and everything else, the traffic is going to be 50% uplink and 50% downlink. That means, so far our solution that focus on the 10% uplink, 90% downlink is going to basically be different. Whatever the solution we develop, we have to just rescope and rethink in terms of what is coming in the pipeline. And from the networking side, network basically, you need to design and deploy network accordingly, not anymore just one side over there, 90% downlink and then 10% uplink. This is a changing, and we need to just get ready for that one. The second side of the story over here is with the AI coming to the game, most of the communication, most of the traffic is going to be among the agents. Agents are going to talk to each other, and they just generate tremendous amount of work that is going to be transparent. It is no longer the game of the user basically connects and then user uses to interacts with the internet and all that stuff. This is changing. This is changing in the way that in the past, when you lose few frames, or when you have, let's say, 100 millisecond delay or other thing, you would just tolerate it, because user probably would be not that happy perhaps, but at the end it would survive. With the new paradigm, if you just basically introduce 100 millisecond delay, or if you lose X number of packets, it is going to break the operation. It is going to break so many things because of this cascading effect of the things. So given this, whatever we do, we need to make that sure that we deliver the capability that is needed, that is deterministic, reliable connection that the AI/ML needs, and for the future application and deployment for us to support that one. The third one that is missing in this slide perhaps is the amount of traffic that is going to come from AI is going to be increased. Right now, probably maybe a couple percent point, but the expectation in a couple of years is going to be 20% of the traffic is going to be AI. So these are basically is an interesting thing. In the next few years, we are going to be in the different ballpoint, different things, and everything is going to be quite different from how we design the network, how we operate the network, how we basically develop the solution in the standards itself. So, given all these things, we need to be aware that these are basically coming very soon. Otherwise, if the network, is gone, it is going to be challenging to deliver the capabilities. Now let me go back to the this thing over here. Given all these rise of the Wi-Fi, I told you so many capabilities that we have introduced generation after generation. Wi-Fi 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it just keeps going, and each generation we have introduced really great capabilities, including OFDMA, multi-user MIMO, and trigger-based operations, scheduling. The list goes on and on. With each one, basically, we introduce new complexity. So complex, as Wi-Fi has been rising, complexity also has been rising significantly in terms of the number of parameters that we have to deal with, and number of knobs that we have to basically to play with, to tune the networks and to tune the operations and everything else. It is becoming beyond the reach of ordinary human being to be able to keep up with all these exponentially complex cases where you have really so many things to deal with, and also there is the huge amount of data that the network generates in terms of the AI consumes or the network can consume. Given all these things, basically, we are faced with the challenge. How do we deal with the complexity? How do we also support the new breed of application? What do we need to do? So in this case over here, basically, the AI comes to our help, basically, rescuing us for this thing, because if you look at the AI, it is basically good at dealing with the complexity. It just, give tons of data, which we have in the Wi-Fi side. We can produce a lot of data and push it to the AI. AI can crunch through that one, and it can basically just turn the network into, instead of being reactive networks, something breaks down and we just react to that one. Now networks becomes more proactive, predictive. You can just do self-healing. You can do an AI diagnosed, AI optimized, all that stuff. So AI is going to be really just going to be a great tool in the hands of in our hands to deal with the complexity and deliver the capabilities for the next generation. Now going from here to this one, basically the question, when we look at the AI for Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi for AI, that is what we have discussed in the paper that or report that we have generated, what it means. Right? In reality, if you look at it over here, if there is no Wi-Fi, in many cases, AI is going to break down. There is no AI. Maybe it's a bit too big statement, but that is the reality, given that we carry 80% of the mobile traffic and we are so ubiquitously available. If there is no Wi-Fi, there is no AI. Now, given that then there's interdependency, given the Wi-Fi is having this complexity and everything else, there is really interdependency in terms of helping each other, and there is intertwined capability that you can basically put them together and generate these smart or cognitive networks. This is basically a great opportunity for us to capitalize and put AI as a tool where we can transform the networks. Now, going from here, I think, let me see what I have, hold on. So basically, given these mutual benefits, this cycle basically is going to keep going for the time to come, and that is the new era that we are entering and we are actually playing with. Now, this is my last slide, and basically call to action. Now, this AI, ML, AI brings a lot of opportunities for us. Yet, when we look at the current status of the industry, there are a lot of fragmentation already taking place. Currently, there is no particular standard-based development or engagement. So we need to look at over here and see where and how we can collaborate to define the solutions for the next generation Wi-Fi, in terms of when we basically look at the IEEE work, when we're just going to get the working Wi-Fi Alliance and as well as WBA, we need to make sure that all the pieces are aligned so that we just look at over that it is not anymore just faster Wi-Fi, but it is really intelligent Wi-Fi that we need to aim together. So basically, there's a new chapter in the story of Wi-Fi connection taking place, and let's write this chapter together and make sure that we are going to do the right thing right. Thank you.
Thank you, Najati. Any question from Najati, from anyone? Dean.
Hi. I've got to disagree. I don't buy this 50-50 uplink, downlink, especially in residential or public Wi-Fi settings. Maybe in industrial enterprise where you have lots of robots and computer vision cameras, but in the home, it's still sitting on the sofa watching Netflix for 3 hours that's going to drive traffic, not uplink.
I wouldn't disagree with that. If you look at the residential case, yes. But we are looking at the where the growth area is in terms of all the IoTs and industrial Wi-Fi and enterprise and everything else. Everything is going to be automatized and everything is going to be just basically AI agents that are running and pushing the data back and forth. Given that I think you are going to hear this 50-50 in some other places. At least that is the expectation under those circumstances and scenarios.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Najati. And now going to the last presentation of the morning, Dr. Mark Grayson, Board Director of WBA and representing Cisco, to talk about the role of Wi-Fi for emergency services and mission-critical applications. Mark, welcome.
私はシスコのマーク・レイソンです。よろしくお願いします。So I'd like to talk to you about a transition of Wi-Fi from best effort to mission critical. Why do we think that's important? Well, we've heard already that Wi-Fi is the de facto in-building wireless standard. But we are seeing a renewed focus from 6G. We are seeing from a Wi-Fi perspective, yes, the analysis says from OpenSignal last year that we're using Wi-Fi to support 90% of our traffic when we're at home, 80% of our traffic, smartphone traffic, even when we're outside of our home. But 6G, a renewed focus. IMT 2030 has got requirements for ubiquity, including service continuity when moving from the outdoor macro network to deep in buildings. So we'll see what happens from a 6G perspective. But candidly, we are seeing a little bit of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We're seeing some of our biggest wireless customers delaying adopting of open roaming because of uncertainty around things like emergency calling and their premise and liability. So this is why we think it's a renewed focus. And moving forward, you know, this competitive dynamics, if we can only support mission critical services over cellular, then we can see those proponents of cellular push for more cellular in buildings because that's the only way you can support mission critical services. So this is why we think it's a wake-up call for the industry to start transitioning from thinking about Wi-Fi as just purely best effort into be able to support those mission-critical services. Okay, so can 6G and higher order MIMO be used to enhance indoor cellular connectivity? Because I think we all recognize that there is a real gap in experience in what we get on the cellular network when we're outdoors, on the macro network, when we're on higher bandwidths, large channelizations, higher order MIMO, and what we get indoors. And that's to do with business issues about how do you scale relationships with landlords and business owners, and candidly that was one of the drivers for creating the Open Roaming Federation, to put a federation together to scale the engagement with all the access network providers. But it's also a technical issue about how do we look at the outdoor, if we're trying to serve indoor users from the outdoor plant, how do we penetrate those buildings? And with a focus on 6G on the higher frequencies, the upper 6 gigahertz, the larger channelizations, candidly, it's going to be harder to use those frequencies to penetrate in buildings and serve those in-building users. And even GSMA, the trade body for the mobile carriers, calls out the fact that it's sub 1 gigahertz spectrum which is important about serving in-building users. And when we look at how much spectrum is available sub 1 gigahertz, well, if I use Japan as an example, I think the most Docomo has is 25 megahertz of spectrum under 1 gigahertz. And so with that finite amount of spectrum, it's harder to deliver that 6G experience. And equally, when we're operating sub 1 gigahertz, we don't get the same benefits of MIMO gains that we get higher up the spectrum. So the question to the industry is how do we ensure those mission-critical services are accessible to indoor users? And this is the problem we think needs solving. And kudos to Tiago, WBA team, because WBA and its mission-critical services team is working to ensure all services are accessible over all access networks, including Wi-Fi. So some of these have been delivered already. So when we think about emergency calls, you know, is it 80% of all emergency calls are made on these? People don't use landlines to make emergency calls nowadays. And then when you look at specific geographies, maybe 20% of calls made on these devices go over Wi-Fi and not cellular. So clearly, making emergency calls over Wi-Fi is an industry imperative and how people are using it today. And so we'll talk about the deliverables of WBA in terms of mission-critical and emergency services. The next one is on first responder services and a deliverable from WBA. And here we're moving from basic voice first responder services to so-called next generation 911 services when we're getting rich data incident management. So it's about high bandwidth data services in buildings. And the final piece that really want to talk about for the first time today in Tokyo is about emergency warning messages and giving you some insights into where we're driving emergency warning messages. I think in Japan, between 10 and 20 times a year, you get your emergency warning messages. Today, those are sent on cell broadcast on the cellular networks. So what can we do about complementing that with being able to deliver emergency warning messages when people are on Wi-Fi networks? And what characterizes all of these is they require end-to-end systems. It's not one single body that can look to try and solve these industry problems, and obviously that's the key role of WBA, bringing these systems together. Quickly going through each of those in turn, emergency services, location is key for emergency services. I need to route the call to the correct public service answering point, the PSAP. And then once it gets to the PSAP, then the operator needs to get a dispatchable location where to dispatch the first responder. Now, historically in cellular, that was routed on a cell sector identity. Whichever cell you were in, I used that to route to a particular PSAP. Data in the US indicates that when I'm routing on cell sectors, 10% of my emergency calls get misrouted. And I need to spend time rerouting that call, delaying the emergency response. So in the US, they've moved from cell sectors to so-called hybrid, device-based hybrid. And so from an open roaming perspective, we can absolutely look to mimic the cell sector by adding location in signaling, but we recognize that the future is about device-based hybrid. And device-based hybrid, as its name indicates, is a device-based technology that uses hybrid technologies, hybrid Wi-Fi access technologies, as well as cellular, as well as satellite, in getting that particular location. So, device-based hybrid, as we said, operates using GPS, Wi-Fi, cellular. It's been available on Android since, I think, 2016, from Apple since 2018, and it's provable now to support emergency location, in that now it's been used to route calls as well within the US to the correct PSAP. And what we're seeing on the right-hand side is an emergency call made over Wi-Fi, and we're seeing the device-based hybrid information in the SIP header itself. So when you see the SIP invite, we see the SIP invite to the service SOS. We're seeing it's from an iPhone 17.5. We get the so-called presence information data format location object, bit of a mouthful, PID flow. We see here that the phone is saying the lat and long and the radius of the circle where it is located with a confidence of 95%, saying it is created this with DBH Helo. The phone is saying to the network, this is where I am located for emergency services. And so when we look at that, well, hey, it looks like the guy is making an emergency call in the regional logistics center. So now we can get that dispatchable location. We can then dispatch the first responders, and now those first responders can start. Then the next challenge is can those first responders then get on the Wi-Fi network? And this is the next deliverable we're focusing on from a WBA perspective, the national security and emergency preparedness capabilities. And the great news here from a Wi-Fi 7 perspective, 802.11be, is that EPCS capability is integrated into the Wi-Fi 7 specification. So how do you deliver mission critical and emergency services is integrated into the standard, but once again, it's not just about the standard between the access point and the device, it's about an end-to-end system. We need to be able to provision mission-critical services, and here we're looking to piggyback on the way that cellular authorizes first responder services. So in each country, there will be a particular framework where first responders can get authorized access to mission-critical services, and so we're saying, let's mimic the same, let's piggyback on the same approach. Now, when you would have stored that authorization in a HSS from a cellular perspective, you can mirror that authorization in your Wi-Fi system. So we now have the ability to authorize Wi-Fi users to access first responder services. The next challenge we have is how do those first responders seamlessly authenticate onto wireless networks? And there we're using, unsurprisingly, we're using Passpoint technology. Open Roaming has shown how Passpoint can scale the seamless authentication onto wireless networks. And so here we're defining the use of Passpoint to allow those first responders to seamlessly authenticate onto those networks. And the final piece is the actual authorization flows, is that we need to signal to the back-end systems that this system supports first responders, and we need to get the authorization back to the Wi-Fi network that the user is authorized to receive first responder services. And that piece of work is work that we're progressing in IETF, and that's defining the radius attributes to allow Wi-Fi networks to indicate they're EPCS capable and to get that EPCS authorization back from the AAA systems. And finally, we need the WBA systems to wrap it all together, to wrap out the authorization, the Passpoint, the IETF radius into an end-to-end system to allow us now to scale the first responder services over Wi-Fi. In terms of status, we're hoping to get the draft adopted by IETF in the coming months and looking to trial this later this year. So that's first responder services. The final piece, and this is the first time we've talked about this, is emergency warning messages. And I think it's quite timely that the United Nations has an initiative called Early Warnings for All, ensuring that everyone on Earth is protected from hazardous events through life-saving early warning systems by the end of 2027. We'd absolutely agree, but we don't think it's everyone on Earth when they're attached to a cellular network. We think it's everyone on Earth who is attached to a communications network, because emergency alerts aren't just for cellular. They're defined to be multi-channel, And when we see this is text from the United Nations, they ensure messages reach people through their preferred and trusted communications channel. What happens if my trusted and preferred communications channel is Wi-Fi? Well, today I don't get any emergency alerts. So the focus is how do we deliver emergency alerts over Wi-Fi? And the great news is, from an 802.11 perspective, there is already integrated functionality into the standard called Emergency Alert System, which allows you to deliver emergency alerts over cellular. Slightly different from cellular, where we had to compress the message into a cell broadcast to send it over the broadcast channel. In cellular, we send a hash of the message in the beacon or a probe response. The devices see a new hash, and then they actually go and recover that hash. The preferred way is to actually request a URI and then use HTTP GET to get that particular message. But once again, what's missing is that end-to-end system. So we've got the specified aspects on the right. We've got a gap on the left. How do we deliver messages to all those Wi-Fi networks? Derek was saying that there was 1,000 open roaming networks in Japan. I just checked last week on the records that I counted 6,000 networks in Japan. How do you deliver emergency warning messages to 6,000 networks in Japan? There's a real challenge, and that's the gap that we're looking WBA to solve from an industry perspective. So what could that look like in a scaling solution? How do we scale? And we compare this with what happens in cellular. So how does cellular deliver those warning messages to your phone? And we use US as an example. I apologize for this, but they will send in a message, so-called a CAP message, to a federal alert gateway. That federal alert gateway will then signal that to the different commercial mobile service providers, the cellular operators, who will then signal that to their cell broadcast centers, and the cell broadcast centers will signal it to their base stations, to the delivery over the broadcast channels. This scales for 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 operators. It doesn't scale for 6,000 operators. We need a different way of scaling. And so we looked what was available in the industry, and we got inspired by Kamara, who had a cloud notification service, but the cloud notification service was based on a technology called cloud events. And so we used cloudevents.io about how do we scale the distribution of these events to thousands, millions of Wi-Fi networks. So it's a flattened architecture from the federal alert gateway, takes the cloud event notification to the Wi-Fi network, so it can then integrate with the 802.11 capabilities and deliver that same capability. But this got us thinking, if we can scale this to millions of Wi-Fi, private Wi-Fi networks, what do we do about the devices on private cellular networks? Those devices on private cellular networks aren't going to get the emergency alerts either. So we can use a common architecture which can deliver emergency alerts to either private Wi-Fi networks or private cellular networks. All good in theory. Does it work? Will it scale? Well, we thought we'd build proof of concept. Proof of concept takes an open API from an authorized alert publisher. I know at least in the UK there's an open API for CAP alerts from the UK government. It goes into a hyperscaler infrastructure, typical API gateway. It goes into a serverless architecture for handling these messages. We need to compress the messages for delivering over cellular, so we use a bit of AI, sort of Amazon Bedrock for compressing the message content into 90 characters to send over cellular. And then we integrate it into DynamoDB from a dynamic subscription basis. We store it in a CloudFront CDN to be able to deliver those messages, and we then scale the CAP messages to either private networks or private 5G networks. Scales. In Amazon, I can start 1,000 concurrent invocations of a Lambda service. I can go to Amazon and get that increased, but let's call it 1,000 invocations. We can prove that each one of those invocations can send 500 messages in a second, 1.2 seconds. So 500,000 messages can be sent from the cloud in 1.2 seconds. How does that compare with cellular? Well, the FCC published last year the performance of the US operators in delivering emergency alerts. And we see the median time here from 0.4 to 0.8 seconds for delivering emergency alerts over the commercial operators in the US. So we've been able to deliver 500,000 emergency alerts in the same order of magnitude as the median time to deliver over the cellular networks. So just to close off what it may look like, and so we hopefully will have some demonstration capabilities this week. We can talk you through it. What does it look like? Hey, you sign up for this demonstration service. You've got to configure, do you want Wi-Fi? Do you want 5G, 4G? You need an endpoint to receive these alerts. You get an email confirming your subscription. And apologies, bit of an eye chart. Here is I'm activating alert with an open API definition, and I get the post saying it's been successfully activated with a hash. I can now, so if I was on a Wi-Fi network, I'd simply be getting this number broadcast over my beacon. I would then do a get for that same data. This is the get for the same data, and I get the emergency alert message. And finally, if I'm an actual access network, what does it look like? These are the posts. If I'm a Wi-Fi network, I get a post with the URI and the hash. And in our example from a cellular network, I get the CMAC XML payload in my Cloud Events IO, a common framework that can scale for all networks, that can deliver emergency alerts for Wi-Fi as well as private 5G. So, I know I'm over time, but really key takeaways. That we know Wi-Fi is the de facto in-building standard. But we are pretty sure that we need to look for the next stage of Wi-Fi to be able to support these mission-critical services. Call out to WBA and all of the stakeholders, members, contributors to the WBA in leading the definition of those end-to-end systems, and then triggered by WBA, its members, IATF, we're all driving this from a cross-industry perspective, and we think 2026 is going to be the year when we're going to start focusing on how do we deliver emergency services, mission-critical services, and emergency alert services all over Wi-Fi to enable everyone to be able to receive those mission-critical services, even when they're on those Wi-Fi networks deep in buildings outside of cellular coverage. And really a call out to everyone here, welcome the opportunity to work together to drive this vision where we see Wi-Fi fully transitioned from purely best effort to mission critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. I will allow one question as we are running quite late. There is one question.
Thank you very much. My name is Hiroshi Mano, affiliated by Relive Traces. I'm very interested about this emergency, but I understand that there is two bottlenecks. One is when, in case of Japan, we have so many natural disasters. 2 years ago, we have big earthquake in Noto. At that time, so there is no any infrastructure of cellular phone. But so many evacuated people located in the same public evacuation center. And the second disaster came game. So they need to make emergency announcement for evacuated people. In such a situation, so we are proposing to incorporate 11BC, that is broadcast mechanism. And another bottleneck is if we are going to use probe response or beacon, how we can avoid undesired message, fake messages.
Right. Great question. So the first one in terms of 11BC, yeah, we need to understand whether we align on a 11BC or earlier EAS capabilities, and there's work we need to discuss with Wi-Fi Alliance in terms of whether we go one or the other, but the architectural framework would support both. In terms of the spoofing of the messages, this is a general challenge even for cellular because those messages aren't signed. I think the benefit of being able to deliver the hash and get that from a third party is it can be protected with a specific certificate chain, and therefore we can use the certificate chain to avoid those rogue messages. So yeah, I think we need to look at 11BC versus EAS and look at the security of the messages and come up with an industry solution that addresses all requirements.
I think that we don't need to choose one of them, just collaborate from this mechanism and the Wi-Fi broadcasting, I think. And Japanese government are expected to have the large-scale trial starting from next year.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
I think the WBA, the Wi-Fi Alliance, make a collaboration with each other and creating something new, services for emergency.
Thank you.
I expect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. A great presentation.
In the service provider space, consumer Wi-Fi, enterprise, and so on. What we're going to do today is go through a number of the things which are particularly interesting. We've already heard about open roaming. We're going to do a bit more of a deep dive on that. We'll be talking about IoT and especially Wi-Fi Halo. And then also then really looking at where does AI touch the Wi-Fi sector and industry. And I'm going to be quite keen to compare that with what I'm seeing in Wi-Fi in the cellular world as well. So as an overview, and to be honest, I've only got about, well now, 8.5 minutes. So I can't talk about all of the cool things that are happening with Wi-Fi in terms of innovation and opportunity. There's a whole set of things around AI. We already heard a presentation earlier. We'll talk about that more, so we'll come on to that. Spectrum, we're probably not going to have a time to really go into the depths of what's happening around the world on spectrum for Wi-Fi. Obviously a lot of interest in 6 gigahertz, both lower and upper parts of the band, and then higher power and standard power able to use with AFC is being adopted in some countries. Maybe we'll touch on that later on, but otherwise come up to me in the break because I spend a lot of time on spectrum policy. Some parts of the world are even looking at 7 gigahertz for Wi-Fi, particularly the US, and then millimeter wave, 60 gigahertz, maybe in the 40 range as well. Network federation and integration. Open roaming we'll talk about, and sort of really, you know, the things in red are the ones we've got time to discuss in more detail now, but I don't want to ignore everything else that's happening. There's a lot of interesting stuff around Wi-Fi integration with satellite, and yet another round of interoperability with the cellular industry and 5G and future 6G. There's a lot of discussion about network of networks and what that means. My personal view is that you end up with more loosely coupled networks rather than tight integration and convergence, but I think that there are different models suitable for different settings. IoT is really interesting. There's a lot happening on IoT and Wi-Fi. We'll be talking about Halo. There's a presentation coming up later in this session. But there's also things going on in the home with Matter, and then there's also things like the time-sensitive networking and deterministic networking for industry requiring very, very tight constraints on latency for industrial automation, for example. And then there's a set of new features and capabilities coming in with Wi-Fi, which will probably come out in various of the presentations, but we don't have specific presentations today around what else is going to be in Wi-Fi 8. There's a whole set of interesting things around sensing. And this is actually a trend that I'm seeing across all parts of the network industry. It's combining communications and sensing. Wi-Fi has had this for some time for things like motion sensing, but I'm now seeing it in the cellular standards for 6G. They talk about ISAC, integrated sensing and communications, and even in the fiber world, people use sensors on fibers, whether that's subsea cables or even just metropolitan wiring, to look for risks of anomalies or breaks and things like this. And the last one is sort of the customer experience and quality of service or quality of experience enablement. And that's something we heard a bit about this morning from AirTies, but it's a wider trend, and it's where also a lot of the AI initiatives are going to occur. So the key thing to say about AI, just as a bit of a step back, is there's lots of different forms of AI. We've had machine learning and deep learning for some time. We've all been using large language models and AI chatbots and Gen AI tools, whether that's for text or for image or now video generation. And those are becoming more mainstream as well. And at the moment, they are mostly used in a network context for things like operations desks and customer service and managing alarms and alerts, because they're text-based. But going forward, you will also start to see those tools morph into agentic AI, individual AI agents, and then agentic AI systems, where you use an agent to express an intent about what you want to do, and that essentially then uses software components or AI tools to convert an expressed intent into actions on different software systems that could be throughout the organization or in third parties. So there's a large world, and underneath, we all focus on the use cases for AI, but we have to realize that what's underneath all of the stuff that we use day to day, whether that's machine learning for network operations or Gen AI and agents for consumer and business usage, there's an awful lot of things that go underneath that, and especially around the data and model management, the regulatory aspects, where are the energy sources, where is the processing done, is it in large data centers, is it on devices, different sorts of edge capability and site. And there's an awful lot that is changing. So I talk quite a lot at the moment about a thing called MCP, Model Context Protocol, which is a way for AI agents to get access to a network or a software or database set of resources or solutions and services rather than using a straightforward API. It sits in front of APIs typically. So MCP is looking important. There are a growing set of APIs and platforms for the AI themselves. And there's a lot of interest in also evolving towards what's called continuous learning and breaking down the barriers between training of models and inferencing of models. So we may touch on that during the panel. This is all part of a bigger trend I see around the ways in which AI impacts not just Wi-Fi, but telecom operator networks, satellite connectivity, fiber networks, enterprise networks. And in some ways, you've got the AI helping to run the network and the network operations on the left of this diagram. You've got, we heard earlier about the networks for AI. And I would say that at the moment, most AI is related to communications and connectivity inside data centers or between data centers. The actual amount of either traffic on, or inferencing on the access network, fixed mobile Wi-Fi, is quite small in compared to what goes on inside the cloud. Another trend that I'm seeing is AI becoming the customer for services for networks. And I think that's something that people haven't started thinking. Rather than B2C and B2B, we'll have to start talking about B2AI. What happens when your customer is not the human, but the human's agent? that is perhaps looking to improve user experience or pay a different amount for something or get a particular outcome. And then we also have AI as other roles in the wider ecosystem and industry for telecoms. So I'm tracking AI being adopted by regulators or by investors. AI which is enabling us to link multiple networks together for this network of networks concept where the AI is the connection management layer. These will happen maybe on devices, maybe in the enterprise, maybe in the service provider infrastructure, but they're going to provide a different link between technologies to what we expect in terms of tight integration, especially if we have non-deterministic large language models in the middle. So what would I like to see this year? I think one of the things that we are going to hear about more is this term AI native. I hear AI native from the cellular industry all the time. They're talking about 6G being AI native. So I'm hoping to hear more on Wi-Fi. What is AI native Wi-Fi? I would like to see more interaction between networks, because at the moment, most Wi-Fi networks don't play very well with each other. And at the moment, we're not yet at a stage where there's sort of information transfer between neighboring networks to allow for example, better radio resource management between company A's Wi-Fi and company B. And then I'd like to see what the relevance is to application developers and what the API story is. Maybe we'll touch on that later. And finally, I'm hoping that we're going to have regulators and policymakers take Wi-Fi more seriously. And I was really, really pleased to see the Tokyo Metropolitan Government this morning announced the MOU with the WPA. This is the sort of thing I'd like to see elsewhere in the world, and I think that Tokyo and Japan is setting a really good example of Wi-Fi as policy rather than just Wi-Fi regulation via things like spectrum. So with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage our first main session speaker. And let me just sort of get the agenda. Give me 1 second. Next speaker is Hiroshi Kiji from WI2, who's going to be talking about open roaming. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to Tokyo. My name is Hiroshi Kiji of Y&Ys. First, I'd like to express our thanks to WBA organization for the assignment of the time of this presentation, and also thanks to all of you for attending. This photo is a night view of the Grand Ring, symbol architecture of the Osaka Kansai Expo, which was held from April to October of last year. So during full period, and Y&Ys provides open roaming service in all of over the venue. So let me start my presentation from introduction of our company, Y&Ys. So Y&Ys is commonly known as Y2 in short, and one of the largest Wi-Fi operator in Japan, and a member of the KDDI group. And we have several business domains in Wi-Fi. Traffic offloading service for mobile carriers, and direct customer service. And third one is Wi-Fi deployment and operation service. We provide both private Wi-Fi B2B network and public network B2B2C model. And we have lots of public Wi-Fi clients, which are categorized into mainly 4 primary sectors: dining and hospitality, retail, transportation, and last one is the legal, regional government. So these logos are representing iconic public Wi-Fi operated by Y2. So now we are in Tokyo, on the right side. In Tokyo, Tokyo free Wi-Fi open roaming is available. And also, Tokyo is a big city, so you can easily find lots of places where free Wi-Fi is available, but easiest point to connect free Wi-Fi is Starbucks. Starbucks, they have 200 shops in Tokyo and 1,000 in Japan nationwide. So in all shops of Starbucks, it provides the highest quality of free Wi-Fi there. And if you, I'd like to explain about the iconic Wi-Fi's along with the Golden Route, which is the most popular travel experience among the foreign visitors to Japan, touring Tokyo, Mount Fuji, Kyoto, and Osaka. So if you take the Shinkansen rapid train, high-speed train, in all trains, Shinkansen free Wi-Fi is available, even at 300 kilometers velocity per hour. And also at the Mount Fuji, in the mountain huts which are open in green season for climbers. There we provide the Fujisan Wi-Fi using the Starlink as a backbone. And after 2 hours and 30 minutes, after leaving Tokyo, you will arrive at Kyoto and Osaka, Kansai district. In Kyoto, as you see, you can find the beautiful and wonderful architecture, temple shrines, and also historical district. You can enjoy the traditional Japanese culture there. In Kyoto, we provide the Kyoto Wi-Fi around in 15 years. And 15 minutes by Shinkansen, we can arrive at Osaka. Osaka is the second largest metropolis. In Osaka, we provide also Osaka free Wi-Fi. This is open roaming. So, regarding to the spread of open roaming in Japan, actually, open roaming in Japan is mainly spread in the field of city Wi-Fi. Free Wi-Fi driven and sponsored by regional government to serve the residents and tourists. So I'd like to explain about this in accordance with the timeline. So actually, in this slide, timeline started in year 2020, but actually our journey began 1 or 2 years before the 2020. The trigger of starting the discussion about the innovation of the conventional free Wi-Fi is at Tokyo Olympic Game. Due to the concerns of security. But many discussion was made and research was made, but consequently, we couldn't reach a definitive conclusion of the new Wi-Fi service for the next generation. So, until year 2021, which is a year postponed Tokyo Olympic Games due to the pandemic. After that, open roaming was commercially launched and spread rapidly in overseas countries. So we have paid much attention on it. Then Tokyo Metropolitan Government decided to adopt open roaming for the services. So Tokyo Free Wi-Fi open roaming service launched in year 2023. Then subsequently, Osaka Convention, Tourism and Convention Bureau followed it, started its service in year 2024. And by the end of the fiscal year of 2024, about 20 cities followed this movement. And in year 2025, conversion from conventional free Wi-Fi was gained momentum. And now we are in January 2026. At this moment, currently open roaming is currently adopted by 40 cities. So we accept year 2026 is a year of more acceleration of open roaming. So let's dive into deeper about two big open roaming projects in two largest cities in Japan. So first, objectives of Tokyo and Osaka are different. In case of Tokyo, objective is enhancing QOL of residents, and they also taken care of their disaster preparedness. And so in this sense, locations where open roaming access points are deployed is places closely related to the life of the residents, so such as park, hospitals, high schools, museums, etc. Now we have about 5,000 access points at this moment, and usage or number of authentication in last month was about 24 millions. And move to Osaka. The objective of Osaka free Wi-Fi is offering secure and seamless internet connection for tourists. So in this sense, location of the open roaming major tourism spot, focusing on major tourism spot, including the venue of Osaka Kansai Expo and the hub stations for the convenience of the tourists. So even though venue of Osaka was closed, but still we have 800 access points all over Osaka, and authentication numbers hit 8.6 million in last month. So let's see the stats. If you look at this chart, trend is clear, just growth. And I don't need more comment about that, just see, but just brief explanation. Bar chart shows a number of authentications. So remarkable point is growth in year 2025. We got achieving 300% growth in single year, thanks to visitors to Expo. And line chart indicates the traffic volume. In last month, total traffic volume handled by Y2 reached to 256 terabytes. And there are two examples of the visualized stats report during Osaka Kansai Expo. Right side from you. This photo shows where access point of open roaming are located in the venue, and altitude of the bar stood from each access point shows volume of authentication, volume of usage. This suggests density of people in the venue. And the right side, this is a map of Osaka and surrounding cities. Scale of red circle indicates volume of authentications at the designated area, such as venue of Expo or Kansai International Airport or northern part of downtown Osaka, like that. And blue lines between the circles shows continuity of authentications. So this suggests flow of people. So as you see, some blue lines extend to upper place is Kyoto, and outside the map, this goes to Tokyo free Wi-Fi open roaming. So you can see by this visualized report, movement among Osaka, Kyoto, and Tokyo are shown. So this is the last page, future outlook. Our goal, establishment, our goal is establishment of open roaming as de facto standard for public Wi-Fi. Y2 continues making effort to expand open roaming in Japan by taking following 3 initiatives. First one is rise consumer awareness. Second one is more locations. We keep making effort to transition at remaining major city Wi-Fi. In addition, we have to more make efforts to get high demand private sector locations. And third one is shows value. So especially to get high demand private sector locations, we have to demonstrate more value of the open roaming platform for them, and also cost efficiency to making investment. So we think those 3 initiatives are not standalone, but combined. So we have to proceed those 3 initiatives strategically. In this sense, we are looking forward to hearing or getting information about the advanced or strategical project which is going on in overseas during this Congress. Thank you for attention today. Enjoy your stay in Tokyo and Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. We probably have time for maybe one question. If there's anyone who... Stuart, I don't know if you wait for the microphone, please. It's on.
Those are pretty impressive numbers in terms of traffic volume as well as users authenticated, and I have just a couple of questions. Choose which one you want to answer. Of those several million subscribers per month at these 2 networks that you mentioned, do you have any indication of how many of those were unique users? We have a very hard time keeping up with that and tend to look at the daily unique users. And secondly, look to me roughly from the traffic volume on those networks that it was maybe something around 40 gigabytes per AP per month. Is that pretty stable in your networks? That is, as the number of APs grows, is the amount of traffic increasing proportionally?
Sorry, but I'm a guy with the sales, so our CTO will reply instead of me.
Thank you for coming to Tokyo. I'm not sure. I have at this moment I have no number, so I will talk about it later.
Okay. Thank you very much, and very much. Thank you. Really, that was a lot of detail. I've got a few questions to ask over coffee as well, if you're around. Excellent. All right. Well, now we're going to move on to something that's a bit different. We're going to talk about Wi-Fi Halo, the low-power version of Wi-Fi for IoT. And I know there's 2 speakers. I'm not quite sure if you're both coming up at the same time or... Yeah. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Yoshikazu Oishi and Kenichi Tsushido from Morse Micro and NTT East. Yes. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having a time to have a present Wi-Fi Halo. And I would like to be a little bit mixed up for that, speaking for English and the Japanese to explain, because here is the Japan. So I would like to be some good, important message. I would like to be speak up for the Japanese. So first of all, I would like to say what's the Wi-Fi Halo. Many people thinking every time said Halo. But the Wi-Fi Halo is one of the Wi-Fi standard. Then Wi-Fi Halo is narrow band, low frequency like a sub-giga, 850 to 950 megahertz, and also very, very long ranges of Wi-Fi. If you think about for the regular Wi-Fi, they are very high throughput, but they're very short. if you need to be covered by a long range, you must be covered by the so many APs to be covered by area. But by other hand, like lower or some other, like a sub-giga, so very, very low throughput, but long range. Before Wi-Fi Halo was available, many people feel like a backside itchy to how to cover that high throughput and the long range. So Wi-Fi Halo があるまではですね、通常の Wi-Fi ですと、スループットは高いんですけれども、なかなかこう距離が出ないという形でした。ローラとかは距離は出るんですけども、そのスループットが低いというようなところで、なかなかメガ単位で、なおかつ距離が出るというところがないソリューションに対して Wi-Fi Halo がスタンダライズされました。Also, Wi-Fi Halo is one of the good things, is that a very good penetrations. Most of the times, people using that are not open field, always using that as something to have it, especially for that Japan and Tokyo. You can see that we call that the concrete jungles, so many buildings. That is very hard to reach out to the regular Wi-Fi to cover the long areas, like a big area. But the Halo can cover by the big area. Because of that, Wi-Fi Halo is at the very good penetrations. Also for the trend for the global. Before people said of IoT 1.0, they are more connecting the data sensors by the network. But the IoT 2.0 must be more intelligent to be covered by that so many devices. That is very good fit for the Wi-Fi Halos. 通常 IoT の 1.0 ですとセンサーネットワーク等につなぐこと自体が目的でしたけれども、今 2.0 になるにつれて基本的には社会全体の広がりを持たせるために簡単で長く安定したネットワーク、長距離でなおかつバッテリーで動く、なおかつインテリジェントだというのが必要になりました。なので先ほどお伝えした Wi-Fi Halo がそれにフィットするようなソリューションだというふうに通信技術だという形になります。By the applications for the IoTs, you can see cameras, control access, smart lighting, everything that's for the IoT related. That Halo is the best fit. And for most micro, for the Wi-Fi, is a very native IP to be connect everything. So that's why our product have made it for one SKU and one module to reach out for in all over the regions. That is the great technology that we have. It's previous for the technology for the Halo. We need that outside for filters and amp. There's so many different things but now we have one module that we can cover by for our new product. And recently, 2 weeks ago, we call the Halo Link 2. This is very easy to start to that Halo life. If you buy the 2 Halo Link, we can range extend. Then you can use that existing Wi-Fi ecosystem to be covered. And also, you can enjoy for the Wi-Fi 2.0. To also, started by the smart house, smart buildings, building automations, smart aggregations for that. And also, leader in the Wi-Fi Halo, so we are making so many products and help for the market to easy to start to implement it for the Halo modules. And for the most micros, Wi-Fi Halos, this is very standard Wi-Fi, supporting by that 11AH for sure, and also very high throughput density in the long reaches, and supporting by the standard. So if you have a time, I can speak for the 1 hour for the Wi-Fi Halo. But if you are interested, just come up to me or come up to the most micro. We can explain a little more details. And also that at this time, NTT will explain my use case to explain what's implemented or good to use for the Japan market.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Kenichi Tsuchido from NTT. I'm very sorry I'm not good at English, so I'll speak in Japanese and Oshi-san translate to English.
頑張ります。
Thank you. まず本日はこのような時間をいただきましてありがとうございます。私はNTT 東日本でヘイローを活用した IoT のビジネス技術を開発している、担当の者土戸と申します。本日はですね NTT 東日本のヘイローの取り組みについて皆様にご紹介したいと思います。
Thank you for having a time to present for what NTT's IoTs are working in Japan, and he will share that multiple use case at this time.
まず簡単にNTT 東日本の事業ですけれども、NTT はご存知の方も多いかもしれませんが、地域の通信会社としてさまざまな通信回線のご提供をさせていただいておりますが、単純に通信の手段を提供するというだけではなく、それを活用して社会にどのような使い方ができるのか、どんなお客様の課題を解決できるのかというところまで一緒になって取り組む地域のソーシャルイノベーションカンパニーとして活動をさせていただいています。
As you may know that NTT what they're doing, but a little bit want to be explained that NTT Group is a social innovation company and also support network and the communications. Also try to solve that in the market issues and try to become a better life and advanced technology to solve all that kind of issues.
そうした中、NTT 東日本では、従来のですね、光を中心とした固定回線だけではなく、Wi-Fi、ローカル 5G、LPWA、モバイルといったさまざまな無線アクセスを活用し、お客様の課題やニーズにしっかりと適したネットワークサービスを提供するといったことを行っています。特に Wi-Fi に関しましては、ギガラク Wi-Fi という名前で日本国内でサービスをさせていただいておりまして、かなり多くの、現在では数十万のアクセスポイントを日本国内で提供させていただいております。
As you can see that NTT, they can service that's all kind of the network service, especially for that today, explain for that Wi-Fi service. They call that the Gigalaku Wi-Fi and service in Japan already. And also that's the NTTs collaborated the DX and solving that regional issue through by that all of that their network communication technologies.
そうした中、昨今ではIEEE802.11h Wi-Fi ヘイローが、地域の課題を解決するのに非常に幅広く活用できる有力なソリューションだと考えており、力を入れて取り組んでおりますので、ここからその具体的な取り組みをご紹介してまいります。
NTT feel that Wi-Fi Halo is a great solution to solving that local government and the local Japan a regional issue to be solved and become a better solution to supporting for the local areas.
Next, skip. Wi-Fi ヘイローに関しては日本では2022年から制度が改正されて使えるようになりましたけれども、そのタイミングから我々 NTT 東日本では積極的に活用し、どのような領域で使えるのかというところの具体化を進めてまいりました。
In Japan, Wi-Fi Halo available that 3 years ago, 2022. Then NTT started to POC and also implemented in the market.
特に最近で多くのお客様からお声をいただく要望をですね、大きく2つにグルーピングしますと、上の2つにありますのが、広い屋外ですね、外でカメラを使いたいというご要望をいただくことが多くなっています。で、2つ目は下段に下の方にありますけれども、モバイルキャリアの電波がなかなか届きにくいところ、例えば地下ですとか、山岳地帯ですとか、また海岸沿いといったところで ICT を活用したい、またDX を進めたいといったお声を多くいただくようになりました。
Most of that the focus and the request from the two cases. One is a big field to using the camera solutions, and the other things is the dead mobile like a signal area to be support for that the other like a communicate like a is that wireless communications.
ここから具体的な事例をご紹介してまいります。一つ目が、海岸沿いに走っている自動車専用道路の遠隔での映像監視のケースになります。
So this is one example for that use case. This is at the right next to the ocean, one of the road.
ここでは5キロの全長5キロの道路に対して4つのアクセスポイントと30のカメラを設置しまして、道路の状況、海から波がかぶってきていないか、山から土砂が流出していないか、また道路は安全に走行できるのかといったところを遠隔で監視できるようにしています。
This is at the monitoring to the ocean side, because that Japan has some typhoons, everything that if becoming the big wave, and also that right from that the mountain, if the rock is coming down in the road or something, that they are monitoring by 4 AP and 32 cameras in the road by the 5 kilo, between the 5 kilos.
では続いて2つ目のケースになります。こちらは水道施設、上下水道の設備ですね。こちらにおいて、活用した事例になります。水道の施設、非常に大きな施設の中にかなりの数の点検を要する設備が、存在しています。で、現状はその設備に対して水道設備の、管理の方がですね、毎日1000項目以上の点検を毎日人手で行っているという現状がございます。
This is another use case example that's this is a water plant. So every day one man will check more than 1,000 checkpoint by the man every day. So that is very wasting the time. So they are looking for a more effective way to be more DX to be solved that these times.
そうした中、水道の設備というのはですね、非常に堅牢な建物でできていて、入り組んだ中、またモバイルキャリアの電波が通じない地下にもですね、数多くの点検対象設備があるので、ここに対して Wi-Fi 併用で大きなエリアを作り、センサーからのデータを集約することで業務の効率化を図っています。で、加えてWi-Fi と組み合わせることで業務全体の DX 化を図るという取り組みも行っております。
This property, like especially for the basement, is like a maze. So and also so many checkpoint. Then they would like to be having that using the current ecosystems by using that 2.5 gig Wi-Fi and also that's a Halo solution to be solved that these issues.
はい、では3つ目になります。こちらは、不動産物件の管理、これの効率化になります。日本においてはですね、数多くの賃貸のマンション、アパートがありますけれども、これの管理という業務は非常に多岐にわたっていまして、写真にありますようにいろんな箇所を見なくてはいけないというところに加えまして、1人の担当の方が100件近い物件を管理しているというところがあり、非常に手がかかり、時間のコストのかかる運用になっています。
Yeah, this is another example that's properly management. They need to check, manage so many things, and also one man supporting by that more than 100 apartment.
こうしたところに広いエリアをカバーできる Wi-Fi ヘイローとカメラを組み合わせることで、わざわざ現地に行かなくてもですね、その場の状況を確認し判断ができるということで、大幅な稼働削減につながっています。でそれに加えて、そうしたことで物件の管理を、安全かつ清潔に保つことができるので、物件そのものの価値向上にも貢献しています。
Yes, and if integrated for the Wi-Fi Halo solutions, they can more easy to manage and also keep clean and by a real time. And
ラストケース。こちらは消防隊員や、林業従事者の方の安全管理の事例になります。でいずれも共通して要望されるのがですね、無線のキャリアのモバイルキャリアの無線電波が来ているか来ていないかということを気にすることなく、広いエリアをクローズドなネットワークを構築してほしいという要望をいただいております。でいずれもですね、広いエリアは、Wi-Fi ヘイローを使い、そして最後の、人に近いところは Wi-Fi を使うことで、スマートウォッチだとかポータブルカメラといったような汎用的なデバイスを活用し、DX を図ることができています。
Yeah, this is another case that like firemen or mountainside or oceanside, they don't want to be care about for the mobile signals and networking. So they would like to be more closed network to support for the wide area, especially for that wide area supporting by the halos, the near like a person's area supporting by that Wi-Fi 2.4 or 5 gig, using that mixing for the ecosystem to be support.
今ご紹介したような課題に限らずですね、様々な課題が日本の各地には存在しています。これを一つ一つ専用のネットワークを構築することも可能ですけれども、Wi-Fi ヘイローの帯域が取れて距離が飛ぶ、また IP を使えるといった特徴を生かすと、様々な課題を一つのネットワークで解決していくと。さらにそれを防災、災害対策にも活用していくような地域の基盤ネットワークにしていくことができるのではないかと期待をしています。
Yes, so many issues in the behind, and NTT can make some each of the individual networking can be solved, but this is that much spend money and the time. So Wi-Fi Halo is that the native IP can support for the one network. So that's that the NTT is looking for and hoping and also implemented to support for the local government to solve that all issues.
そうした地域の基盤になり得るネットワーク、すでにある 920MHz を使っても様々なユースケースが生まれていますけれども、今後 850MHz に周波数が拡大することで、よりユースケースや活用の幅が広がっていくということに期待をしています。
Yes, existing 920 megahertz is still useful, but 850 megahertz, like a new band, is more high TX power and more long ranges. So NTT feel that more useful case can cover by that area.
最後になります。こうした、Wi-Fi ヘイローを広げていく上の下支えになるラボ設備をですね、我々保有しています。で、右下にあります AHPC という団体と、そこに加盟している企業の皆様と運営しております。ぜひですね、こういった場に皆様にもお越しいただいて意見交換、またその先のコラボレーションなどができればと思っておりますので、よろしくお願いいたします。どうもありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。So NTT have at the Relive at the Fuchu area that everybody can come. So please come over and to see, and also you can touch for the old equipment. Yeah, if anything that you can reach out for the web page, then please come over to see.
Thank you very much. I am going to take the moderator privilege and ask one quick question. Is this best for places with no public cellular coverage? So places like a forest or a remote road. How does it compare with LTE, Cat-M or something like a cellular solution?
Yeah, it's if people live in the cellular area, say that 80% in the cover, but not for that mountainside or smart aggregations, farmers, something. So even Japan, we have so many like a no mobile signal area, but that is spent so much money, right? So Halo is at the more low cost and native IP, but easy to implement it in the market. I think that's the best solutions.
Excellent. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you. ありがとうございました。
Okay, we've got last formal presentation before we do a panel session this afternoon. And so I'd like to welcome up to the stage Mitel Parekh from HPE, who's going to be talking about self-driving networks, I believe.
Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. I know this is a difficult time. Probably half of you are sleeping, but I assure you that at the end of this presentation, if nothing else, you all will walk away with a set of questions that you will be compelled to ask your favorite Wi-Fi provider, okay, your Wi-Fi enterprise provider. So this session is going to be all about learning together what is a self-driving network. And I feel I probably paid these two gentlemen. He asked a question about what it is when you say it's an AI native network. And Necheti mentioned all about AI for networking and what are the nuances. So we're going to unpack all those things. By the way of introduction, I am Mitel Parekh. I am responsible for product and solutions marketing at HPE. Now, most of you know HPE now has, from networking side, Aruba and Juniper Mist. Both have come together under one umbrella, and my team is responsible for both. So today we are not going to go into the nuances of this is Aruba, that is Juniper. We are going to talk all about self-driving networks. So let me ask you this question. When you evaluate your Wi-Fi network, I bet 90% of you talk this language. Is my Wi-Fi working? Or is Wi-Fi up? Or is the network up? Am I correct? You know that the real question that you all should be asking is, how is my user experience? How is every user minute rated? So if you have staff on Teams call, Zoom call, WebEx call, whatever it is, do you know that your Wi-Fi is working, but they are experiencing a shitty reception? Okay? How do you factor in? Wi-Fi is up or network is up is not an answer. So we are going to learn how to start talking the right language. That is the user experience good? Okay? So, how many of you have driven a self-driving car? If you haven't, then believe me, this will be the starting point. Okay? One of the self-driving company that's in San Francisco, after 7 million miles, 85% reduction in accidents. And the rest 15 were because of human error. Okay? We all probably flew in from somewhere. Most of the time, the weather is shitty. Let's accept it, right? How many of you know that pilots are actually not landing your plane? It's automated system. They are legally not allowed to. I did not know. Now we all know. Why am I saying this? The reason is very simple. If your transportation on the ground, in the air, if that is completely automated, and it talks about getting you safely to your destination, that's user experience, then why not enterprise networks? Right? Why are we still stuck on, is Wi-Fi working? Of course Wi-Fi is working, but the Zoom call is all crinkled, it's all pixelated. That's not a good thing. So they just gave me 20 minutes, so I'm not going to go through this one, but sufficient to say I'm going to summarize this for you, and that is, if nothing else, 2 boxes I want you to focus on. That's service degradation is the silent killer, and enterprise networking or networking is sexy again. Okay? For a long time, everybody assumed that, oh, yeah, it's all commodity. No. Now networks are becoming the hub of digital transformation, and service degradation is the silent killer. When Zoom call goes bad, WebEx call goes bad, Teams call goes bad, Suddenly network is a culprit. Okay? Everything else we all know. So there you go. These are, if nothing else, these are the problems every enterprise faces, and hence self-driving network. It is becoming mandatory. It's not an optional material. It's not good to have. Slowly you are going to see that a self-driving network is going to become mandatory. Get on with the program today. Okay? And there's the good news. So we are already there. There are enterprises, there are vendors delivering self-driving networks. Okay? And I started by saying I'm not going to make a sales pitch, so I'm not going to say that this is how we do it, but the truth is HP does it. Both Aruba and Mist platforms have self-driving networks right now. Okay? What I want you to focus on is that one box that says agentic AI. Okay? Everybody has their own definition of agentic AI. Okay? It's a step function that has taken us to self-driving networks. Okay? It is not an incremental change. Agentic AI has changed the way we look at networks, and it has enabled us to deliver a self-driving network. But how many of you know the real definition of agentic AI? It's, it is not about asking a question to and looking for an answer. It is not that. It is way more than that. And I, just out of curiosity, I said, what is the definition of agentic AI? I asked ChatGPT, and here's what it says. It has a defined goal. Okay? It knows what all things to evaluate. After evaluating, it knows what's the right fork to take. It has the necessary knowledge to execute on that. Then it knows how to verify what it is, the decision it has made, and eventually confirm to you that the decision that that system has made is the right one and the network state has improved. When a system can do that, then it's agentic AI. It's not about opening up a chatbot and giving a packet capture stream and say, now tell me what's happening. That's not agentic AI. Us typing bunch of questions, how is my network doing? That's agentic AI, because what happens underneath is that magic. So let's unpack nuts and bolts of self-driving network, and I'm going to come to the AI nativeness of the network along the way, okay? So at the end of the day, when you want to deliver an agentic AI-based self-driving networks, you need all these elements in place. So if I can use the laser pointer, probably not. That's okay. So when you have the right data, the right way to measure service level experiences, the right underlying data science model, the conversational assistant, and then it comes to self-driving actions. This whole thing has to materialize for you to deliver a self-driving network. Okay? Let's unpack one at a time. So, data. Now I'm going to, Dean asked a question, what is AI native network? AI native network starts with AI first in mind. So, with example, when Mist was founded, the whole premise was we are going to collect data from every single element, be it a network device or a service, user, their applications, every single data point will be taken in so that we can use some fancy machine learning algorithm on that. So now let's sit back and understand what's going on. When people say this is AI powered, AI enabled, it's a veneer of AI on top of it. There are vendors, they've started with AI in mind. That's the first step of AI native platform. Data collected, 3 V's that you must remember. Volume, velocity, and variety. Okay? Is that at what volume this data is coming in from network and systems? Variety, what type of data? Okay? And velocity, at what speed? So here's what I want you to do. Okay? Ask these questions to the next enterprise Wi-Fi vendor who tries to sell you. That let's talk about your data model. Let's talk about what kind of data do you gather from what network elements, from what applications, what user device, and so on and so forth, right? And then you will say, aha, if this is like asking how good are your grapes? Because if the grapes are not good, your wine is not going to be good for sure. So that's the first step. Now, let me quickly go and build this one up. So here's what's happening here, right? You can collect data all day long when users are in the premises. What happens when users are not? Okay? Are you able to guarantee that before the first student, before the first worker, before the first patient or nurse or doctor walks in, all network systems are up and running as they should be? Right? My kids are in college and school, and I know when they write standardized tests, there's an IT guy right there. Should the system go down, no student should be disadvantaged. How about testing all those things beforehand? So it's not just about real data. It's about synthetic data as well. So does your vendor offer you mechanism to generate synthetic data from every network element? No, now don't tell me that we put this on Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi AP gets the data but not the switch, or not the SD-WAN, or not the NAC. We do only this one. No, through and through, does the vendor offer that? That's the first starting point, the grape that I'm talking about, right? So here's what is happening. There is nobody in the system right now, but the data is being collected. Data is being collected for every single service, and it is being logged. This will deliver you a self-driving network at the end. We will converge, but this is the starting point, okay? And then you might say that, but most of my users are using SaaS, software as a service system, cloud-based applications. Nobody has any applications in-house. Everybody uses their browser. So does your vendor bring that data as well into the data model? This is a fair question, right? Is that if they are using Outlook Online, or if they are using any such application, are they collecting that data? So ask your vendor, at how many point of presence across the globe do you have some sort of a mechanism to pick data from and put it in the data model? Does your enterprise Wi-Fi vendor do it? Or enterprise networking vendor do it? Because at the end of the day, user experience involves Wi-Fi connection, wired connection, fancy SD-WAN or WAN. Somewhere in between, you will have network access controller, and then it is going to go into the internet to various point of presence before it reaches the end service. Can your networking provider give you that level of visibility? That's the first thing. Now you understand why this is important in building a real self-driving network. Now let's talk about second piece. I should not have done the build. Okay. Now let's talk about, I started by saying good minute versus bad minute. Okay. How does your vendor offer you a way to measure when any end user calls you saying that my Zoom call is not working, or it was all crinkled, pixelated? How are you able to identify that it was either a Wi-Fi problem, or a switching problem, or a WAN problem, or it was far out, it was not local, it was a regional problem? How do they do it? Is your vendor able to break down a given connection and show you that for this particular help desk ticket, the problem was not Wi-Fi, it was not wired, it was in the WAN link? Your vendor should be able to deliver to you that level of granularity, so you have visibility on your mean time to innocence should be 0. You should be able to see this and say, hey, you know what? I know exactly where the problem is. And you keep doing this, you keep collecting this kind of information every single minute. And guess what? One fine day, this will enable you to predict that this call is going to go south, and then I will show you how they fix it. But here's the thing. Now, next time around, ask your enterprise networking vendor, are they able to tell you, pinpoint, why that Zoom call went south? Okay? That's why I say, don't ask for large language model, ask for an experience model. What you see here is a little bit of a fancy math that's called Shapley algorithm. It takes every single connection and it gives a contribution to every single segment of access network. So here what it's saying is the client wireless WAN was the culprit in happening, whatever is happening in here, the longest line, it will tell you to that granularity. This feeds into your AI native system. This delivers at the end of the day a self-driving network. We are getting there, okay? Third one, data science, okay? You know the reality is every single vendor has access to the same algorithms, same TensorFlow libraries. There is nothing magical about it, right? Nowadays, if you have a good enough laptop or a Mac, you can do it locally. There is no magic there. The magic is in the data that gets fed to that model. Second thing. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you, something that you should ask. How many of your vendor, or ask this vendor, is your help desk, is your customer support taking every incoming ticket and pushing it through the AI model? You know why is that important in delivering a self-driving network? When you get a help desk ticket, when you get a support ticket, that means something is not working somewhere in somebody's network. Is your AI model able to understand that and say, aha, I know where this is going, this is how you should fix it, because that's going to add up in long run. Why do I tell you all these things? When Mist was founded, this is exactly what they were chasing, right? That said, efficacy of AI model is very important. One of the things I would urge you is to ask your favorite vendor, show me the AI efficacy. What you see here is that 75% of the times when HPE gets a help desk ticket, the answer is already in the chat, Marvis AI. It already knows, 75% of the times. Only in 5% of the times, the data is still in the device. Otherwise, you are covered. So this chart is shown here since 21, but we've been collecting data since 2018. Okay? So we can confidently say every incoming support ticket is fed through AI model. When other vendors are still collecting data, they're still building the cloud that can support this level of data and analysis of it. Here's what you can expect from HPE. We are doing this every single day. Ask your vendor to show AI efficiency, and then you will know. Okay? Either they're going to make shit up or they're going to say, we don't have it. Both are fair answers. Okay? And then comes the conversational assistant. This is where we all are hung up on. That says, if I ask this question in simple English, let's see what happens. It's not just about asking that simple English question. This is where agentic AI comes in. You know, now agents are asking these questions. So an agent wakes up and says, aha, let me ask this question. I got this one. Other agent comes in. They go and collude. They say, okay, this is how we are going to do it. This is exactly the action that needs to be taken. And the last piece on this whole thing is when you have all these pieces figured out, then you are able to deliver self-driving actions, and that is, now your agentic AI system is giving you, Mr. IT, an option. And you know what they're saying? Is that here's what happened, here's how I know how to fix it, go and fix it. In some cases, that's mandatory. You know why? Because AI still can't change your cable. We've had a customer where they changed point of sale devices, right? Where you go and use your credit card to check out. They changed those devices multiple times till the time HPE networking, we told them that it was the cable that was bad. That's the assisted self-driving. And the last one is where real self-driving, and I'm going to show you. Right here, port stuck. Well, port gets stuck more often than you would like to acknowledge. People don't acknowledge what they do. If you give permission to this agentic AI system, it will do that for you all day long. You will not even see it. This is the self-driving network. Okay? And we are delivering this all day long. So ask your favorite vendor to do proof of concept with you. I'll tell you why. Because we all go to the same marketing shop. Our brochures look the same, website look the same. Till the time you don't give them your ugliest site, you will never know whether the shit works or not. So, and then ask them, can they do across the whole value delivery system with 100% APIs? Every single element should have API behind it, not Wi-Fi side of the story, not just wired side of the story, through and through. Then only you can deliver a real self-driving network. It's the end user experience uses the whole value delivery system, not just one segment. Okay? Ask for a full stack POC. Not just this, not just that. Right? This is how we are building it. This is how we are deploying it. It's a confluence of absolute client level visibility. Okay? It's not just about the Wi-Fi side of the story. The amount of visibility that we deliver is astounding. Through and through AI native network, that is, we have a way of generating synthetic data, processing it. We have a way of breaking down a connection and showing you contribution margin for each network element. That's called Shapley algorithm. The whole architecture is microservices based, 100%. No, we are not sharding it. We are not sharding 4 servers and see if it sticks. This is 100% microservices architecture. That way, we deliver more goods to our end customers. We are able to make sure the service is fully elastic, fully scalable and resilient. And last not but the least, that virtual BLE, it is built into the platform, so we are able to track every single user, every single device, and add those data points as well, so that no matter where your device is, user is, application is, we are still able to identify what went wrong, how it went wrong, and if you give your permission, we'll fix it. And here are some of the customers. So this is one last thing. Ask your vendor to show you these concrete benefits from named customers. 85% reduced site visit. I recently spoke to the head of IT at Gap, and he was nothing but pleased. 90% reduction in help desk tickets at ServiceNow, and the list goes on. Okay? If you are curious, if you Google Dartmouth College Brian Ward, his blog will come out where he'll show you the benefit, all 3 benefits that says fewest help desk tickets, fastest rollout, and best business outcomes. Ask for these, ask for the proof. Then you will know what exactly it. And that's why our partners rated us. We didn't fill this application. I didn't. Nobody did. The CRN, they chose HPE Mist as the winner on AI software category, and these were Cisco AI Canvas, Copilot, Watson, Google Gemini, Web Services Bedrock. They all were contenders. Okay? And that's why both these are now part of HPE, and we are in the leaders quadrant. And the name that was synonymous with networking is not. There you go. Few goodies for you guys. If you want to learn more about self-driving networks, AI native networks, 3 things I can offer to you. Take a picture, or you'll have access to these, I believe. Read and let us know how you think. What do you think? Thank you very much. Does that answer your question on what is AI native?
Thank you. And we'll have plenty of time to explore that more on the panel, which is coming up next. Vital, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And I'd like to welcome my 3 panelists on stage. And we've now got a session that is on applying AI and ML to network ops and IoT management as well. So, in fact, I think you recognize 2 out of 3 of them. We've already had Derek Peterson and Nikati Kampolet on stage previously. At the far end there is Stuart Strickland, who is also from HPE. Stuart, if you want to do a quick introduction on sort of who you are, and well, obviously we just heard the HPE pitch, so. Is the microphone on? Try that now.
The light came on.
Ah, there you go.
I'm Stuart Strickland. I run the wireless CTO team at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. I've done that for about 5 years. I've been with the company for about 10 years. I'm not an evangelist for AI. I'm just a guy with a very talented team with more problems than we have people to throw at. And I'm also not, I'm not from the marketing team. So what I'm going to talk with you about is not why we have the best solution to that. You've already heard a lot about that. What I'm going to talk about is where I think we need to go if we're going to have real solutions to real problems.
I'll come back to that in a second, but I'd like to, actually, Derek, I mean, well, you gave us an overview at the beginning of the day. What's Boingo's status at the moment in terms of AI? Where do you use AI, and what are you looking forward to on this? Do you buy into this idea of AI native as well?
I do. I think it's awesome that we have the three people who got to work together to make AI work, right, up on the stage, right? Not including you as well as an analyst, but we have the vendor who's creating the network information that's got to give us data about how the network's performing and all that stuff that we kind of went through. We've got the UE over here that we're trying to get connected to do something. And then you have kind of Boingo in the middle. We're the orchestrator of the experience that the venue wants to have, right? And so what we try to do is say, okay, what is the experience of a stadium? Is it trying to make sure that everybody gets in their seats and they stay in their seats and cheer on the team? Or is it airport? Get your ticket, get through the gate, get out of there, right? So you've got to understand what the experience is. And that's kind of where I see our role, is that orchestrator of that experience for that venue. And so AI is key, but the problem sometimes we run into as that integrator of that orchestration experience is we have to get data from the device, we have to get data from the network, but more importantly, we have to go to the business that we're working with, and the venue, whatever that might be, and understand what's important to them, and then bridge that gap. And that's where AI, for me, is essential, is I want to pull in all that data, but then I have a context that a lot of the times the network doesn't have, and the UE doesn't have, because they're not they're focused on the UE for everywhere. The device is for all these different things, and they're not where it matters for the venue. And they're focused on building a network, not necessarily always for the network. There's an infrastructure, there's an architecture there, but then there's got to be that orchestration. And that, to me, is where AI really starts becoming powerful for us at Boingo, is when I can get these AI engines from everybody else and then bring them to bear at a business for their objectives, whatever it is.
And that's for collecting the data in. Are you using an agentic AI system to then push instructions out?
To push instruction out and to show the business that I'm delivering on their experience, right? So if I can, I like to use my Clippers example because they're very strict on what their rule is. They're an NBA team in the U.S. They want people cheering. So if they go buy a hot dog or go use the bathroom, their thing is, how quick can I get them back in their seats for the cheering for my team so my team scores more points and I win basketball games? And so I create AI tools that say, you know what? We're having problems. It's taking too long to get beer, or it's taking too long to use the restroom, or whatever. Those are outcomes that I'm providing to them by pulling in data from the network, pulling in data from the device, because it's doing things like trying to, hopefully, if I can get it, why is it taking so long for them to be able to pay? Because the device is not, the point of sale service is not interacting with the phone fast enough. and it's all, or the cameras, because they have cameras everywhere, are not interacting with their charging fast enough. So that is the end of the thing, is trying to figure out what the outcome is, delivering that result. So AI is a definitely important part of that.
I mean, I really like the idea of an intent is get people back to their seats in the stadium as fast as possible, because that's got all sorts of things which may touch the network, but they may touch frankly, there might be the beer dispenser or a bunch of other things as well.
Who might have some other interest, maybe not getting them back to their seats so quickly, right?
Depends, right? And on the use case, it changes. And then the orchestrator of that experience, and that's kind of our role, has to understand that. So you have to have because the CIO, the CMO of a venue, they don't know how the technology works. And they need somebody to kind of sit in there and go, okay, this is what we can do with this to make it work.
Thanks. Nakati, so where do you see Intel and what your area of AI, how does that fit into this wider orchestrated optimization of networks and the end user experience?
Well, at the end of the day, we just want to improve the quality of experience, right, on the client side, on the network side. So given that, I think that there is the data that is very precious on the client side. We produce a lot of data, and we share that data with the network, and also internally we consume the data on the client side, two side. And there is also additional exchange of the data that is both sides. We have also worked on the one standard in Wi-Fi line side. Now, not many people are aware of that one, which we call dynamic analytics reporting. Basically, with this dynamic analytics reporting, now we have provided the mechanism where client or the AP can request particular data. You say, do these measurements and report it back to me in 5 minutes. Or report something when there is any event that takes place in the network or the client. Just let us know. So we have put the pipe in place. It is going to be basically very essential for the client and as well as the network, where they can each side over the request, and then you just push that data into the AI engine and then create the magic. So there are bits and pieces over there. We basically participate in both Wi-Fi Alliance, WBA, and as well as there's a discussion in IEEE. So there is this discussion that you ask over there, what is AI native mean?
Yeah.
Now, I've been looking at that question in my mind. When you just look at the AI native from the cellular side, 5G side, it is a different. When you just look at the Wi-Fi, it is a different answer, because in the cellular side, the operators over there control everything end to end. They control the network, they control the services, they control the devices. But Wi-Fi is more on a capitalistic environment where everybody does their own stuff. Then you ask the question, what is that Wi-Fi native? Are we talking about at the MAC and PHY layer, where you just provide over there hooks that you can basically can extract the information or control the MAC and PHY that is going to operate in such a way that is going to be, maybe we call at that level MAC and Wi-Fi native. But so we cannot take the question from the 3GPP side and apply it to Wi-Fi because it's different mode of operation.
Yeah.
So
I think this is a really interesting dance that we wear multiple hats, and you're not only representative of the UE side or the station side, but also of the chipset side. And I'm not only making equipment, but not personally, obviously, but interacting with the venues. And I think there's maybe a misconception that you and I are each sitting on a big pile of data that we're not exchanging or sharing with each other. That's not really exactly what's happening, although, of course, we would like to control you the way that cellular industry controls the handset, and I'm sure that you would like to behave in the anarchistic way that UEs like to behave. But I think what's really interesting, what I think, if I think of, is why does it make sense to talk about AI native Wi-Fi? The only context in which that makes sense is that you are aware that you have the tools of AI when you start to formulate the problem that you're going to try to solve. So it's not some magic sauce that you can sprinkle on after the fact. And you have to, and I just want to say one thing about the data. So we have very close, the data that we would get out of the Ryder Cup or a Super Bowl game day or rolling out a new service across a hospital network, that's very different sort of data, not just in terms of the venue, but in terms of the traffic patterns, and extracting that, that's been a many years effort with, unfortunately, small groups of very highly skilled people who we can send out and make that happen. If there's a revolution in AI, it's going to be a revolution of scalability.
Right, because I'm wondering, you know, the missing word that no one has mentioned so far today is NVIDIA. And I know that NVIDIA goes to the cellular industry and says, put GPUs at every cell tower and in the core network, and we've got this idea called AI RAN that we're going to sponsor. As far as I know, they're not turning up and saying, let's have the AI Wi-Fi alliance. So it looks like there's an interesting difference either in terms of the volume of data or the types of use cases. Or maybe they just haven't publicized that yet.
I don't want to speak to a particular vendor, but we use a lot of hardware. Some of it's in the in the core and a data center. Some of it's eventually going to be in the access point. But it all has different scope of visibility of what it can do, different places where it can do learning, different places where it can understand and coordinate among multiple sites.
So what are some typical use cases that you're focused on? Is it around the sort of beam management, or is it around coordination between multiple access points and mobility and handoff? Are there some things which are sort of headline use cases, power management?
It's all of those things, and I think that they're all interrelated under radio resource management. But I would say I think what's salient about them, and I don't know if everyone agrees about this, but the unit of analysis, the unit of learning, and the unit of the application and inferencing, that's got to be the site, the venue. Now, you need a lot of different venues to generalize and make sure that your AI models are not too specific, but the place where it's going to be applied is the venue.
Derek, do you see that as well?
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key thing is the telemetry data and all the other things that you're getting off the network, the sheer amount of devices that are connecting and what they're trying to do. You know, a camera's at a gate's trying to get your face so that you can get in, but your phone is trying to do the same thing because you have a mobile ticket. Those are both going on at the same time. And if the network's doing that and saying, okay, well, this device is doing that and that device is doing that, both those at a gate are important, right? And so it can't sit there and prioritize one or the other. The UE can't do it either, because the UE can't sit there and go, I'm going to prioritize facial recognition over you using your mobile ticket, because all of a sudden the next guy in line needs the mobile ticket. And so you need to recognize that both those things are happening and they both have priority. And that's where to me, where the orchestration kind of comes in, where you go, okay, well, how do I do that? And sometimes you use different networks. You know, I remember somebody was sitting there going, well, why would you have a 2, 4, and a 5 gigahertz network at home? I do. And I'll tell you why, because I have a bunch of different stuff connecting all over the time. And I know that if I'm sitting down and I'm using my PlayStation, that darn thing's not moving. And I'm going to set up a network that has the AP really close, because I'm wireless everywhere. And it's going to use 6G or 6 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz because I can get faster speeds for downloading a game. But if I'm on my mobile device and I'm walking around my farm, I'm going to use a different network. And that's where the orchestration of the person who's building the network has to think through that. And it's not just Wi-Fi, and I know we're talking Wi-Fi, but it's the private network. It's the public network. On our network, you've got all of those things running, and I have to sit there and go, is this going to be the private network's job to do the cameras, or is this the Wi-Fi? Do I have the cost available to do both at the same time? Sometimes I'll do both. I'll leave one off and waiting for emergency, and then I'll have an emergency and AI will be smart enough to go, okay, that device now needs to start using that chip instead.
I mean, does that then mean that there's an opportunity for sort of almost like an AI system integrator? So if you're running a stadium or you're running an airport, you are the one that knows all the applications, which is more important than the others. You're getting paid by the.
I've been talking here for a long time about this for 12 years. I think a lot of people know that I've been talking about this. I started doing DPI in our networks and started thinking this through a long time because I believe that that's what is needed. You need to have an AI integrator. We called it a different name. I called it automated intelligence. I called it smart. Whatever it is, you need to have somebody who's helping the venue as their CIO who understands all this and is helping them do it. And at the end of the day, they're an AI orchestrator of all of these systems. They're building something for them.
And they need to do that not just, I mean, you could do this very well. I'm sure that your farm is completely decked out and is optimized for your specific use, and you figure that out.
Yeah.
But what's really valuable, I think, to the market as a whole, is if you could leverage the experience of all the other Derek Petersons in the world who have similar or partially overlapping use cases or topologies or client populations. And you know that, Nyachati, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of devices your chips are in. Our APs are probably in, I don't know, 20, 30 million devices, AP access points in the world. That's a lot of different, varied experiences from which to build general models. And then to be able to query you, what do you want to do? Oh, okay, based on our experience, here's the things you should watch out for, or here we're going to even go ahead and configure your network.
But with the Agentic AI, I was going to say, with the Agentic AI, you build those things, and then now I can ask it, hey, this matters to me. Make this matter more important, because, you know, like we were talking earlier, the guy was saying, I'm watching TV at nighttime. That matters to me. I don't want my TV not to work. I don't care if I have one of my IoT sensors trying to change the temperature. It's not going to change very often right now. I'm sitting down enjoying that, right?
I'm going to hold that with, I'm just going to drop the word non-deterministic in there, and I'm going to go to Nyachati and say, from your point of view, where do you see the client fitting in? You know, because there's obviously a big client ecosystem. You're in some of it. Other devices will have other products in them, and you've got multiple networks, and you've got the sort of orchestrator and the intent role. Where do you fit into that?
In regards to,
yeah.
In regards to non-deterministic, deterministic.
Well, not just non-deterministic, but you've got maybe the network administrator or their boss, who's the business administrator, giving a non-deterministic intent of make the security cameras work better and make sure people can get their beer.
Well, everything is right now in evolution. Now, Derek touched on one thing that I was going to mention. Now, when we say integrator, AI integrator, and all that stuff, we are at the very beginning of everything. As Derek mentioned over there, if you are talking about the real agentic AI or generic AI model, then you should just say, do it. And when we have the digital twins and other thing,
yes,
that you want to do all that stuff, let it sort, and then just give the instruction. You should sort it out. You should pick up the spec. You should pick up the guidelines and sort that thing over there. It is down the road that is going to happen. We are at the very, very beginning of the things. But I think things are going to be quite different in that sense. Looking at the question in terms of the, where do I fit? From the client side, basically, again, at the end, we want to enable better connectivity experience in whatever the environment that we deal with. And there are, given that globally that you operate versus the one network operator has local network, client has different challenge. Because we just go to Asia, we go to Australia, we go to different regulator and other things. So our AI stuff over that deals with at different levels in the stack itself, that you have to make sure.
And I think there's parallel stacks, because you might have a device like a smartphone that has Wi-Fi in it and cellular and maybe satellite and Bluetooth.
Right,
At the moment, the problem is each of them has got a different stack, different levels of intelligence. Whose job is it to put it together? Is it Apple's job or?
I don't think it is. I think the UE, I think it's somebody who's thinking through the use cases. I think it's a shared thing. So you think about taking a picture on your phone. When do you upload it? Right? Over the network. And then where do you store that picture? Do I end up buying a phone that only has, whatever, 100 megs of data in it? Or do I want and a very fast chip to be able to transfer it? Or do I end up buying a phone that has more storage and I transfer it later when I'm over Wi-Fi? These are decisions that the UE is making all the time for us, right? They're telling us what's the CPU, what's the storage, what's the capability of that UE, the software installed on it, and how often do I need to feed that data back up, whether it's, you know, calculating at a POS at a beer thing, how many beers I poured. Do I need that data to feed across the network so that they have it in real time so that they add more people? Or can I have it go across every 30 minutes and I put more storage in the beer dispenser app?
But, I mean, the UEs, I think you touched on something really important when you pointed to me and Nishadi earlier. The UEs are, the companies who are enabling UEs are trying to create a general solution for wherever that device goes because they don't know where it's going to go. And we are trying to solve a problem for a particular venue into which we don't know who's going to come. And the problem is we're not communicating enough with each other about the environment and about what the UE wants. We assume the UEs are Molotov cocktail throwing anarchists who do anything to achieve their individual goals, and the UEs assume that the infrastructure is basically a Stalinist state, and they're not exchanging information. And we've kind of got to get around that.
To me, that's the core of the problem here is the data federation and the distributed decision making. And because it strikes me that everyone has different terminology. So the mobile world talks about UEs, the Wi-Fi world talks about clients. You have your self-driving network with the different stages. TM Forum has autonomous network stages as well. And I don't know if they align or not.
Yeah, who knows? That's marketing.
The QoE, the quality of experience doesn't align. We have QCI, they have something else. I mean, it doesn't align. And that's the challenge. And so that's where the integrator, unfortunately, the integrator sits in the middle trying to go, how do I make all this crap work? Because I've got all these different UEs. I got a TV. I mean, I used that example he was using. I said, do you care about the TV or the phone? And he goes, well, I don't know. Well, that's the problem. In the home, what do you care about? If 83% or whatever he had said TV matters and phone matters for calling, well, there's a bunch of other stuff that matters too.
Well, I think one of the answers to most of the problems is probably coffee. And we've got about 2 minutes before we inject caffeine into this problem. Are there any questions from the floor to our panel on AI, whether it's for network operations or the sort of bigger picture of sort of business management of networks? Or do you get another 2 minutes of me coming up with questions? Right. Or indeed ask each other questions as well.
Well, I'd like to again bring it to your attention that the Wi-Fi Alliance is launching new program, certification program for the dynamic analytic reporting. Dynamic analytics reporting.
Dynamic analytics.
DAR. That is a fresh one. That is actually being just, I'm actually doing the commercial over here because I was the chair of the task group for the technical side. And this is going to be great, handy-dandy tool for the network side, for the operators, for the device vendors, all together to exchange the data. It is mutual. You give it to me, and I give it to you, and we just put it in use in different
under the right terms. I mean, I think that we tend to think as participants in standards organizations that standards are going to solve things, and sometimes overlook that we have competing interests in those things, and you know that data is not just going to be given away for free in exchange for nothing.
Yes, I agree. But at least there's a pipe that you put in place when you just want to turn it on and off. You have the ability to do that.
All right.
All right. Well, I think we're getting towards the end of this now. So I think from my perspective, and I look at lots of different areas of networks and telecoms, and whether it's for the API side of it and what AI means for that, whether it's on the cellular and what AI native 6G means, what AI native Wi-Fi means, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff of orbital dynamics for satellite and a whole other world literally there. I think we're at the start of a long journey, and I think there's some of it, like we heard earlier on from Mittal, about the here and now of network operations, where you've got a nice, tightly defined problem set. But I think that when I listen to Derek and the other panelists, the problems we're trying to solve go beyond Wi-Fi, and I think part of the problem is going to be trying to bring everyone together, both within the Wi-Fi industry and external groups as well. And so I think with that, I'd like you to show your appreciation for our panelists and hopefully for coffee.
Let's get a coffee. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you're all feeling well. So I'm your moderator for the next session. My name is Steve Namasaveam, and I'm Vice President for our Industry Alliances at the WBA. I'll be covering this session on enhancing the user and guest experience with Wi-Fi. We do have a busy schedule, so I'll take you up to the next coffee break at 5:15. You can see we have several presenters on the agenda. First off, I would like to welcome David Coleman, who's Director of Wireless at the C2 office from Extreme Networks. He's going to be talking about Wi-Fi's silent broadcast channel and why 802.11bc is the most disruptive standard you haven't read about yet. So, David, welcome to the stage. Here's a clicker.
And microphone?
You're going to go with a manual. Hang on, I'll grab you one here as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the introduction, Steve. So my topic here is about a new technology or a future technology for Wi-Fi called Wi-Fi Enhanced Broadcast Services. As Steve said, my name is David Coleman. I'm with the Office of the CTO at Extreme Networks. I've been doing Wi-Fi before it was called Wi-Fi, written a lot of books about Wi-Fi. If you're not familiar with Extreme Networks, we've been around for 26 plus years providing wired and wireless solutions, including a lot here in Japan, especially in government. Another thing that Extreme is known for quite a bit is arena and stadium Wi-Fi. And the reason I'm bringing that up is I'm going to use arena and stadium Wi-Fi as an example for the use cases for the technology I'm going to be talking about, enhanced broadcast services. So if you don't know, Extreme provides Wi-Fi and has the Wi-Fi analytics with all the major sports leagues in the United States, including Major League Baseball, the NFL, NASCAR, NHL, and we also compete with a couple of the companies that you've already seen on stage today for providing the Wi-Fi in stadiums and arenas. And any company that does Wi-Fi in a very high density environment, such as a stadium, knows that it's almost an art form. That is the hardest environment to actually deploy Wi-Fi and get it right. So I like to call it like the art of stadium Wi-Fi, and if you can master that art, you can master the art of Wi-Fi in any vertical. And Wi-Fi is not just about connectivity and mobility in this kind of environment. It's also about enhancing the fan experience and also how you can use Wi-Fi to engage with the fans at these arenas. Now, it's not working. There we go. So, the technology I'm going to talk about is the technology of the future. It's called Enhanced Broadcast Services. Now, we all know that the goal is for your clients to connect and communicate through an AP, but there's always going to be Wi-Fi clients that are not connected. And this technology will actually work with clients that are not connected. As a matter of fact, a Wi-Fi client, for this to work, only needs to be within range of an access point, but not necessarily connected. There's no layer 2 connection, there's no internet, and the traditional Wi-Fi association isn't needed. No DNS, no DHCP. There's no Wi-Fi credentials. There's no captive web portals required. But the device does still discover known broadcast channels that the AP supports and requests to use that channels, and it uses an enhanced broadcast services to get content. And it's based on a IEEE standard called 802.11bc that was ratified about 2 years ago. Keep in mind that this technology is for clients that are not associated or communicating through the AP, but also clients that are connected to the AP. So the first part of this presentation, I'm going to focus on use cases. Then the second part, I'll focus a little bit into the technology, but I'm not going to go totally into the weeds. So once again, I'm going to use stadiums and arenas as an example. And the whole point of this is to use enhanced broadcast services to deliver traffic and content to clients that aren't necessarily associated to an AP. So one example, think of a stadium, would be delivering scores or statistics, maybe in some sort of JSON packages that could constantly be updated to enhance that fan experience and deliver to people whether they're connected to the Wi-Fi or not. Another use case, when you start talking about fan engagement again, is very often stadiums, they want to sell memorabilia and hats and baseballs at the baseball stadium. So you can actually do targeted broadcasting to these devices. Say, go to the memorabilia store and go buy some merchandise. Okay? That's just another use case. And once again, I'm using stadiums as the example, but this technology could be used in a lot of verticals. So let's talk about another use case. You're in a stadium, and what do you want to see? You want to see instant replay. So very often you want to see instant replay, like this event right here. You can actually stream video content using this enhanced broadcast technology. Now, I'm not talking about like streaming like, say, Netflix videos. Like a short little instant replay clips that could be streamed to clients that are either connected or not connected to your APs. And then we've actually heard another really cool use case talked about by previous speakers up here on stage, and that is emergency services and emergency alerts. So think about if there's some, like an earthquake, for example, and that there could be an emergency alert sent out over the Wi-Fi to all clients, once again, whether they're connected or not. So I just gave you 4 really cool use cases that could be used in stadiums and large public venues. But I do want to stress that it's not just about that one particular vertical. So another big, once again, use case is the emergency alert, and it could be for government and public safety. Okay? I see use cases in a lot of verticals, including healthcare and retail. Once again, I'm just pointing out a couple right off the bat, and I think the emergency alerts is a really intriguing use case. Now, that being said, let's talk a little bit about the technology itself. So it's called Enhanced Broadcast Services, EBCS, and it is based on 802.11bc, and it defines this layer 2 MAC layer framework on how clients can receive this broadcast content. As I've mentioned multiple times already, it works with clients that are associated or not associated, but it also it defines a security framework for the delivery of this content. We're going to talk more about that as well. Interestingly enough, there is no change to the physical layer. So it's based on the same physical layer dating all the way back to Wi-Fi 6. But unlike traditional broadcast traffic that uses really low data rates based on the lowest data rates, or what are called basic rates, this can be a targeted broadcast to all clients using very high data rates, and we'll talk more about that as well. So this is, if anybody is, once again, I don't want to get too technical here, but if anybody has ever used a protocol analyzer to look at wireless frames, you know that in a wireless frame there can be as many as 4 MAC addresses, usually 3, and they usually have, and they can have up to 5 different definitions. And they, it is one way on how you can troubleshoot and look at how the MAC layer communications go on between clients and an AP. Now this is a little bit different. So anybody that's ever dug that deep, this is a little bit different. But just to show you, there is what is known as the destination address, or also known as the receiver address. And it's a new type of MAC address. It's called a content MAC. And this content MAC is actually a layer 2 identifier that identifies this enhanced broadcast traffic that can go to both associated and unassociated clients. The second address in a MAC frame that uses this kind of content will always be the transmitter radio in the access point. And the third address identifies the basic service set, which identifies the actual wireless network. So that being said, this whole concept of using this content MAC address, think of it as an identifier, like a channel on a TV, and I'll talk more about that analogy in a second. Now, if all this works, the goal is you can do this. You can stream short video clips to unconnected clients. You can send JSON packages and other types of content like I did in the use case examples that I gave earlier. Now, the analogy that I've heard some people say, and I like to use myself as well, is think of this as like a TV station. And you can choose channels. So the clients that support this technology in the future will be able to choose channels, and they do that basically by the content MAC address I mentioned earlier that is tied to a content ID that the access points understand that are capable of this technology. So theoretically, I think a client could, I don't think there's any limit to how many channels that a client could subscribe to. However, I think from what I've understand, the current smartphones could maybe support 2 to 4 channels, including like the 4 examples that I gave earlier. And think of them as kind of subscribing to these channels to be able to get this content when it is enhancedly broadcast by the access point. I think I've kind of belabored this point multiple times, but I want you to understand once again that the intent is so that it can reach clients that aren't connected, but once again, it will also work at the same time with associated clients. So I'm not going to, these next 2 slides are more for reference than anything, but I kind of just wanted to show you just kind of the difference between legacy type traffic that exists and what the future of 802.11bc EBCS broadcast traffic is. So once we know with legacy unicast is 1 frame per receiver. Legacy multicast is 1 frame per subscribed group. Legacy broadcast is 1 frame that goes to all stations within a broadcast. This is 1 frame per content service. Once again, tied to that content MAC address I talked about. Sometimes that content MAC address, some people confuse it with a multicast address, but it is a little bit different. And one key thing that I want to point out, and in the next slide here, is this right here, is the high data rates that it can use. Now, I don't know if you've ever worked in a stadium environment with Wi-Fi, but multicast in a large environment with 40,000 fans can actually be your enemy. and can cause a lot of problems. So that's why we have things like multicast trimming and broadcast trimming, or converting multicast into unicasts. So one of the things that initially got me a little worried about this technology is, could this actually bring stadiums and other venues to a crawl? And I think that the answer is that's not going to happen, because multicast technology and legacy broadcast technology use what are known as the lowest basic rates of the Wi-Fi network, and are delivered at very, very slow speeds. With enhanced broadcast traffic, this can be used with very high data rates, which means these packages of content can be delivered very fast and not clog up your network. There is also a security structure that is involved, infrastructure that is defined for this. And let me tell you right here, this is probably the biggest, probably hurdle for the technology. So you should understand that this content is not encrypted. Let me, if I could just go back a slide, you can actually see that the content is not encrypted. Data privacy is not the goal here. The goal is that it is trusted content, okay? So, there's actually, we've always heard about a lot of the security threats that are out there. Probably most of you have heard about the Rogue AP. Well, here's a new one. It's called the Rogue Content AP. So what if Dean right here showed up at the stadium and just started broadcasting out his own content? And, you know, it might be good content, but he might have some nefarious intent. So we have to have a security framework in place so that we can verify this as trusted content. So that being said, there is defined by 802.11 BC a security framework that's based on a PKI infrastructure. Okay, and this is what's going to have to be worked out. Now, the WBA has formed a task group now for this, and so the thinking right now is perhaps to verify the reliability and that this is entrusted content in these environments. We're going to need some sort of ecosystem like Open Roaming provides. So think of a federated security system that is based on a public key infrastructure. Some other use cases that are also a lot of people have proposed is frictionless onboarding. Now, I think we all agree that open roaming has been a great thing. That's a big part of open roaming. But another thing that you could potentially do with this technology, once it's supported, is maybe the goal being get your clients to connect to the wireless network. So you deliver a QR code with maybe an open roaming package, how they can download an open roaming package. Or maybe you're at the stadium and then they can get a QR code that helps them download, for example, a stadium application. Now, another challenge for the tech is that I really think for this to work is we're probably going to need native support in the operating systems that are on smartphones. Okay, so we're going to need Samsung, we're going to need Google, we're going to need Apple to probably support some sort of built-in app in their operating systems where a device will just turn itself on and be able to identify the available broadcast services in the area and subscribe to them. Okay? Now, theoretically, a vendor like Extreme, we could build our own app, but ideally, we would like the smartphone vendors to build native support for this in the future. And I think that's what it's going to take for this to catch on. So I just have a couple more slides, and I'll hand it over to the next speaker. But there's been a little bit of talk about Wi-Fi 8. So I always like to talk about technologies that I'm very interested in the future. And I just got done talking about one of them. I do also want to mention that Wi-Fi 8 is coming soon. It's coming faster than you think. And by 2028, there'll be products out there in the enterprise. It is based on 802.11bn, ultra-high reliability. And the whole point, it has two main goals. reliability, getting down to the 6 nines, and that kind of percentage of packet failure, and also latency, where you're getting down to sub 5 milliseconds. So very often you hear these kind of numbers, you hear the 5G companies spat out these kind of numbers as well. And I think we all agree that these reliability and latency are KPI metrics that Wi-Fi still has some work to do, and that's one of the main goals of Wi-Fi 8. Now, it is based on a technology called multiple AP coordination. So think about a Wi-Fi 8 client being able to connect to 2 to 4 APs at the same time, or the APs coordinating among themselves to communicate with that client at the same time. So there's like 4 different technologies defined by this for multiple MAPC. We'll see which ones will work eventually, but it does have a lot of implications for both reliability, latency, and also roaming too. Roaming could be greatly enhanced. But you're going to hear a lot of hype and a lot of marketing in the next couple of years about Wi-Fi 8. I'm excited about it, but let me tell you what I'm excited about even more. And Dean, you actually brought this up. And that is, you're going to start seeing vendors, chipset vendors, are going to start providing AI neuroprocessors that are going to be in mid-tier and high-tier APs. So the implications for this are quite huge in my mind, because not only will your APs be able to start doing more enhanced inference, and you'll be able to possibly run small language models right there on the AP, but this could also be maybe coordinated in a distributed fashion among the APs. So I view this probably 2 stages of where things might happen with this. Number 1, you'll see Wi-Fi vendors like Extreme start using ways to enhance the AI capabilities of their APs and start drawing really new and more powerful inferences on how to enhance the reliability of the Wi-Fi. But I also think eventually you'll start seeing customers leverage those AI processors for their own business applications as well. So that has a lot of implications on how we might be selling switches and APs in the future, because it might not just be for mobility and connectivity, but also some sort of distributed compute platform that customers might be able to use. So I'll end my presentation with this. Is just a little food for thought, is always remember that about 75% of the ingress data that goes into any enterprise network, that first ingress point is a Wi-Fi access point. So whenever you start having conversations like AI or edge compute or analytics, okay, that first ingress point of where all the action happens is right there in an AP. Thanks very much. And any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? We are going to have Dave back for the panel as well and the opportunity to ask questions. Okay, this gentleman here. Can I have a mic?
Yes.
You can have one question, Dave.
Oh.
Not that.
Yeah, thank you very much introducing 11BC. So the one point I hope to describe to people is the most significant function of the 11BC is unlimited of receivers. So because theoretically current the 11 device is limited of the number of access because need a link association. In case of the 11BC, the number of the receiver is not limited. That is one of the big future, I think.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point, right? And so the unlimited receivers, because once again, I mean, you can look at data. I mean, even in the stadiums that I mentioned, I mean, we see like about 50%, 50 to 60% of the clients connect to the Wi-Fi network, but there's still that other 40% for whatever reason haven't. Okay, so that you're bringing a new delivery mechanism for content that we've never been able to do before.
Yeah, even the Super Bowl.
Even the Super Bowl, which generates many terabytes of data. And as a matter of fact, I was just telling Steve, there's only one event, sporting event, that generates more data than, say, the Super Bowl or like Daytona NASCAR. Does anybody know what that event would be? Taylor Swift concerts.
Yep.
So,
thank you. Yeah, and actually I had the pleasure of, in December, Extreme invited me to the Anfield Stadium in Liverpool. And so I got to see the technology in action, and it is super cool. And understanding the complications of 61,000-seater stadium and a listed building that can't be touched, and trying to install access points in an environment like that as well. So, okay, good. I think we can move forward. We're on time. So I'd like to invite our next speaker to the stage, a good friend of the WBA, Howard Busick, who's SVP for Business Development for American Bandwidth. He's going to be talking about DAS and improving coverage, indoor coverage, and public safety. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll take that clicker. Konnichiwa. アメリカンバンドウィッツのハワード・ビュージュと申しまして、ある程度日本が話せますが、これからの発表、英語でさせていただきたいと思います。So American Bandwidth's probably not a really well-known company to most people here. So I will take the time to kind of give a background on what our business is and what we do, but then also dig into what we're trying to do around public safety as well. The background for why we do what we do, and this is true worldwide, but certainly in our home market of the United States, 5G is deployed broadly, and it's quite high quality. It's got good coverage and capacity. However, the spectrum that is used for 5G services is typically in mid-band spectrum and higher, and that does not penetrate walls well. So especially for medium to large size buildings, it can be quite difficult to provide good services inside those buildings. And there's a lot of possible solutions to providing that indoor coverage. Obviously there's many cellular solutions that can be deployed indoors, but they can be quite expensive. We have figured out how to use this technology that's also used by Open Roaming called PassPoint to configure Wi-Fi networks for indoor coverage. But it's not just authenticating devices. It is using about a decade of best practices to optimize those networks for that indoor coverage use case. We are able to do this in a very powerful way in the US market because all of the tier 1 carriers have deployed PassPoint profiles to all their smartphones. So I saw an earlier statistic that there's about 1.7 million Open Roaming profiles that have been downloaded in the Japanese market. If you add up the 3 tier 1 carriers in the US, they're already, through the carrier settings, they're deploying over 300 million of these PassPoint profiles to these devices, which make it really easy to use them to provide these indoor coverage services right out of the gate. Also, I'm not sure about every market, but in the US market, Wi-Fi calling is enabled by default for phones that are bought in stores these days. So with all those pieces together, we can take an existing Wi-Fi network, configure it and optimize it for indoor coverage, and we could do it very quickly. And I'll dig more into how we do that in a moment. But once again, maybe not everybody here has tested PassPoint at length, but because these are pre-installed on these phones, the user experience when they walk into a building that we enable is that the user does nothing. The phone can be in their pocket or in their hand, but it connects automatically as they walk inside. And these networks are optimized for Wi-Fi calling and smooth transitions from indoors to outdoors. And it comes together with a full platform. So we use that PassPoint standard I mentioned. Because these are mobile operator profiles, they connect using the SIM card credentials. So it's a standard called EPAK, which I'll dig into in a bit more detail in a few moments as well. But it connects to a secure SSID in that Wi-Fi network. And then we're able to deploy quality of service probes and provide detailed usage reporting based upon radius traffic and provide alerting if they see problems with their configuration and things of that nature. So it's a full solution that we actually sell to various types of customer. So who are our customers? We've deployed over 450 networks. And when I say network, anything that's centrally controlled by usually one cloud controller is considered a network. So one of our networks is a retail chain that has over 5,000 stores. But often it's more of we work with local governments, fire departments, police departments, school districts, universities, etc. So lots of different networks get included because these are the sorts of medium to large size buildings that do have problems with cellular coverage. And I took a look at what this really means for our December data, and these are the statistics we got. So we connected 243 million devices. Going back to the question that Stuart asked earlier, that is devices per day measurements, so they can't all be unique, but it's a lot of devices. And that's 1.8 billion authentications in the course of the month of December. And a decent amount of gigabytes too, so wait, that's our petabytes. So 7.5 petabytes downloaded and about 2 petabytes uploaded for that month. We also, to cover the fact that not every mobile operator will connect to these networks, we might not have the relationship with them to connect to their AAA. We also created our own app, which can, when you install it, it puts a PassPoint profile embedded in the app onto your phone. And this is pretty good for venues you can visit over and over again. It's not great for a Disneyland, but it's good for a school district or for a university and things of that nature. So, for people that are not super familiar with the PassPoint architecture, which is all based on PassPoint, this is basically how it works. All the way on that left-hand side, you have a smartphone with a PassPoint profile is basically installed when you provision the, I think I'm out of battery? It's low. So when you provision that device for that carrier, that PassPoint profile is basically like a key that's looking for a lock. And to make the solution work, you can configure that Wi-Fi network to broadcast the lock that the key is looking for. The lock itself is a secure SSID that also broadcasts the PLMN IDs, the carrier identifiers, for the participating carriers. So essentially, that profile is looking for it's the same, I guess, carrier identifier if it's broadcast from a cell tower or from a small cell. It's seeing it on the Wi-Fi network and it knows to connect. We also have the network configured to go via the American Bandwidth Proxy Hub, which serves two purposes. One is to gather accounting information so that we can give detailed reporting to both the venue and to the carriers. And of course, we need to direct the authentication to the correct carrier based upon that PLMN ID. When it's connected end-to-end, the means of authentication is called EAP, AKA. So it sends the encrypted SIM credentials all the way to the carrier's user database. They validate they're a current user in good standing, and then they send a message back to the Wi-Fi network called an authentication accept, and then that the network sets up an AES 256-bit encrypted connection to the internet. We normally will use an existing guest VLAN so that those devices don't see one another on the network, and there might be some policies about restricting content that are used for guests, and those get applied automatically to these PassPoint connected users. We do a lot of work with school districts, and they want to throttle or block TikTok and things of that nature, so we support that out of the bag. One other thing to note is the way that the handsets behave is they will always prefer to connect to a manually configured network ahead of PassPoint. So if you have an enterprise that has employee networks that you would want people to connect to, they're not going to lose that connectivity. It's really for guests and say, students to connect to the PassPoint profile. Other employees can connect to other assets on that network. We also do work with open roaming. And when we do that, there's a couple of different pieces. We have to do it additionally. From our AAA, we can reach out to the Open Roaming Federation and get details on other IDPs, identity providers, that are not the carriers we have relationships with. And we can authenticate those with a wide variety of devices, not just with the smartphones I mentioned earlier. So that brings in 2 more protocols we can support, EAP-TLS and EAP-TTLS. And we don't dig into that too much more, but we support that quite nicely. So just want to dig a bit more into how we do what we do. So we often can do a Teams call or a Zoom call with a customer and configure it in about 1 hour to enable this solution. Half of the call is setting up the authentication portion of it, making things really work from end to end and getting devices connected. And we're also prioritizing first responder devices as part of that setup on the configuration, and that's on the left-hand side. But there's also a set of best practices we've developed over the past 10 years about how to make sure these things work well for Wi-Fi calling and smooth transition. So one thing that's important is fast roaming. So it's a feature that as you get roam from access point to access point, that you don't drop those calls. So you have the auto authentication as you move from AP to AP. Another thing that's very important is the way Wi-Fi calling works is whenever your phone connects to Wi-Fi, it will attempt to make an IPsec tunnel to that wireless carrier's, basically it's their Wi-Fi calling servers. It is very common for enterprise firewall rules to block those paths. And so people might complain that Wi-Fi calling doesn't work in their building, and what's really happening is they're using a very bad cellular call in the middle of their building and not using Wi-Fi calling at all. So we check those firewall rules to make sure they're actually doing Wi-Fi calling. And then we also look at the RF settings. So a lot of folks, if they try to use Wi-Fi calling at home and they find they walk outside and they just don't have a drop call, but the phone hangs onto that Wi-Fi call, the Wi-Fi network a bit too long, and you got quiet second or two in the conversation, that's happening because of band steering. So a consumer grade Wi-Fi network will have 5 gigahertz, 6 gigahertz, and also 2.4 gigahertz channels. 5 gigahertz channels and 6 do not penetrate walls, but 2.4 gigahertz spectrum does. And so as you leave the home, it steers you down to those lower channels, and that's what gets attenuated as you walk away from your home. So for enterprise-grade networks, we could just make sure that 2.4 gigahertz spectrum is not being used. So as you leave a building, it gets you straight onto cellular immediately. And there's other tricks like looking at the size of private IP address pools and DHC lease times, but we do all we can to make sure this is a great optimized network for indoor coverage. And we also work with first responders, so we can detect which devices come from first responders and provide them prioritized access to those networks. So let's say there's an emergency and the guest network gets degraded. We are actually able to put them on a safe, protected network and increase the quality of service of the wireless layer for those first responders. And after we started prioritizing them, we got involved in the Safer Buildings Coalition and started doing some tests with some Cisco Meraki equipment and our friends at Google. And we're able to demonstrate a feature that's been mentioned earlier today as well for indoor location. So there is a test app from Google, so you can show that 802.11mc is successfully setting up this technology. The way it really works is, we're turning every access point into a small GPS satellite from that phone's perspective, because it's able to send these little responses back to it and triangulate its location. And at least in the US market, the requirements from the FCC are that you will not use your Wi-Fi calling for a call to emergency services. Instead, it forces you to use a circuit switch call. So it uses a 2G network, usually in the 800 megahertz spectrum. And that's the carrier that's supposed to triangulate your location and report that to the nearest emergency call center. But once that call center gets the message, if you have this service turned on, the phone will know its exact location, including what floor it's on. So it knows what room you're in and what floor you're on, and it reports that payload to that emergency call center when that call is made. So it's a real benefit, and it gets the first responders to that person that's in distress faster. And so we actually did test this out with a school district in Austin, Texas, called Lake Travis. And I think I have a video that might actually work. Let's see how it goes. Yes, so you can see this is an app from Google that can demonstrate, you load the maps into it to show your exact location and the location of the APs. And as the person walks through the building, it is showing their precise location. So that same floor number and precise latitude and longitude, those are sent to the call center when you make that emergency call. And so we're looking to partner with more people. So we've done this with, once again, the folks at Cisco Meraki. And we're deployed right now in about 1,000 schools throughout the US. And so we're trying to find ways to do a similar test with our friends at Aruba and Extreme, Juniper as well. I guess it's all HPE these days, but hey. And obviously we want to get that more accurate information in that 911 call message back to those call centers so that we can increase the safety. And then we also might be able to work with the first responders themselves to put apps on their smartphones to help them find their own locations inside buildings and do wayfinding. And then finally, most of these controllers now, you load the site map in, it shows you what the APs are and where devices are on them. And we want to be able to detect SIM-based devices and separate out first responder devices from other users and help them actually find people in emergency situations throughout those buildings. There's some privacy issues to deal with there, policy stuff, but we think there's a potential for a real good innovation there. And so yeah, we try to partner with everybody we can, including our friends at Google to help with that proof of concept. And if anybody else would like to experiment with this with us, we do have a large footprint to test it out. Thank you very much.
Howard first. Okay. Thank you.
じゃあ、ご清聴ありがとうございます。
Right, I'd like to invite Gino Coletto to the stage. So, hi Gino. Gino's going to talk to us about how to stay ahead in the race for cybersecurity. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So, hi everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. I want to introduce this topic with a question to you. So, how many of you are working from home sometimes? Or working from a cafe, shop, yeah? How many of you are doing online banking, buying stocks online, buying cryptocurrency online, posting pictures on the internet, sending your pictures to a cloud? Everybody of us. So this is our digital identity. Why are we speaking about it? Because identity theft and cybersecurity attacks are imminent. Just to give you one short story about one of my close friends. He's not in IT, and he wanted to buy some cryptocurrency. And he clicked on a link on the internet. He lost all his money because this was a scam. Not just that, they stole his identity, and with this stolen identity, they opened up 2 loans at a bank, stole the whole money, and went away. So if you get scammed, they're going to take everything they can. They're going to steal even your hair on top of your head. And now you know what happened to me. So this is why the digital identity is really important to be aware of, and we need to protect it in a kind of way. So our digital heritage a bit is incorporated into that. The question is, if we travel, if we work from home, from a cafe, does security follow us? And the question to you is, how secure do you feel while working from home? Imagine with all of your devices, probably your enterprise devices, you're at home. How secure do you feel? Does it differ if you work from your corporate Wi-Fi network? Do you feel more secure there? And what about open Wi-Fi? You sit in a coffee shop, you open your laptop, your iPhone. How secure do you feel and how secure it is? And the same applies to 5G when we roam to a different country. Does security follow us, yes or no? Do we really know it? Sometimes this is a topic where we say, yeah, somebody's taking care of this. Somebody's doing the security. So this tells us we need to speak about security. My name is Gio Coleto. I'm an industry solutions architect at Cisco, and I'm have the pleasure to working in the WBA and taking care about security a bit. What we're going to look into in the next few minutes is why should we care about security? What are the numbers telling us? What is Cisco doing in this space? What can we do as WBA together? So why should we care about security and mobility? So the truth is 65% of the internet traffic is mobile. If you looked at the numbers, Nechati presented 80%. So somewhere in the middle of these two numbers is the truth. But we know the majority of the users are mobile users. And 60 to 70% of the breaches are happening when we are on the road, when we are on mobile, 5G, Wi-Fi. When we are a remote user, we are most vulnerable. Those are the numbers, and it's getting not better with the numbers. In 2026, we expect the cybersecurity crime be around 11 trillion annually, and it's increasing year by year. And roughly $4 trillion are just made through attacks on the Wi-Fi on 5G when we all are mobile, when we are on the road and in motion. The threat is also accelerated by AI. We have been talking about AI the whole time, the whole day. And if we speak about AI agents, we need to be really careful. So just highlighting two topics here. AI agent is not something which is there and trying to attack you. Yes, this is also an AI agent. But the AI agent is really smart. The AI agent is doing social, it's trying to read you. Who are you as a person? What is your profile? And trying to attack you when you're most vulnerable. And this makes the attack really adaptive. So if we stick with our traditional security assumption, hey, we have a firewall, we have some security rules in our network, and that's okay, this is not going to do it. So we need to think our way how we approach security. So the security must follow the user. Security must be continuous across different access types. And this tells us, again, we need a smart mechanism while we are on the road, while we are in motion, to have the same security as we have it probably in our corporate networks. So what are we doing at Cisco today? I don't want to highlight any products here. Just what I want to tell you is we're trying to take care of security in a holistic way. So whether you are coming in via Wi-Fi in the corporate network, from home, from a coffee shop, we are trying to read all the telemetry data and predict what is happening, and we can see in real time that a threat is already on his way, and we can also prevent it. I want to show it to you in a more detailed way. So imagine you are now in Tokyo, you have been drinking your coffee in the morning, and you're authenticated into your network. So with our software, we can really manage what application and in what detail you can access what information on your corporate network. We can block things, and even we see some threats coming in or somebody is trying to attack you, we know that this is happening, whether you are in your corporate network or you're working remotely. If it comes to secondary authentication, we know all the tools, but does it really help? We had a lot of breaches also with secondary authentication. So what we do is we incorporate into the devices, whether it's a PC, a laptop, or also in native OS integrations on your phone. And we can check, are you the person authenticating in front of the laptop? We call it proximity verification with Bluetooth, and we use, of course, Face ID when it comes to Apple to ensure that you are the one requesting it. I just don't want to talk about it. I wanted to show it to you quickly. So my security friend Jeff Fanelli made a short video. So this is the enrollment of the client on your laptop. You just need to authenticate once with your email address and password. Then you select the proper organization if you do so, and you get loaded the tool, the access tool, on your laptop. Now you see on your right side, this is the mobile phone. We're trying to authenticate, and our phone is not near our laptop, so we pick up the phone, put it near the laptop. Via Bluetooth and face recognition, I'm recognized, and this is the secondary authentication. So we ensure that you are the person in front of the laptop, that you are requesting access to a certain application through the network. So this is a kind of simple step, but ensuring that we work securely and access securely what we need to access. What can we do as a WBA? We have started an initiative since 1.5 years in the WBA, and it's a split out from the Wi-Fi Private 5G Convergence group, and we are trying to leverage what is already on the market, like detect, protect, and respond, a CM system, which continues to build together a kind of common practices or common guidance for the industry when it comes to security. So we are leading this group with some of our friends here in the second phase, and what we urge also WBA and also you to join us in this journey. What we're trying to achieve is a simplification. And I'm going to highlight a quick problem which we see. So if you talk to the Wi-Fi people, they think, hey, we are doing everything securely. If you talk to the private 5G, 3GPP guys, they say the same. We are secure. But how you bring those security together, how you close the gaps. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to build a bridge between those different buckets and those technologies, and trying to be a kind of guidance in the market. Few takeaways. If we speak about security, we need to transition from we have a firewall, we have a piece of security somewhere, to universal zero trust network access. So it's not a static rule, it's living. It's tied to the location. We're going to use tools, we call it again, AI tools, which are going to help us to retrieve the telemetry, to see what is happening in real time, and also prevent breaches. And we spoke quickly about converged security, what we are driving in the WBA. So this was really short, just to give you an impression on what we are doing. And if you have any question, you can ask them now, or you can contact me via email. I'm going to be here as well still today. And that's the act now. Let's win the security race together. And domo arigatou gozaimasu, and I'm handing over back to Steve.
Thank you. And Gino will join us for the panel, but if there are any questions now, we can take one or two. Okay, thank you, Gino. Great presentation. So next, I'd like to invite City Roam to the stage. We have Yun Yamagachi, who's the CEO, and Dr. Hideaki Goto as well. And they're going to be talking about open roaming, how to accelerate open roaming using federated identities. So Dr. Hideaki, please. Thank you.
So, Yamaguchi-san, where are you? So, So we are going to talk about our association a little bit, and I introduce some data from the Osaka Kansai Expo venue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us late in the afternoon. Yesterday, our association hosted the Open Roaming Innovation Summit, bringing together organizations involved in open roaming here in Japan. Today, I'd like to introduce our association and its activities in Japan. Sorry. Let me briefly introduce our organization. The Wireless Identity Federation Association, also known as the STIROM Association, was established in 2024, building on our activities as NGHC since 2016. We operate STIROM, a wireless LAN roaming education federation, with the goal of promoting identity federation and secure connectivity across organizations. About 10 years ago, public Wi-Fi required registration for each municipality. If you move just a few blocks into another district, you often had to register again. Security was also weak. Authentication was sometimes just one button click, or unverified email addresses. And in many cases, encryption was missing. Municipalities wanted their own SSIDs. Small local governments preferred working with local businesses. Different operators use different systems, making roaming difficult. And security was often sacrificed for simplicity. STIROM was designed to solve these problems. We use Passpoint to enable SSID independent connections and roaming across municipalities and operators. Our association is open to both major carriers and small companies. We support multi-vendor environments so participants can join using their existing infrastructure. We also provide information and education so operators understand what configurations are needed and why they matter. As a result, open roaming in Japan has expanded from large-scale to small-scale deployment. Sorry. Tokyo, 40 million people. Oga Village in Nagano, only 2,000 people. Koshimizu Town, about 1,000 kilometers northeast of Tokyo. This morning, the temperature was minus 17 degrees. This deployment was deployed by LifeShield, a company with only a few employees. And Okinawa Zoo, about 1,500 kilometers southwest of Tokyo, was deployed by Wire and Wireless, one of Japan's major carriers. By enabling participation from both large to small players, and both large cities and small municipalities, STIROM is helping open roaming spread across Japan. Thank you.
So, as you see, Tokyo has deployed many access points, and if you visit our website, you can see the map like this. And Osaka introduced some access points as well, and Osaka introduced open roaming just before the Expo. Expo was held last year, and the interesting point is that the airport limousine buses have the open roaming as well as edge roam. You can read technical papers on the limousine buses. And at the Expo venue, we see some access points, but we didn't actually know who were deploying that system. But we could see the authentication requests going through our system. And this is, I was looking at the log file, and it was flowing, so it was expected, but I was a little bit surprised. So the Expo venue has some access points, and but we do not have the details. And our City-Roam Federation has our own federation network, and many members joined our network. And of course, the open roaming is connected, and our network is a bit different from the open roaming style. So we are not currently using the dynamic peer discovery, but the service is the same. We provide open roaming services. So even the access point here is based on our City-Roam network. So we have a gateway, and we could see many authentication requests coming from the venue. But unfortunately, we could not see the traffic for other operators or the federations. So we could not see the Google, Apple, Samsung traffic. And the identity provider, it was support. We have some identity providers. The largest one is Wire & Wireless. And the Osaka Kansai Expo recommended to use Osaka free Wi-Fi for this open roaming access. And we saw enormous requests here. So City-Roam's IDP usage was analyzed, and analysis method is like this. We observed the authentication requests for the City-Roam's IDPs from the Expo access points. And only the requests going through our gateway can be seen. And of course, there's a privacy protection thanks to the open roaming architecture. The only statistics that do not reveal private or sensitive information is taken. And roaming system hides real user identity, so the outer identity is something like this, anonymous, @mark, and realm. And MAC addresses can be seen, but it's randomized, but we do not see, actually. And here, the first interesting graph. We didn't have so many accesses before the Expo, but when the Expo began, we saw a surge in the login OK counts. So this figure shows the login OK counts per day, and this is weekly average. And of course, the user equipments sometimes do re-authentication. So, but we do not know the actual frequency. So the graph shows high numbers, but the actual connection, this doesn't reflect the actual connection times. And as you can see, we see the counts are growing gradually toward the end of the Expo. and the maximum was on October 8th, and on the very last day, we saw 1.31 million counts on, and this is just the 50% higher than the peak. And the failure rate was 2.5%, better than our prediction. And the next figure shows the number of unique devices per day. And of course, we can look at the calling station IDs only, and we cannot recognize which device is who is having that device. And this reflects partly the number of users, but as you may know, some users have multiple devices, like you. And so we see the counts gradually getting higher. And the last day we saw 50,000 counts. And this is this graph shows the number of visitors and the number of unique devices divided by the number of visitors. So the gray line shows the number of visitors in one day. So of course the venue has a limited space. The highest number is about 250,000. And by dividing the number of unique MAC addresses, we see we get the orange lines, and we see a moderate increase towards the July. And it's interesting to see that if we have more people, the rate decreases. We do not know the reason. And on the last day, we see a surge. We see a much higher rate. But as you can see, the number of visitors do not change much. So it means the last day is for the expo staff, and most of the staff had their devices configured with open roaming. So compared with the regular people, the staff has a more open roaming capable devices. And this is the details of the last day and 3 days before and after the day. So the expo ended on the October 13th. And before opening, before the gate opening, we see some counts. And on the last day, we saw much higher counts. And even after the gate was officially closed, physically open but officially closed, people are reluctant to leave the venue. Okay, so it's very interesting. And we can see that many people are staying at the venue until the next morning. So we got some troubles, but the availability was more than 99.7%. And Radius proxies unfortunately lost responses. So I saw OS reporting an error, and I thought it was a SIM flooding and DDoS attack or something like that. But it appears that the Redis proxy software has a defect. So after upgrading, it was working quite well. So we have some lessons learned, and if we need failover mechanism, and the RADSEC involves TCP and TLS, so this may cause a higher CPU load. Load balancing will be needed. So the multiple server instances and geographic dispersions necessary. So using using the flat network, this may cause a heavy congestion at the IDP sites, but we should separate the network so that we can control the accesses, the network congestion. We can avoid the network congestions. Thank you very much.
Questions for Hideaki or Yun? Okay, well, I just want to actually thank Hideaki for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. You've truly been a pioneer when it comes to open roaming. Your hard work, it doesn't go unnoticed, so thank you again. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now going to go into a panel session. So I'd like to invite some of the presenters from earlier. So we have David Coleman, Gino Corletto, Howard, and also Harada from Sapporo University. Okay. Gentlemen, please. Thank you. Hi, Harada. Good to meet you. Welcome. Any chair you'd like to take, and wherever you'd like to. Okay. Whilst the gentlemen are getting settled, we're going to have this panel on delivering the best guest user experience. So I think it's worth just contemplating what that means. You know, how has that changed over time, over the last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, in terms of what the best Wi-Fi experience is? Also, you know, how does that vary depending on where we are? What do you expect when you're at home? What do you expect when you're in public? What do you expect when you're at work as well? So I think just to give some context. Before we jump into the questions, I'd like to ask Harada just to introduce himself, because we haven't heard from him, from Sapporo University. So Harada, could you just say a few words? Yeah.
Hi everyone. I'm Hiroyuki Harada from the Sapporo Gakuen University. And our university has edge roam and also open roaming inter-campus. So our students and teachers are using edge roam, and also the citizens from the outside university to use the library or ground are using the open roaming. And we are very happy with open roaming. So thank you WBA, and thank you for Stirom, and thank you for everybody.
Thank you. So first round of questions, we're going to talk about user experience. I'd like to get Howard and Harada's perspectives. But what matters the most when it comes to delivering the best user experience? Are we talking about speed? Are we talking about coverage, capacity, or something else? So I know Harada or Howard, who'd like to take that one first. Howard, you look ready to go. So, are you on? Let me just check.
I think now it's working. So I think it's, when you mentioned this throughput and latency and all these things, I guess in some ways it's all the above. But I do find that for enterprise-grade networks or consumer-grade networks, that people tend to focus too much on throughput and not enough on factors like latency and jitter and packet loss and, of course, security. So from my perspective, when we're looking at networks that we're helping to configure, we focus on those aspects. Wi-Fi calling works well when there's smooth handovers and there's a low latency and low jitter, et cetera. And you want to have a secure connection for a wide variety of reasons. So I think it's important to think about what the use cases are and focus on that when you're developing that user experience. A stadium is different than a K through 12 school. But the focus on throughput is normally too severe when people are thinking about it, in my opinion.
Actually, I'm going to throw it at Dave, because you gave the example earlier of the stadiums and the Taylor Swift. And there's a generational thing there, right? So you've got teenage girls or whatever, my kids, that go to those concerts, and their expectations around Wi-Fi are probably very different to somebody of the older generation as well. But what's your feeling on that?
Well, I don't pretend to understand the mind of a teenage girl, but absolutely. I think Howard kind of said it well. I mean, there's way too much emphasis on throughput, and And there's a lot of Wi-Fi metrics that have a direct effect on the Wi-Fi user experience, latency being an important one, but airtime utilization, seamless roaming, layer 2 retries, all things that need to be correlated for quality of experience. And as you also pointed out, whether it's a stadium with Taylor Swift or K through 12, the requirements are always going to be different. I will just say one other thing too. There's other things that affect that Wi-Fi user experience. And so Wi-Fi always is going to be blamed if there's a problem. And very often the problem has nothing to do with the Wi-Fi. It's up at a higher layer. You're out of DHCP leases, or it's a DNS problems. But you got to put yourself in the shoes of those Taylor Swift fans, because all they know is that they can't upload their videos of themselves over the Wi-Fi. They don't know that the problems are not related to the Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi is always going to get the blame.
Harada-san, as an end consumer and serving the university there at Sapporo, but what do you think in terms of what gets looked at beyond those traditional KPIs?
Yeah, I said, our university is using open roaming for the citizens. Before open roaming, my job is IT guys, so I have to support people. Before open roaming, I have to explain how to connect the campus Wi-Fi to everybody. We have a multiple campus, so if I have a guest on another campus, I have to go to Drive to explain Wi-Fi. It's stupid. But now we have open roaming. It's a seamless roaming. So now I just say, we have open roaming. You can use it. You can roam from your normal days usage to our campus. Also, our students and teachers can use EduRoam to not only our campus, over the world. Everywhere we can use EduRoam. It's a seamless roaming. Is, I believe, most important things. Of course, everything is important. High throughput, security, everything is important. But seamless roaming is, I believe, I want to make more expand. So if everybody has open roaming, we can make more happy.
So I'm hearing their onboarding, which I agree with. So Dave and Gino, I imagine you get pulled in a lot into meetings with customers. Sometimes happy, sometimes not so happy, I imagine. And what are you hearing now in terms of the evolution of those traditional KPIs? But what are corporate IT departments looking for when it comes to performance parameters around Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I would like to compare it with a restaurant. So the restaurant's internal KPI is how many dishes do we get out. So the more the better, but the KPI on the consumer side, on the customer side, might be completely different. So what's the experience? Was it tasteful? Was it warm? Was the service good? And the same applies to KPIs on the network side. So we have different KPIs, as Howard was stating out, but what's the experience? So this is the focus today. How do we leverage the new tools that we have? Not to mention, again, those two letters. How can we increase the experience? What is the experience? How can we measure telemetry? How we can incorporate the application, the user movement, the time of the day, all those parameters to make the experience better and not just measure, hey, up and running, green, and we go back to sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add very quickly, other than the things I said in the answer to the first question, those are all important metrics, but it also really depends on who you're talking to. If we're talking to a network administrator, they're going to have a better understanding of the more technical type metrics. If you're talking to a CIO or an end user, they just want it to work. They just want it to be fast, frictionless, and secure. So At the end of the day, most people, Wi-Fi has been around for over 25 years. It's ingrained in our daily communications culture, and people expect it to just work. So when you turn on a faucet on the phone in your kitchen, you expect water to come out. Well, that's how people kind of feel about Wi-Fi too. They just want it to work without having to call the plumber.
Yeah. So I want to change tracks a bit and think about network design. And when we're looking at, I know Dave, you've spoken about Stadia. I know Cisco do a lot of work in stadiums as well. So, Howard, you service a lot of environments as well where a lot of people coming in. But what are the most important components when it comes to designing, a high footfall, high density environment as well? So maybe Howard?
Well, so when I'm thinking about, my presentation touched on public safety, right? So let's talk about a K through 12 school district as an example. The current means of deploying is you think one access point per classroom and that covers it. But the fact is, if you are using a network for communication and public safety, you need to put access points in the bathrooms, and you need to have secondary coverage throughout the building, and you need to hit stairwells and parking garages and things of that nature. And so, in fact, if you think beyond that, like for true hardened networks, you want to have a power backup that lasts more than 2 hours, internet failover circuits, and things of that nature as well. So, but secondary coverage included, because once again, you want to be able to roam from AP to AP successfully. But I think a lot about those things, and that's part of how we partner with folks on getting those networks set up properly for, secure indoor coverage solutions.
Gino?
Yeah, I would like to use an analogy again here. So think about, we have big loudspeakers here. So how would you design it properly with thousands of small loudspeakers, like adding more APs? It would be noisier. So we have proper loudspeakers so we can hear the things loud and clear, so it's a better quality. And so it is when we start the design of a Wi-Fi network. What are the surroundings? What is our goal? How do we achieve it? So it's not an overproportion of APs over design, but it's a exact design for the location, for the customer, for the application, for the user's emotion. So we need to take all of this into consideration to have a good recipe in the end and a good experience. Yeah.
And Dave?
I'll just say that I'm a big believer in design and gathering requirements and trying to find out what the Wi-Fi networks, what its purpose is going to be. Talking with the customer, what are you going to use the Wi-Fi for? What applications are going to be used? What kind of devices? What do you think how the Wi-Fi is going to grow in the next 5 years? All those questions are important, and nothing beats good design before you deploy and then validation. And that's why companies like Ekahau and Hamina have thrived very, 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 very well. They help you in assisting in designing a quality network. And truth be told, we've heard a lot about AI, and don't get me wrong, AI is great. My company uses it as well. Everybody's is part of our culture now as well. But truth be told, a good quality design ahead of time will cut down a lot of your problems ahead of time. So you'll eliminate 95% of your problems with a good, thoughtful design.
Yeah. So I'm going to go there. Sorry, Gino, do you want to add to that? Or okay. I'm going to go there on the AI automation piece, but how has that played out in reality? How are people tapping into that when it comes to their network designs and, I guess, sort of fixing some of the operational headaches that you can see in a Wi-Fi network? Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, one part is starting with the tools we have today. So AI is going to happen in terms of channel plannings, how many APs, how is the reflection of the wall, do we have metal, etc., etc. AI is going to help as well in the operation where you start learning. You learn from the telemetry, you learn from the user behavior, from the application behavior, and then you start fine-tuning it. I think this is the point, we call it, let's say, day 2, which is maybe a few weeks out when you turn the system on, where the system learns and optimizes itself. So where's the channel planning and how are we going to utilize the channel, even with Wi-Fi 7 today, Wi-Fi 8 in the future, how can we shift channels around to have a proper experience at a certain time in a certain place. So yes, those tools are there to be leveraged, and the human brain, the experience always needs to be there, to look over what the tool is trying to do and if it's good or not good. Yeah.
Dave?
I mean, there's been several really good presentations about AI. I think Dean had a really good slide that had the arrow that showed the kind of progression of AI. And 2025 was kind of the beginning of the era of agentic AI. And now we're moving forward with a little bit of standardization with MCP. But, you know, it's still early days. I mean, we all love the idea of a self-driving network, and we're getting there. Everybody's getting there, but at the end of the day, I think to your point, Gino, we still need a human in the loop, and you need that human in the loop because it also builds trust in AI as well.
So with those sort of predictive self-healing networks, I think how's that played out in reality? Are you know, is it reducing overhead? Are we seeing, you know, things fix themselves, or you know, you're saying you still need a human involved, but how's that playing out?
Well, I mean, if you want to go way back, I mean, RRM is kind of an early version of machine learning in AI, and it's been around for 20 years, and it's obviously gotten better with time. So yes, that is a big component. That we start getting these self-healing networks to adjust power settings and channels potentially, because RF is not a static environment. RF changes and moves around. So without a doubt, AI has helped improve things, but at the end of the day, in my mind, we're still just beginning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just was adding on top of what David was saying. So usually outages are seen before. It's a gradual degradation of something. So with those tools we're using already today, you can see this degradation and not just the stop or working point. So we are utilizing this kind of mechanisms to see what is happening. The curve is going down, the experience is going down. Why? Do we have different information from different systems? Can we correlate those data? So we are not just focusing on the Wi-Fi piece, but there is SD-WAN, there is the internet piece, there is the user, and if you bring all this telemetry together, today we are already capable of saying, hey, this is the picture, this is what happened, and this is how we can solve it. So yeah, there's still a way to go to have this fancy AI brain who's going to do everything, but today you still are utilizing this precaution in a precautioned way. Yeah.
So Dave just touched on RF design, and I was thinking out, you know, if you're pitching to an IT department, what are the most important components when it comes to network design? Obviously, RF design is one, but anything. If you were picking those 2 or 3, I guess, sort of like shopping list items, what would they be? Anyone like to?
Well, you mentioned a couple. You mentioned like primary and secondary coverage for mobility.
Yeah.
Obviously, channel planning. If you're using static channels, power settings, the type of antennas selection, where you're going to mount APs. Also, what I like to call the pretty factor too. You know, because you know, not all APs. There's a reason a lot of APs have internal antennas because their antennas are ugly. So very often the deployment of the Wi-Fi, the infrastructure has to be sight unseen. So once again, there's a lot of good tools out there that have really progressed, I think, in the last 3 or 4 years. Like Hamina and Ekahau. I think Troy Martin from Ekahau is here. And just to give a plug for the WBA, there's like a new task group now for defining design standards and best practices. And I think, Troy, you're leading some of that. So I applaud that. And at the end of the day, everybody has kind of different approaches to design, but if there could be some sort of framework where people could at least start implementing best practices, that'll help everybody in the long run.
Yeah, adding on top of this, again, so we had a project where we had a huge warehouse, and we have forklifts, and we had an AP, and the client had an antenna. But it turned out that the antenna was too short getting out of the enclosure of the forklift. So when the forklift was standing, everything was fine. But as the forklift was driving, we didn't have any roaming. So the planning was not done properly. So we didn't consider properly how the client behaves, how the antenna behaves, at what speed, what is needed, etc. So this is one of the major things we need to take into consideration. We have a heterogeneous environment, different clients, different behaviors, different vendors. How does it apply? How does it function in our network that we think it should work, but sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, there are a lot of variables.
So just moving on, I want to open up to the audience in a moment, but I just want to touch on security. Howard, you've spoken about this. Gino, you gave a presentation on this. And Harada, you spoke about the onboarding experience. So, personal frustration I have, okay, would I, for example, carry out a commercial transaction on my phone in certain public Wi-Fi environments? Probably not, right? How do you balance, I guess, that sort of user onboarding experience, different venues, and Wi-Fi security as well? Because you talked about the onboarding, Harada, but obviously I imagine that the Wi-Fi security on campus must be important as well. How do you balance these things?
Yeah, of course, when I want to use the open roaming, I need onboard first, right? But if the usage is like a special things, maybe tough because, okay, this is one example. Last Sunday, I'm from Hokkaido, and Sapporo city has a heavy snow, okay? And airport is working, but transport between the downtown area to the airport was closed. So 7,000 people had a bed on the airport floor. It's a kind of disaster, right? So I was thinking, oh, if we have open roaming on the airport or underground of the station, or maybe the David's presentation, the enhanced broadcast services, it's a good, but people cannot do special things with a disaster situation. So the seamless roaming is not only the technical, it's a kind of roaming from the normal life, normal daily life, to the disaster life. So both of them, if we can use same services, and we are very happy with the, not happy, but we are okay with the disaster situation. So David's presentation too, he showed us two things. One is stadium, broadcast. People can watch the gaming scores or play movies, but also it can use the disaster situation, emergency situation. So if people have experience on the stadium to watch a game, but maybe someday people can use it on the disaster situation, emergency situation, without special onboarding, if people have experience. So I think open roaming or enhanced broadcast is not kind of special services. We should spread everywhere in our life. I'm thinking.
Howard?
Yeah, I think that Harada-san made some good points about it's that it is always great services, and that includes the broadcasting type of services. There was a slide that said you need to have an app installed on the smartphone for it to work. We need to, a big piece of all of this is how do you get that onboarding process done, automatically, ideally. Because when I look at Passpoint and open roaming, the number one problem to solve is distributing those profiles onto those devices.
Yeah.
And the reason I've focused a lot of time on building a business model around working with United States mobile operators is because they've worked with Apple and Google to pre-install all these profiles that make it easier to pursue a use case that takes advantage of those secure and automatic connections. And when I think about the broadcasting service as well, like what can we do to get a centralized power like Apple and Google to put something out there that we can use to everybody's benefit? And that's probably how we're going to have to do it. By relying on the mobile operators worldwide to all push out open roaming profiles is probably a dream that we're not going to realize. There's got to be some other way to do it. But I have a lot of thoughts about that.
Yeah, I agree. It's a mix as well. We talk about native support. As you say, Dave talks about it in his presentation. Mobile support, app support as well. We've seen what CD-ROAM have been doing in places like Osaka, so it's probably a mix in my view as well. But okay, so Gino, Dave, do you want to add anything to that before I go to the audience? Or okay, so questions from the audience? I know we're between the or before the coffee break, but feel free. We have one over here. You go, and the gentleman in the brown sweater.
You guys mentioned analogies a few times, and so maybe it's just unique to me, but if I go to a restaurant or a stadium or at home, I reasonably expect my water to be the hot tap and a cold tap, my food to be hot, temperature, good lighting. And so my question is it reasonable to expect users to want a different Wi-Fi user experience at different venues, like a stadium versus home? Or do we tell ourselves that's okay because of the design complexities? Right? From a user's perspective, should I have equal Wi-Fi regardless of the venue type?
Okay.
Yeah, so I think turning on the tap is the first question, right? So once again, if we're talking about open roaming or Passpoint, ideally you walk into a venue where you want to use the Wi-Fi and your phone will connect with you having to do nothing. So that part of the experience, I believe that should be universal. But when it comes to what is your experience at a stadium versus your home, I think the expectations do differ, right? If you're at a Taylor Swift concert, we see some stadium traffic ourselves, and every event except for a big concert like that, it's like there's a lot of download traffic. When there's Taylor Swift, it's like 2/3 or 3/4 of the traffic is uploaded, which is just completely different. And so I think you optimize the network based upon the known user behavior, but so make it feel consistent to them because they're able to get done what they want to do. So that kind of covers it, but I might hand it back over because I think there's a bit more detail we need to cover.
Yeah, just to be brief, I think, Troy, that most users might have currently a different expectation, say, from what their home Wi-Fi would be as opposed to where their Wi-Fi might be in a stadium or at a coffee shop. But at the end of the day, that's not what we want, right? At the end of the day, I think most users would prefer that it would be just like the analogies you use. That same expectation when they go into a Starbucks should be the same when they go into a stadium and when they're in their home network. So sadly, I think a lot of users still have probably an idea that the Wi-Fi experience might be different in some places. For example, you don't use a captive web portal at your house, okay? But they're going to run into captive web portals, which I'm not a big fan of because it's kind of the anti-user experience in my mind. But at the end of the day, they understand that they may have to deal with that. But with open roaming, once they've done that initial onboarding, then they can kind of just go to that seamless connectivity, which is more like the analogies you were using.
Yeah, just want to answer your question. So my question would be, how business critical is your wireless connectivity? Think about a manufacturing plant where you have business critical processes in Wi-Fi, on private 5G, on different other technologies. So if you have a hiccup on your wireless system, you have a hiccup also on your business processes. It's going to cost you money. And if you bring that back to the user who is traveling, who is consuming different kind of content, is this business critical, and what is the expectation also? Yeah, what are you paying? What are you not paying? And in what environment are we actually looking into? So is it back to the restaurant example? Are you going to, food restaurant which is pretty quick, gives you some hot dog and you're happy, or you're going to a 2-star Michelin omakase restaurant and you have a different expectation and you pay a different price. So this is the kind of range we are in the middle of.
I think that's a really good point. You know, I mean, we have some customers where if the Wi-Fi goes down, they'll lose like $1 million a minute. So their expectations are a little bit higher than, say, your average home user.
I remember 2012, the McDonald's on Oxford Street went down, the Wi-Fi, and they had to give away free food for the whole afternoon, and that cost them a fortune as well. But I think, you know, using the analogy, I think some of the public toilet stuff doesn't get 6 nines, Dave, as well. Okay. Stuart, question?
Follow up on Troy's question. I'm glad you asked this. I didn't know you were here, so we'll talk later. I think you're sort of missing the point if you focus on the authentication and onboarding process rather than the experience once you're on it. And I think just fundamentally for a variety of physical reasons, including that at home, maybe you have a 320 megahertz channel and you and your family are the only ones on the network, whereas at a football game, you have 100,000 other people there, and the network, until 6 gigahertz was available, was running at 20 megahertz. So I think actually the public restroom analogy is more close to what people have been conditioned to expect. I hope we can do somewhat better than that, but as long as we keep opening the roadmap for Wi-Fi with wider and wider and wider channels and with features that aren't feasible to implement in a public network, you're going to expand that gap. I don't think, I'm afraid that wasn't a question.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I think there is, somebody mentioned earlier, there's competing interests in the Wi-Fi community. So consumer Wi-Fi and enterprise Wi-Fi, Stuart, they have different goals. So in the enterprise, to your point, we're never going to deploy a 320 megahertz channel. It doesn't scale, but as to your point, it can be done on the consumer side. So absolutely, the user experience isn't just about the initial onboarding and connectivity. It's the entire time you're connected. But to Stuart's point, there are different goals when you talk about consumer Wi-Fi versus enterprise Wi-Fi.
We have a few minutes left. I want to see if there are a scan for any more questions. Okay, we have one more here, my friend Todd. I think he's going to pick you up on captive portals here, Dave.
Oh, you think so? Yes. So my name's Todd Myers. I'm with GoZone Wi-Fi. We are the Evo Captive Portal Company. Thanks, Dave. I hear everything that's going on. I hear a lot about the technical. I heard Derek talk about the business side of it. Those are important aspects of it. Use captive portals as tools to help onboard open roaming profiles. Use CapPort to help answer the questions that the venues have for businesses. They don't have to be all bad.
Yeah,
that's all.
Well,
Comments?
I think that's a really good point. And look, I'll be honest, I'm pretty hard on captive web portals because a lot of them have really bad experience because they're poorly implemented.
Yes.
And so a lot of people in their mind, they associate captive web portals as being the equivalent of a pop-up ad or a robocall. And so if it's done right, to your point, they can still serve a purpose. So to your point, there are RFCs and initiatives like CapPort that are enhancing the experience for even captive portals.
Yeah, captive
At the end of the day, they're not
error.
going away, and they are going to exist. So
Yeah.
you still have a good business model.
Captive portals are error messages. So, people try to utilize, a captive portal for different functions. But as long as they're administered properly and executed properly, they can actually be great tools to help open roaming and enablement.
To your point, the initial, that's one way to distribute a profile, for example.
Yeah, but also a way to monetize it to help the venue offset the cost of the bandwidth for the additional people on their open roaming. 60,000 people using Wi-Fi at a venue costs a shit ton of money for that venue. So somebody's got to pay for it.
Yeah, we had a summit with Google in December, so a lot of the people here in the audience, the captive portals aren't going away. You know, airlines, you know, they rely on that. How do people connect, but also how they monetize the advertising, you know, merchandising as well. So we know it's important, and I think it's figuring out how user experiences like open roaming can coexist with that as well.
Just looking forward to the AI agents which name and shame all the worst examples of captive portals. Yeah, anything more than one click or require.
Yeah, anything requiring more than one click for maybe terms and conditions in some countries where it's mandatory, or collecting personal information, it's like, okay, just immediately dox the venue owner or something, yes.
Yeah, I think inside leg measurements is too much. Okay, so I think we can close there. We have, we're coming up on time. I know it's late in the day as well, so we have our next coffee break. Before we do close, though, I want to thank Howard, Dave, Harada-san, and Gino for joining us as well. So can we put our hands together? Thank you, Gino.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So this is our final session of the day, final block. It's been a great event, and this block will have the pleasure of wrapping up the event. So our team, told me that I need to shake up the audience somehow, so you kind of feel energized. So I think we have great speakers that will help. But why don't we talk a bit about the vision and what happened here yesterday? So I'm Bruno Tomás. I work as a CTO for the WBA, and I have the pleasure of working with some of our great members and some of the minds behind all this technology, setting up the roadmaps for the future. So I'll just take 1 minute to kind of frame this session and summarize what we have been discussing here during the day. But to do that, we are really happy for being here in Tokyo. And you already got a lot of this, but I think, WBA launched Open Roaming in 2020 to scale Passpoint and make it a reality. And we really feel that we are embracing this technology. So personally, this is an event we'll remember forever. So I'll just, embrace this mission, and let's make this, open roaming as part of our mission. Let's see if this works, right? Let's. Having said that, today you heard about next generation Wi-Fi. That's coming, that's here. We need more spectrum, more power. Of course, open roaming is becoming broad and available everywhere. But we also need quality of experience. And if we blend all these, I think we can achieve this new connectivity benchmark and have seamless deployments arising globally. In fact, this is the view from my room here on Prince Shinagawa. I've been on this hotel a couple times, and finally, they got this view, so all the stars are aligning, and I think this will be a great, great success. Okay, going into our session, we have, great speakers, companies talking about different areas and going really practical. So we have LGU, Morse Micro, Broen Communications, Cable Labs, Asia RF, AirTies will be back, and you can see they will cover, AI, Halo trials in the field, converging Wi-Fi with IoT on the same box, end-to-end QoS and aggregation, and then a panel on, okay, how can we really put these opportunities on the operator side and monetize them? Having said that, let's get started. So I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Jong-min Oh from LGU Plus. He works for the CTO team and is responsible for home device and Wi-Fi. Thank you so much. See a clicker and microphone. Yeah, just up.
Hello everyone and good afternoon. My name is Jong-min Oh, and I'm from LGU Plus in South Korea. First of all, I would like to thank WBA for inviting me to this event. It is truly an honor to represent LGU Plus here today. Today, I want to share with you how LGU Plus and AI/ML technologies are transforming in home internet in Korea. And let's get started. LGU Plus is one of the leading telecommunication operator in Korea. We deliver a wide range of services that support digital home lifestyle, including high-speed internet, IPTV, and variety of smart home solutions. At the center of all these services is advanced Wi-Fi technology, which ensure stable connectivity and fast speed for our customer. So, we began offering home Wi-Fi back in 2010. And last year, we became the first service provider in Korea to launch Wi-Fi 7. And this year, we are expanding our Wi-Fi 7 product lineup to reach more premium internet subscribers. And looking ahead, we are preparing a proof of concept trials for Wi-Fi 8, which will further push the boundaries of home connectivity. And beyond internet connectivity, LGU Plus also provide high-quality IPTV service and a variety of smart home solutions. For example, our portable IPTV technologies ensures smooth streaming even in poor Wi-Fi environment. And our smart home solutions include child and pet care, as well as home security. Through our mobile application, customers can monitor and control the IoT device easily. Moreover, our AI-powered home CCTV can detect objects and identify movement, and even recognize happy facial expressions. So, we are making home not only safe, but also smart. In March last year, we launched True Wi-Fi 7, supporting 320 MHz bandwidth in 6 GHz spectrum. This enables ultra-fast internet speed of 1, 2.5, 5, and even 10 Gbps. And with features like multi-link operation and QoS management, we maximize speed while minimizing latency. And so, how Wi-Fi 7 is transforming home internet in Korea? Let's look at 3 aspects: data usage, speed, and latency. The first, data usage. The number of Wi-Fi devices and overall data usage, our flagship Wi-Fi 6 and 7 continues to grow rapidly. In the near future, their data usage is expected to exceed 10 GB per day. When we see the customers' Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 7 device connections have been risen to 23%, while older generations like Wi-Fi 4, 5, and 6 have declined. In terms of frequency, the use of interference-free 6 GHz have grown to 25%, while congested 2.4 GHz has dropped to 28%. This trend shows that the customers are naturally shifting toward better performance. Second is speed. Wi-Fi 7 delivers speed over 5 Gbps more 4 times faster than Wi-Fi 6. We worked together with Intel and WBA to measure its performance in a real environment. The results were published in a trial report. The customers using Wi-Fi 7 have experienced 60% faster speed than those using Wi-Fi 6. This remarkable improvement has been driven by supporting 6 GHz. Third is latency. With QoS management, our Wi-Fi 7 minimizes the latency while multiple devices are connected. Let's see the example clip. This is one of the popular Korean game, The Battleground. As you can see, the latency rose to 88 milliseconds under heavy device connections, but when QoS features enabled, the latency dropped back to 20 milliseconds. This feature was developed in close collaboration with Samsung and is integrated into Galaxy S25 and beyond. And now let's talk about how AI and machine learning are transforming Korean customer care. We collect Wi-Fi quality data from customers' access point, RSSI, and interference, and data usage, and errors. Using AI/ML analysis, we can identify when and why Wi-Fi quality declines. And we apply this in 2 ways. First is customer support, and the second is proactive care. First is customer support. Previously, our customer support agent had to guess the cause of Wi-Fi issues after hearing customers' complaint. So it was difficult for them to find the actual causes. But now, our AI model provides a good result, a good analysis, enabling agent to give a precise instruction. As a result, the technicians' visit to customers' home have decreased from 63% to 51%. Also, we are gradually reduce this. Second is our proactive customer care. Each month, we monitor customers with poor Wi-Fi quality. And before their complaint arise, we send easy understand card news guide via SMS or push notification. We designed it to handle various situations. Then, a customer can perform self-care actions, improving Wi-Fi quality indicators such as RSSI and interference level and error rate. This approach has significantly increased customer satisfaction and reduced unnecessary service call. To summarize, our focus remains on the customer. We will expand Wi-Fi 7 to reach more households. And we will conduct Wi-Fi 8 trials from the customer perspective. And we will soon provide a self-care diagnosis that allows customers can easily check and manage their home internet quality. In conclusion, Wi-Fi 7 and AI MLs are not just technology. They are transforming the way Korean homes connect, stream, and live digitally. At LGU Plus, we are committed to leading this transformation and delivering best possible experience to our customers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for setting the vision. And also, this will be one of the first applications of the WBA AIML framework that was built. So that is something that we really value that is going practical into the field. Any immediate questions for Jungmin? Okay, looks like not. So just a quick one. Definitely you are going to allow your customers to self-diagnose. But up until now, were you able to show them the value of this solution? They kind of see LGU Plus as a leader, innovator. Is there any practical outcome you are seeing from them directly?
Oh, yes. So from the customer self-care, we can also increase the Wi-Fi extenders as kind of we call it the mesh routers, and then people who feel the unacceptable Wi-Fi quality can apply and can get a new mesh routers with a good price or our promotion service, and then so they are satisfied after they get a new Wi-Fi. Yeah, and also we will. So our aim is to check and manage by customers, and then we can find more opportunity to make a variety of service.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. That's very smart. So the customer goes through this process. He can buy the extenders. So AI is helping you to automate even, the journey to buy, a good service within the home. Well done. Thank you. Thank you again. Okay. We have one. Let's get one quick question. We have some time.
Hi there. Are you seeing any trends in the mix of uplink and downlink traffic?
You have to juggle the mic.
Let's take it out soon. Usually, downlink stream is much more than upstream. But now we are thinking about the upstream traffic will be more than now because of the game and interactive core and other uplink application will grow. And we will check it out.
Work in progress. It will be part of this phase 2. Okay. Okay, let's carry on. Thank you so much, Jungmin. Okay, so now it's time to shift gears a bit and go deeper on Wi-Fi Halo. So Japan is a Wi-Fi Halo country. So Yoshi-san, you are VP of Morse Micro, responsible here for the business. Yes. We want to know more about these trials.
Thank you. Sorry, me again. First of all, thank you so much to have an opportunity to be update for a field trial result to be present over here. As you may know that for Wi-Fi Halo field trial report was issued before in the American market. But we had a good opportunity to field trial in Japan side, because Japan is much different as a US. Because we are very tight land, we have a big mountains, and if you go to that city, so many big concrete building like New York or Los Angeles, that's everywhere. And also people living not just flat place, also near mountains or near ocean side. So we really appreciate that we got to measure how lenses and also how Wi-Fi Halo penetrations effectively in Japan market. So I really appreciate that. So I would like to be update for that things. We spent 2 weeks, actually 2 weeks in the field trial in Japan side, and tested by 4 different sites. One is a grapes farm. Do you know a shine muscat? One of that very good grapes. It's pretty expensive. And one shine muscat, you need to be paid for $20, $30. But in the Yamanashi city, for the grapes, was have an issue because so many tourists from overseas just grabbing the grapes. Then they would like to be using some security-wise and some sensor-wise. They're looking for the halos. So they give us an opportunity to be the field test in their field. And also at the school, apartment, and also at the water plant. For the water plant, like at 2 p.m., NTT was presented already. We got a very good result. So I will skip that. So I would like to be focused on that the 2 sites. One's the grapes, other one is at the school. And for the test, cross the test all site, we do tested for that the 4 things. Okay, one is a coverage and make some heat map. And also multiple camera connectivity testing. And also that multiple device simulation and testing, and also OTA, and also multiple device access control and tested, like lock and unlock, like more access control things. And also a comparison from at the Wi-Fi 2.4 versus at the Wi-Fi Halo. Also for the test equipment, at this moment I just highlighted for that our product, but this field trial, that's so many like a Japanese vendor was bring to that some test equipment, but at this moment I just highlighted our product for using the AP for our newest devices for the host, and also the connected device is we using the access control for the -01, and for the device is that the middle one. Also for camera is also that's a 3 device that we are using the test. And this is the grape farms. So this location is actually cutting them away of the mountainside. And it's pretty big properly at this moment. And we had a more like height differences around 150 to the 200 also. Then we put one AP in the top. Then we use that the burst mode. The one AP, the height difference, 150 to 200. Then we can reach for that 306 meters. So we can keep connecting to the halo. So this is RSSI.
So pretty strong that we can still connect it to receive that RSSI in the field. So pretty much we can cover some area is actually in the bottom. Is at the height. It's just cutting. It's on that area. It's very, shapely down to that 30 meters, depend on that's at the high. So it's pretty bad condition at that area. So this is the camera connectivity. We put 5 camera in the field. So if you can see, that's depend on the height, and also that one is at 360 meters away for the one cameras, but still a good picture that we receive. Also, we can transmit to the AP, and also connectivity is pretty good. And also, this is one of the heat map. Sorry, is that the packet error. Sorry, makes that the wrong color of this, because if you can see the packet errors, actually 0 packet error, it's a red. 100% packet error is a blue. So sorry, I missed it for offset for the color. But if you can see the mini red, means that our connectivity is like all 10 devices, packet error is pretty much none. And so this is a packet, the 40 packet, and packet size around 48 byte, and every 1 sec. And 10 each device is same time that we're sending for the data. It's pretty good to still have some connectivity. No packet error in the field. For the parking, is that the big field, even the mountain side, we can reach out, even that height differences, but we can reach for that 350 meters or 360 meters in the field. And also that's one AP, then many of the camera and IoT device at one single AP that we can connect. And also simulation and the connectivity test for the 10 device and showing that's very good and for the connectivities. And also 13 device was lock and unlock. It's the same time, then all device was locked within the 2.5 sec. This is pretty good. So not much big latency. So this meaning is very useful, the smart lock and access control. It's pretty quick. And also 6 device was OTA to be uploaded for the software. So all device was completed within the 2 minutes. So as you know that Japan have a very tight regulation in the field, but even this is very useful result for IoT that we can receive in the field. For other solutions, we was tested in the school. So this is one of the heat map for the school. Because we were testing for the school, it's very similar as an office building, factories, and a big apartment in Japan. So one AP put in the top of the roof, then we can cover by all over the properly in the school. Also, RSSI is pretty good. Then, that school have 3 storage in the school. Then, beginning to the end, they're the close to that 100 meters for that's the school 1 floors. Then we put for the AP in the 3rd floor, middle of 3rd floors. Then cover by all 5 floors, pretty much. Even that school was very nice school. Concrete building. Same as this building, many concrete like this. But the only difference is that each of the floor, maybe you can see for the block, means that they have a school. Then with that concrete and the circles, and which meaning that's really needed by the penetration to be connected for the halos. So this is also another things, the 2-point comparison to the 2.4 gig Wi-Fi, same location that we are putting for the AP, but 2.4 Wi-Fi is only they can connect it to the 2 devices. But Halo connected all over the device. Also, that actually this building, top of the roof, they had a basketball court. Then even that they can connect the basketball court to, we can see that video as well. So for this result, that's we feel that even there's some concrete big building, Halo is a good penetration and a very stable connectivity to use that IoT solutions, not just the sensors, and also not just at the access point. Also that we can use that also camera solution as well. So this is a summary. So one access point that we can cover by the roof and also that the soccer ground. And also one access point we can cover by the all 5 storage in the school. So even that some comparison with the 2.4 the Wi-Fi, Halo is definitely, even that some Japan tight regulations, but we can very stable connect to cover by the all one building. So we are under preparing for that white paper, but coming soon. So today's just at 20 minutes to be present. So not much I can explain for the detail, but please take a look. Once white paper is available, there's more detail, numbers in the data, and also more detailed white heat map and more explanation. So I hope you can enjoy for this white paper coming soon. So if anything for questions, maybe double BA and also the most micro, happy to be answered that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would say in terms of questions, you mentioned this like a teaser, so we are halfway. These reports were very successful because we already launched the US version of these reports, so you can already consult those. But anything specific that anyone would like to ask about Halo and the progress? Any wish list, any verticals that you would like to have? So why these 4? I know that you get lots of requests and the short list. Yeah. Are these the most representative use cases here in Japan that you are currently addressing, or do you see other verticals that will need this type of data?
Actually, so many requests, so many make some situations, but we select in the 4 because that each of the data is we can also using that other cases. That's why we selected this 4 locations. Actually discuss with NUTS internally, also discuss with the WBA members and NTTs and also some other our customers as well. So we just selected the 4.
but this is very useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I thank you again for your time and for most micro contributions.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, with this, let's proceed. So we talked about AI, IoT, and Wi-Fi complementarity. And I think now is a good moment also to introduce Henry Wang. He's the CEO for Broen Communications, and he's going to talk about OT, technology, IT, and the perspective on convergence with their Prism vision and project. So let me welcome you on stage, Henry. Thank you so much. Right click.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Good evening, everyone. I'm Henry Huang, the CEO of Broen Communication. Throughout the days, we have heard a lot of different applications, implementations, theoretical data, and all this going on. Let's shift gear a little bit here from Broen Communication to share with you the idea of actually deploying it into the world. There is more things to take care than a dream case that we could deploy immediately. So Broen Communication is a company that has dedicated ourselves in building up IoT with the idea of a hybrid environment to solve our customers' problem in different scenarios. So we oftentimes come across the debate about OT perspective and IT perspective. I want the network independent from the corporate IT network. Or the IT guy says that the deployment of this OT network is going to jeopardize our IT network security and so on. But all in all, they are expressing the potential issue of a corporate interest in making an improvement of efficiency and effectiveness of managing whatever is out there. We want to know what is happening. So there's always the security concern from the IT guys, and then when you scale up, how are you going to manage it? How are you going to prevent the network from being impacted by outside forces? And the operation guy is saying that, with all this requirement, you are losing a lot of valuable operational data that we wanted to collect and improve our corporate efficiency. So, we came across some scenario like hospitals with blind spot of signal not going through the coverage area. In mines area, when the owners came to us, they lack the possibility of real-time safety monitoring. And on campuses, there are fragmented security systems that leave gaps in coverage. Even though you have a very good wireless signal, you still can't get into that infrastructure because of IT concerns. So when you look at a network with IT perspective as a priority, you miss the coverage limits that, which is saying the standard IT protocol actually struggle to penetrate to dense industrial material like just now where was mentioned the concrete area or the vast area that could not be adequately covered. And then power mismatch is also an issue. With the high bandwidth IT solution, it drains the battery quickly and it is tedious to send people in for battery changes on a daily basis. And then also the operational cultural clashes between IT and OT that prevents a better infrastructure from being implemented. So what Broen, having a Prism brand, is to create something to fill in the gap between the IT perspective and OT's perspective to make the real world a more harmonious world. So the two departments of John and George need not fight for their own turf. And then yet there's still a solution to address what from both sides concerns. We are not giving up the security of the network infrastructure. We provide a total manageable solution to our customers' bases, and then providing the potential to scale up so that when the real results of the POC went through and the commercial value is realized and also appreciated by the management, it could scale up quickly into the vast proximity of the owners. So what do I mean by that? This is a simple rollout of what we have created thus far, a management system with the IoT solution on the left, on your left hand, on your left hand side, and then the Wi-Fi solution on your right hand side. We leverage your Wi-Fi infrastructure for IoT implementation while offering a combination, a hybrid of different wireless technology to enhance the IoT data collection that the business environment needed. So our approach is actually our value of creating an integrated hybrid RF gateways and network make available to the market on top of the existing Wi-Fi gateways. We all have Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is everywhere. But on top of that, is there anything else that could help us to just collect data without a expedited battery drainage, or just a simpler capital investment for data collection so that our management, our human resources costs will be reduced, our management efficiency will be improved. So multi-radio is a must. And then concurrently, we provide a consistent policy and enforcement across all devices and types so as to ensure unified security concerns for the IT guys who are very concerned about infrastructure network being breached by unauthorized users. And also a lifecycle management guaranteed with automated provisioning and updates for the entire device fleet. So that it is an easy provisioning or addition of new devices or an easy management of what has been added into the new network. So the triangle or the intelligence switching that we share with our customers is, first of all, to utilize the Wi-Fi high bandwidth for whatever data that is needed on this channel, while providing perhaps LoRa low power telemetry for data collection like door, window opening sensors, PIR sensors, or other sensors that is relevant to your business. And they're also providing Halo long-range video for events triggered in addition of the data being collected. Because sometimes when the door or window opening data is sent back, you wanted to verify by pictures or by video what actually opened the door. Is it a human or a bear in Hokkaido, right? So that would be supplemented by the video being captured with the data that the door is being breached through and it's a bear, something like this. So in a real-world application that we have had in China, this is a beautified picture, excuse me. It should be more like a R2-D2 kind of a robot, not like this so beautiful, all right? It's a patrol robot that goes in an industrial park area at night to supplement the human laborers who might be sleeping in the room to patrol the industrial area. So you can imagine it's a R2-D2 kind of robots with wheels that rolls through. So it provides its location with LoRa, while with sensors and cameras that is supplemented by Halo for the streamline of some video feeds. Not all the time, but some critical area that is preset by software. So it is processed and assessed by the system or by the manager whether it's an incident to be attended or so to go forth. In a hospital in Thailand, we were asked to provide a solution to help them track their assets and then also provide a security scoring of their assets, whether or not moving out from the zone whether how far is it from the zone that it is being tracked, and also providing an infrastructure that ensure zero-touch provisioning. So when I add in, don't ask me to hire a team of 10 or 20 IT experts to manage it, but just plug and play. Of course, it is still in a improvement progress. Right now, it is more than just plug and play, but as we move along and move down the road, it is always our target to provide that kind of solution to a business where the network is a plug-and-play scalable nature. So for Prism as our foundation, the brand of Broadband Communication, security framework is always of concern. We provide device identity for all whatever is hooked on to our network. Segmentation of OT to IT networks is a must without interruption of the daily operation. Because most of the time, the owner of the business is saying that don't turn down the system, you just add it in while we manage our daily routines. And this is also ensured, and we also provide the policy automation with OTA updates and rule enforcement for sure at scale. So with all this being said, security, operation, deployments, these are all measurable impacts to the business that share with us what have improved for them. And we sincerely ask and look out to our peers in the industry to test on us, to walk down the path together, to build more IoT solution, leveraging existing wireless network, and then with the addition of new technologies that's available into market to connect the theme of this conference, to connect the digital world of the next stage. This summarizes my presentation. Thank you very much, and I look forward to talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, yes, thank you. I imagine when you present these to IT managers, their eyes start to shine because it's all about optimization and solving their burden of managing multiple networks and systems. Any quick questions for Henry? If not, oh, there's one in the back. Is there a microphone we can pass? Otherwise, I'll just... Is there a microphone? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Harry, for your presentation. I really like the idea of unifying IoT and the Wi-Fi infrastructure together. But look at the major manufacturer for this Wi-Fi infrastructure provider, including your company. I had a look during lunchtime. It seems like no one now put the IoT, for example, the Halo technology or LoRa into their Wi-Fi AP. Do you know what's the barrier for this company integrating these two technologies in a single piece of hardware? Is that because the cost issue or user scenario is different?
No, it is very simple. It's just a problem of perspective. Because if you are so used to talking about Wi-Fi bandwidth, you're talking a lot about high bandwidth transmission of data. You're thinking about very colorful data or pages, pictures, videos, or streamline of videos. But when you look at it from IoT, I don't need so high resolution pictures or so on, and just some kind of data to be collected. So it's just a perspective issue. Most of our peers in the ecosystem building Wi-Fi gateways, Wi-Fi APs are constrained by their thoughts of providing higher speed, less error rate, bus rate higher, and so on. But actually, in a lot of industrial deployment, the requirement is, can you use something that is low in maintenance, so low battery drainage is a definite requirements, and then low bandwidth for data. That is good enough. And don't use my Wi-Fi for corporate communication and some other activities, just something to be monitored through another network that don't disrupt my daily network for security concern. So it is very difficult for a normal or a simple access point builder of Wi-Fi to get out from the comfort zone to actually address different wireless technology, which is pretty similar, but yet investment into new venues to make things happen in corporate world. So it's just a matter of perspective. It's just not that they are not capable of doing it. It's a matter of how you support it and how you jump out from the comfort zone to help the real world. So as I said, BroWAN provides solutions instead of just boxes to make things happen. You need a lot of other expertise to address a real world scenario.
Interesting. Okay. No, thank you so much again.
Thank you. Domo arigato gozaimasu. And that's all from me.
Perfect. No, thank you. Very good. Okay, let's proceed. So this was an example of convergence. I think next, something we didn't discuss much on this Congress, we are talking about wireless, but we all need a backhaul. And what happens behind the scenes when something is not performing. So we have with us Greg White. He's a distinguished technologist at Cable Labs, and he's going to talk about the technology that we are working in the WBA as well, and very soon, hopefully, will come to us. So Greg, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about some work that we're doing in one of the working groups within WBA, and that is the end-to-end quality of service working group. So I'm Greg White at Cable Labs. I've been involved in this project for a couple of years now, and prior to that, developing similar technologies in the wired space. So, talking about solving latency. So today, we've had a number of the presenters talk about quality of service and quality of experience, and talking about latency as being a critical component to providing the type of experiences that customers want to see. And I'll talk about a couple of technologies that are available within the Wi-Fi ecosystem and will be coming out in networks in the future. First off, why latency? So today, Wi-Fi network data rates are commonly in the 200 to 400 megabits per second range. That's 100 times the data rate that you need to have a video conference. Those applications are typically running in the single-digit megabit per second range. So why are we still seeing glitches in our video conferences? So it's not a capacity issue. It's not a throughput issue. The graphic here is from a recent presentation from Jason Livingood at Comcast. This is a quality of outcome analysis and a root cause analysis using the Cujo AI software to look at the user experience expected on a video conference in a residential Wi-Fi environment. And you can see the quality of outcome analysis shows a 40% probability of imperfections. And of that, the single biggest cause is in-home congestion on the Wi-Fi network. So what does that mean? What is the congested Wi-Fi, and why is it causing issues? So there really are two phenomena that are important for understanding the impact that Wi-Fi congestion has on user experience. One of them is the shared channel congestion, right? The multiple devices contending for the air, colliding, backing off, et cetera. The second one is what we call queue building traffic, or applications that are trying to send data as quickly as they can, but they don't know how fast they can send it. And why is this an issue for users? It comes down to poor congestion management by current Wi-Fi implementations. And that's not intended as an indictment of Wi-Fi implementers. This is not a problem that's unique to Wi-Fi. It's a problem that's kind of baked into the mindset that we've had as network engineers and network architects, that latency has always been kind of a secondary consideration. And when we consider latency, we've always focused on things like average latency rather than the tail of the latency distribution. Realization across the networking industry has come that we need to start looking more carefully at the latency characteristics of our networks and ensure that our networks can provide low latency packet delivery at the tail of the distribution. So coming back to those two root causes of Wi-Fi congestion, medium access delay is the phenomenon that comes from multiple devices contending for airtime. You can easily see hundreds of milliseconds or more latency just getting access to the channel when you've got several devices contending. That affects all of the applications and all the devices that are sharing the channel. The second one, queue building traffic, that's manifested as buffering delays, as an application is trying to send data through the network and ends up sending data faster than the Wi-Fi link can support, and the data backs up in the network. So how do we solve for latency in Wi-Fi networks? And in particular, solve this congested Wi-Fi phenomenon? Well, we can try to reduce congestion, so find a clear channel where you can move a device to so that it doesn't experience the channel congestion. But the other option is to just fix the Wi-Fi congestion management. And that's what I'll talk about in the next couple of slides. So one of the technologies that is being developed to solve this problem is called L4S. Many of you may have already heard of it. The WBA published a report or an implementation guidelines document about a year ago, which described how to implement L4S in a Wi-Fi access point. That, I'm told, is the #1 most downloaded document on the WBA website in 2025. If you're not familiar with it, I encourage you to download that document, and it gives you a description of a detailed description of L4S along with the guidelines for implementation. But on a one-slide summary, what L4S is an end-to-end technology to enable applications to sense the capacity of the network and make use of that network capacity without causing latency. So without L4S, applications effectively have to guess at what the network capacity is and guess what the right sending rate should be. And when they guess wrong, data backs up in the network and causes delay. With L4S, applications get fine-grained feedback from the network to signal that they need to slow down because they're sending too quickly. And with that feedback, they can respond and keep the buffering delay to near zero and data flowing smoothly. This technology requires implementation in the application as well as in the network. And this past year, we saw a tremendous amount of uptake in the deployment of L4S, both in applications and operating systems on the devices that we all have in our pockets, as well as in networks. There have been some major network announcements about deployment of L4S. And getting that into Wi-Fi is going to eliminate this buffering delay issue that can be seen in Wi-Fi. All right. The other piece, the medium access delay piece, it comes down to the default Wi-Fi parameters for medium access. The contention parameters really provide poor latency performance. Historically, the default values that have been used in most networks were designed with throughput as being the only real metric that mattered. And also, if latency was considered, again, it was average latency typically, rather than looking at the tail of the distribution. Now, we've experimented with different ways to try to get past that in terms of an understanding of the latency characteristics of networks and why the tail latency is important. In the past, we've used the 99th percentile packet latency as being a metric that we think has value. But when people hear 99th percentile, they think we're talking about a rare event. If your Wi-Fi network is supporting 1,000 transmission opportunities per second, 99th percentile happens 10 times a second. This is the normal experience that applications are seeing. So these two graphs are an attempt at characterizing that latency in a little bit different way that maybe makes it more tangible. I won't go through the detail of the diagrams, but the one on top is the current best effort access category default parameters for the contention window and transmit opportunity duration, et cetera. With those parameters, with 4 stations contending for access to the channel, you could expect to see a 1-second outage of the channel every 3 minutes. That means For each station that's trying to contend, it will collide with another station enough times that it takes 1 second in order for it to get access to the channel. With 8 stations, that becomes 3.5 seconds. So you can see how with these default parameters, video conferences, even if there is plenty of capacity, if you're getting a 1 second outage every 3 minutes, that's going to be a visible experience for the user. So in the end-to-end quality of service working group, we're exploring the entire parameter space for contention parameters. And with optimization of those parameters, you can significantly improve the performance of this. The default parameters are kind of a one-size-fits-okay. They don't break in extreme cases, but they're so far from optimal that there's plenty of room for improvement here. An example, selecting optimal parameters with 4 stations, that outage becomes 25 milliseconds outage every 3 minutes instead of a second outage. So in summary, the future looks really good for Wi-Fi in terms of latency performance. There is a tremendous amount of opportunity for improvement with support for L4S in the Wi-Fi access points and stations, as well as optimizing the EDCA parameters used by access points and stations. And with those improvements, we can expect fantastic performance even in heavily congested environments without the need to pick the winners and losers, to pick applications that we think are important and have other applications take the brunt of that. So that's it for my presentation. I'll take any question if we have.
Thank you so much, Greg. Yeah, so I think it's a great end-to-end perspective. Maybe, Greg, from what you are seeing, and given all this innovation needed in Japan, I don't believe you can give exact timelines, but when could we expect for very advanced networks, already using Wi-Fi 7 with some money to invest, that they can have this L4S technology being applied on the end-to-end perspective? The transfer technology cycle, because you started on IETF many, many years ago, looks like now we are catching up on showing real results. What's left to get this deployed in the field?
Right, so getting it implemented in the Wi-Fi APs that operators are deploying is obviously a key step. There are access points today that do support L4S, but it's by far not the majority. So getting those implementations tested and into the field is a key piece. On the other side, again, is the application side. Apples and Googles and NVIDIAs and Netflix of the world are already adopting L4S. It's starting to roll out in the internet. Last I heard, 50% of Apple FaceTime calls use L4S today. They randomly enable it or disable it to test the difference between the two. But so it's absolutely coming on the application endpoints. So it's getting it into the network, getting it into the access points.
So it's more the technology players rather than countries. So we have to go step by step. Okay. Thanks, Greg, for sharing your perspective. And we'll have the working session this week. Thank you. Okay, so let's end here with the energizing panel, hopefully. So I'll invite again to stage John Lennox from AirTies, Oishi-san from Morse Micro, and let me invite also Paul Lay from Asia Ref to join us here on stage. So let's get some mics for you guys. Thank you. Okay, they're all on? Oh yeah. Thank you. Please, sir. Please. So this is about opportunities for service providers and carriers. And we have been talking about Wi-Fi, but definitely it comes the question about competition and whether this matters. So maybe before we start, I think, Paul, we didn't have yet a chance to know more about your role, what you do. So I know you prepared a short video for the audience, so maybe let's go and play the video first. Is that okay? Perfect. Thank you, very clear. Anything you want to compliment? You are responsible for this roadmap, but I think the video looks very good, right? It's on? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I think this chance I would like to present our latest Wi-Fi Halo USB dongle. And our Wi-Fi Halo USB dongle can communicate with all the operation system. Not only Linux, also Windows and the MacBook, and also the Linux and the mobile phone, your Android phone, and also the iOS Apple phone. So I think it's a very unique and also very convenient for all the customer want to use the Halo to implement and do the test. Even that we also have create a web page can direct to display the signal strengths, so the people can use this to do the installation tools, and for the installer to detect the signal strengths. I think it's a very good chance to present here, and thank you, Wireless Broadband Alliance.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that innovation, and definitely a use case that operators can look into from a backhaul perspective. So I think it's a great fit. So the way we envisioned here the panel is to start with some, short questions and get some, answers. And John, you were one of the first to speak today, but I believe something strikes us. You mentioned the billions of dollars invested on mobile networks, and then we spend 10 to 14 hours inside the home. And the perception of the user experience then comes from what we see when we are using our phone on the Wi-Fi. So why the home experience is so important, and how do you see that impacting the brand of the operators?
Well, as we've found out actually through all of today, clearly Wi-Fi is very complementary to both the fixed and mobile services that all the different providers give, whether it be ISP or CSP. In the home, though, obviously, you do spend quite a lot of time in the home. Now, we do understand that many people sleep also when they're at home and they're not on their Wi-Fi, but there are still many, many hours that you spend at home, and that truly is the experience that you have of those many $1 billion worth of investment. And I think it's a great opportunity that needs to be taken by ISPs. I mean, listening to the LGU Plus presentation was fantastic, to understand that you are truly looking at the Wi-Fi experience as a way to differentiate your services in the country. It's an absolutely fantastic approach, and it's something that we 100% believe in. And the idea that via a simple methodology of monitoring, tracking, gathering data, using AI/ML to then give insights, steering, channel management, all of those things to then up that experience in the home is an absolutely fantastic opportunity that obviously more ISPs and CSPs need to consider and take advantage of, because the amount of investment that's needed in the home is minute compared to the investment that's happening in the rest of their networks.
Yeah. No, very interesting. Maybe I would summarize it. You are recommending to have one office, no walls, so residential and enterprise teams and mobile teams to talk more and just enable all those features, starting with AI/ML. So, very, very interesting perspective. So maybe Oishi-san, the way I would like to approach this is you present it together with some operators, right, that are embracing Halo. So why Japan is so successful and operators are moving forward to deploy Halo and seeing it as a valuable technology?
For Japan, kind of different cultures and also history, the background, and many like a local government is they need something for help from that technology companies. That is one of the big company to be helped and solve that old issue by the NTT. So. And also that's sometimes company was specialized some field, like mobile, sometimes telecommunications, some the field, but NTT covered by that everything in the Japan.
Yeah,
so that's why NTT is looking for the new technology to be covered to support for that all of that Japan for the area. So that's why we got the match with the NTT to work together and make some partnership. That's
becomes
the
a strategic country motivation, and that's very interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, on that note, Paul, I know you were one of the first companies to just have Halo strategy, then you blend Wi-Fi. So could you tell us what use cases you are seeing arising that can cater to operators' interests? And by the way, how does that compare with cellular, right? Is there a sweet spot for Wi-Fi that they can leverage?
Now most of telecom companies, they are interested still on the broadcasting and internet linking. So Wi-Fi Halo, although the bandwidth is still very low, like 20 megabit per second, but in Japan now is only 1 megabit per second. But sooner or later, I believe in this year, Japan will open 2 megahertz bandwidth very soon, and without the duty cycle. That's been, you can reach like a 4 megabit per second. So if we can get this kind of, get it works, so a lot of application will come true. And actually the network, telecom companies still watch out about the internet access. So Wi-Fi Halo, if we can get more bandwidth later, because I know there is one new technology ongoing, is use the Halo MIMO. So if Halo MIMO is come up, then that means bandwidth will come to like 40 megabit per second. That means the internet access, internet, you can use it. So, but that's my saying, but I believe in the chipset company, like Morse Micro, they already study very, very deep inside. So we are looking for this kind of solution very quick.
Yeah, so that's an interesting angle. And you mentioned the motivation of the telecom operators. And like I started, this panel, it's Wi-Fi opportunities, but we have to compare it with cellular technology somehow. So because we are here in APAC and we have such high density environments, we talk a lot about indoor densification. So maybe I would do a quick round between all of you. How do you see this Wi-Fi and cellular complementarity? And if you can talk about specific characteristics of APAC region that can influence the decision of operators doing more indoor offload densification, putting more devices in building, right? So John, maybe let's start with you.
Yeah, so having heard a lot of the discussions today, obviously I think a lot of the sessions talked about the balance that's really needed in our industry. The need for power consumption or less power consumption, our desire to make everything faster and faster and faster, but in reality, as was mentioned before, maybe only 2 to 2.5 megabit per second is enough in many, many cases. And I think we also have a vast spread of different wealth and income across APAC. I've spent 5 years of my life living in Indonesia, and they want a very different solution to Tokyo, to Japan. And I think it's very important that we have all these many different sizes and many different options, because it is not about one size fits all. as was mentioned in the last presentation, power consumption is a massive consideration. It's a massive consideration across Indonesia. There's still, in certain parts of the country, there are still grey-outs and brown-outs during days and so on, particularly during the very hot seasons. So I think we need variety. We need all of these competing and complementary technologies to really allow operators, building owners, industries to pick the right solution that really fits their requirements. And then on top of that, of course, if we can then use AI and ML to make it all a bit smarter, make it all a bit cleverer, and make sure that the devices are being served by what they need and not overserved by something that they don't need, I think is a great opportunity for us to make things even more efficient, even more cost-effective, and deliver what's needed by the device and by the end user.
Yeah. You just remind us that the regional dashboards would be very interesting to help steering the development and the stages on the focus. Yeah, very good. We need to bring that into the working groups. Oshi-san, is there a seller angle for NB-IoT LTM that still compares, or it's a Halo?
Yeah, it's if talking about Halos and the mobiles or cellulars, it's not much big competitive in the field. But if we spoke with someone, then it's kind of funny things. People never care about, what kind of Wi-Fi was connected to use. Like 2.4 or 5 gig doesn't matter, but they want to be like a seamless connectivity is very important, which means that John was told already, but we need a more variety, and also that's, we are very seamless to be connected, strong connectivities. That is very important for Japan.
Interesting, thank you. Yeah, Paul, maybe from your standpoint and your integrated product, how do you see this, convergence between Wi-Fi cellular and what the operators say when you try to basically push your portfolio?
Because actually now the Halo is still a lot of difficult for the implement. So especially the driver installation. That's why we are making the Wi-Fi Halo USB dongle. You just plug in and you can test right away. Only in 10 seconds can link right away. And also you can detect all the signal environment. That's very important for the Halo bump up. And also to do a lot of test parameter for the implement. But regarding the internet with Halo and also Wi-Fi together, I believe in this year, in the Q2, it will bump up very quickly because our USB dongle can provide a lot of tests very quickly. Otherwise, everyone need to have an engineer, and they need to implement their devices to be the Halo. Those kind of things is quite difficult for every company. So that's why I think this year will be our very, very good chance for the Halo.
Interesting. Just to double click, so Paul, you are mentioning some regional disparity in terms of regulations and things that you have to do for different countries in terms of your product placement, right? Is that you are saying is a barrier?
Now, especially in the world, actually a lot of places still don't have internet. So those kind of country about the Wi-Fi Halo regulations still are very difficult. So like a European, the standard for the Halo is not friendly still.
Got it.
So, but in the world, just American is one side and Europe is the other side. So in the European country, it's hard to implement the Halo now. But the American side is very easy because the frequency is open and the bandwidth is bigger. So those kind of country, still a lot of places, they don't have internet. So I think that's a big chance there. But if sooner or later a lot of parties can encourage European to open the frequency, I think it's very, very important also.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for that, John. Do you have a perspective on any regulation, limitations and things that could be done, to motivate operators to move faster
mean, operators obviously are always lobbying the regulators, and the regulators in the world all take very different approaches. One of the main obstacles in Europe is the regulating area, because most of the countries in Europe want to monetize their spectrum. The governments are using it as a way to raise revenue. If you go to Australia, here in Japan, the spectrum assets are assets for the people, and the regulator is there to make sure that those assets are as utilized as much as possible, whereas in many European countries, those assets are there to be monetized by the government and to make as much money for the government as possible, which isn't necessarily going to deliver the best outcome for the end consumer. So I think regulation is a very, very important area, and I think it's something that really needs to be tackled.
Yep.
Personally, I like the idea that spectrum is for the people, and it should be managed and properly managed by the regulator to make sure it gives accessibility. To the point you made, there are still many, many people in the world that don't have proper internet connectivity, and we all know that if you're not connected, you're going backwards. And I think it's very important that the world does get connected and everyone starts moving forwards.
Yeah, very insightful. We saw the moat from Tokyo, which is the data highways. So that's what it takes to keep, pushing things forward. So Yoshi-san, Halo and IoT is a very interesting set of spectrum, and we all know what's happening in the US. So there's some, petition and discussion about next nav going into the bands currently used for Halo. Well, how do you see the spectrum shaping here in Asia? Everything is stable. Is there anything further that should be done?
Okay. It's still actually Japan is also working to be open by the news, the frequency and the spectrum. But in Asia, they're looking for the more successful story for the overseas other country, then they are implemented to be started for the service. And for Japan, we got 920 megahertz for the frequency, but the 10% duty cycles and many limitations. But now, as Paul-san said, that 850 megahertz going to be the opened, the more useful solution to be. Then for other countries like Vietnam, Thailand, and some other Asian APAC countries, also they're coming to Japan to see and try to discuss with NTTs or MIC and try to more understand before they get approved for that.
Got it.
Yeah, but still they are looking for the new technology, but step by step, and that they are following by that global.
So like a one for all approach to make it work.
Right, that's right.
Interesting. So maybe at this stage we could open for any questions from the audience. So we have at least one here. So let me just pass on the mic, if you don't mind saying your name and company. Thank you.
I'm Tetsuya Niki from Nokia. I used to work with John together, and this is not addressed to John, but for the panelists. But in Japan, I think the consumer still goes to big camera or Yamada Denki to buy the Wi-Fi router. So I think that's also the case with the other countries. But how can we, as a vendor or solution provider, motivate the carrier to sell more Wi-Fi routers by themselves rather than letting the consumer to just go to the consumer electronic stores? Do you have any ideas or any experience overseas that's happening? Or I would like to know that.
From my perspective, I think it's very important, as I said in my speech this morning, for an operator to truly manage the network within the home. They need to have ownership of the entire end-to-end experience with the customer, and having the device, I think, is a very important part of that. There is such a variety of manufacturers of devices. There's such a broad ecosystem that exists. I think it's a very healthy place for operators to do RFPs, RFQs, and actually procure very individual and specific equipment and technology. Potentially, again, regulation, the need for the 3 spectrums in Wi-Fi 7 obviously is very important. Currently in Japan, that's not a possibility. But as we've seen with deployments of Wi-Fi 7 within our customers, even a Wi-Fi 7 router that has 6G disabled still has higher throughput, still has better capabilities, still is an advanced device as compared to Wi-Fi 6. So all of these things, I think, are very important and a contributing thing to a truly managed Wi-Fi solution for the end user.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Hi, is anyone monetizing Wi-Fi sensing yet?
So I know there's offerings and they bundle it, but any experience you guys have seen?
Over the years, I've seen many demonstrations. I've not seen anyone actually monetizing it yet. I think one of the countries where it may actually really benefit is in elder care, potentially here in Japan. It's probably the number one concern that people have is somebody falling over and not being discovered. So I've seen many, as I said, many use cases, many examples, but nobody yet that I've seen monetize it. But
Paul?
Yeah, I think I would like to reply your question about how to motivate the telecom, because actually the telecom company now they are very focused on the return of investment. So if you want to have a good motivation and for the telecom, you need to calculate what kind of invest return. So now, actually, the power, electronic power, is very expensive, and so if you can save in the power, that means you can save the power, just a return of invest. So this kind of things, I think, is next the things for the Wi-Fi stuff, because we have some case, we are making the power meter, and power meter for the smart factory to save their whole infrastructure and to save their power spend. So those kind of things, they will willing to spend those kind of money. So maybe a telecom company, I know they also doing a lot of those kind of project. So I think Yoshi-san also have some experience.
Yes. They are not much looking for to make some money by hardwares, or they are more looking for the new technology to be there make some service. Yep. Is that the one that they are looking for?
Interesting.
To make some more motivate.
Yeah, no. And maybe just sharing with the audience, we have one project called Operator Managed Wi-Fi Residential Architecture, where the idea is really, if an operator is selling an AP, that's a seal of confidence that it will work according to the expectations. So AirTies, Nokia, even Purple Foundation, RDKB, they are leading that effort, and we believe that can help. The same with Wi-Fi sensing, Dean. So we have been having at least 4 working groups working on the different stages. Recently, we issued some privacy perspective on sensing. So the barriers are being erased on a timely basis. So we hope becomes a service for Wi-Fi over the top. So as we get here towards the end of the panel, maybe as we try to wrap up the discussion, I will just make one comment that I would like to get your perspective. So I recently saw the first 6G phone was launched in Japan, and we saw here in WBA Wi-Fi 8 coming up. LGU is planning to do Wi-Fi 8 trials. So do you expect anything to change in these next 5 years with 6G Wi-Fi 8 being announced on how operators perceive Wi-Fi? And is there a use case that they can really look into to make Wi-Fi part of an integrated strategy?
I mean, I think the only comment that I've got about 6G actually was made by a very famous CTO here in Japan. He commented that only the even Gs have worked. 1G was not very good. 2G was very successful. 3G was not particularly brilliant. 4G was hugely successful. 5G, the jury is still out. So let's see if 6G will deliver everything it's meant to. It's been interesting to be on the journey. I am now 54. I was building 2G networks in my 20s, 3G networks in my 30s, 4G networks in my 40s. I'm hoping not to build 6G networks. I want to be retired, but no, joking aside, it's amazing to see how the technology moves on. I think it's time for a bit more convergence, as has been talked about a lot today, where different Wi-Fi technologies and mobile technologies come together. For all the right reasons, power, user experience and all those things, I think we're in a very exciting industry, and I look forward to seeing how the next years unfold.
No, that's great. Yoshi, not sure if you have a comment. Wi-Fi Halo 2 doesn't make sense, but what's...
Yeah, it's always, Wi-Fi is a Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But maybe next 3 to 5 years, is maybe it's coming to Wi-Fi, you know, IoT 2.0, 3.0 is coming to that AI solutions to be, we need to be covered by and make some a better life.
Very, very interesting. So Paul, more pressure on R&D?
Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi and the 4G or 5G and 6G, maybe the boundary will be more and more, no, less and less. So everyone will just care about the connection. Like your mobile phone, just, oh, I can see the internet. That's more important. So sooner or later, maybe because nowadays we are promoting the open roaming, yeah, and like also open Wi-Fi. So those kind of technology will lead the world to be all things connected. So sooner or later, maybe just all the telecom will be combined together, maybe. Yeah, so that's my view. So maybe if we can see in 5 or 10 years, so those kind of things will happen. That's my thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing. I think all of you clearly, state some of the roadmap discussions we are having. So we launched our 6G vision framework. It's a lot about CapEx and making things more reasonable. Let me just ask if there's any final comments. Anyone would like to ask anything to our panel? Okay, no. So personally, I think it was great. So what I would like to say, I think you outlined why carriers should embrace Wi-Fi as part of their strategies. It's becoming a mission-critical type technology, so there's no reason why they shouldn't plan for an integrated roadmap, and that will bring more brand protection, like you mentioned, John. Oishi, you mentioned all the IoT opportunities, and Paul, the converged approach. So eventually, they can monetize it and bring new revenues. So with this, I would like to really thank our panel for your time today, for supporting also the WB event, and looking forward to working with you guys on the WB working groups. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's time to move towards the closing of the event. So I would like to invite our CEO, Tiago Rodrigues.
Thank you, Bruno. And thank you, everyone that stay until the end. I know that has been a very long day. I hope you enjoy the event. You learn something. You share your experience with others. You met new people. You met old friends. That's why we have and we run this type of shows. I learned a lot today. Thank you for all of you that share your experience, your knowledge. I think it was very useful. I just want to take 1 minute. So for the members of WBI that are attending the working sessions tomorrow, so it's not on this venue. So it's on this address, on the TKP Garden City Premium Shinagawa offices. So this is a building that is like 3 minutes walking from the hotel, the Prince Hotel Shinagawa. So members of WBA, that's the place for the working sessions tomorrow. So please don't come here to the TIB for the working sessions. And with this, want just to say thank you for staying so long. Hope you enjoy the event. And members of WBA will see each other tomorrow. Non-members, hope you enjoy. Safe travels home or safe travels back to your countries. Hope you had a great event. Thank you, everyone.